thinking that I could have done something, but now I'm left with an empty heart. No making amends, no waking up beside you and holding you till we forget it all. How could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. You couldn't keep the door shut, and now the frostbite's creeping in. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here, so come home. Why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. Got me stone cold. No Wizard of Oz can undo what I've done. Completely out of luck this time. I'm stuck in reverse. I gotta get away now, but I can't seem to take the lead. Oh baby, how could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. Still, I find myself hoping that you'll find your way back.
Now he has a sideline!
He's gonna go! Yay! That's mean!
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Badass University All-Stars Season 4 Finals. We're here at Roehampton Esports. We're on LAN, everybody, and we're powered by Zowie and HyperX. Cairo, it's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm Jerry the Music Man, and you're Cairo, and that's it. That's what we are. That's what we are.
That's exactly what we are. That's it, everybody. See you later.
Thanks.
No, well, guys, I mean, this is us. We are back on the early shift here, Jerry. You know, we're up nice and bright and breezy. Well, we have two amazing teams going up. Well, it's our last chance almost.
Yeah, that is the first game of the day, our lower bracket final, to see who makes it to that grand final, best of 5, where whoever wins will meet Team Alpha. They managed to secure their spot yesterday after a very long day of 4 best of 3s. We're going to show you the schedule now, just so you can map it out. It's a pretty simple one. We've only got a couple of games, but that schedule should be coming right up on your screen any moment now, and it will be pretty simple. Like I said, 2 games. Our first is our lower bracket final.
Yep, certainly is. And, well, a little less maps today, Jerry, a little less games, but one thing that has to be noted, it is a best of 5 grand finals without any clear map advantage. It's only going to come down to, I guess, the fact that the kind of disadvantage for being in the lower bracket, you have to play an extra game today. And that game is Sleepy Gang versus Average Players Only, playing for £450 essentially guaranteed. And what's the kind of opposite number of that? What are you playing to lose out? You lose out on this whole bracket. You go home, you have to go to bed and get ready for going home later on. But Jerry, well, it'll be really interesting because I mean we had a tumultuous day, to be honest, yesterday.
Yeah, we did, and with £1,200 on the line for the winner of this whole thing. Like, I can understand why. There was a lot of pressure, a lot of intensity, and unfortunately we had one team go home already. That is Aces. But we're going to have a quick run through just now. We'll talk you through a little bit of what you might have missed yesterday. So we started things off with our first semi-finals, our upper bracket semi-finals. Everyone essentially in this double-in bracket, getting 1 life. This was the one chance they had. A couple of losers came out of that, and that was APO and Aces. The teams that ultimately we kind of expected to go down. They were 3rd and 4th seed overall. But we had the pleasure of casting that first game, didn't we? Between APO and Team Alpha.
Yeah, it really was a pleasure, actually. I kind of almost expected, and no disrespect to APO, that it might have been a bit of a walkover for Alpha, but they did not make it a walkover. Oh my god, APO turned up and actually pushed Alpha. I mean, technically, Jerry, if we think about it, they were 1 round away, as I said previously, to being in that upper bracket final.
Yeah, they were so close. It was that very first game as well, was the clubhouse. It was 8-6, just an intense start. There were 2 back-to-back 2vx clutches, a 2v4 followed by a 2v5 right at the off. Very striking at the very start of the whole day. And then, of course, it sort of petered out a little bit in terms of intensity. You had APO taking Cafe. They've shown themselves over the course of these finals so far to be a very strong Cafe side, particularly. And then Villa. Oh, my God. I mean, that is Team Alpha's bastion. They managed to best them 7-2 there, and then they replicated that later in the upper bracket final. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's talk about that other semi-final, the game that neither of us casted. It was a swift 2-0, the way of Sleepy Gang.
Well, you say it was swift. The first map was swift. The second map, not so much. We headed to Clubhouse to watch Aces play Sleepy Gang, and it was pushed all the way to overtime, I believe, or just next to
8-6.
it. Yeah, it was. It was another 8-6. There you go, folks. I mean, Aces just unfortunately not able to get into gear quick enough, and then obviously ended up with a 2 old-fashioned in the form of Sleepy Gang. And another thing we need to mention, Aces were up 6-3 against Sleepy Gang.
They were. They bottled it real hard. They threw 5 rounds in a row to lead them to that lower bracket. And we'll get to that as well, because that was our final game of the day. We saved the elimination for last. But first, before that, myself and Tudors had the pleasure of going through the Sleepy Gang versus Team Alpha game, and oh my god, that was a series. That was insane. A 2-1 going the way of Alpha, but it really could have gone either way.
Yeah, it really could have. I mean, that Chalet game was incredible. We think towards the other maps, I mean, Villa in itself, there was just so much good Siege being played and so much kind of mechanical brilliance on show. The two teams definitely showed us why they should be in that upper bracket, and well, Team Alpha are the ones to actually win it out.
Yeah, and I think most of us had Sleepy Gang pegged as the victors for that. I think Tudor was rooting for Alpha.
Yeah.
So I felt a little bit sad because he beat me in the prediction, something that I pride myself in. But either way, that means that Team Alpha, they get the morning off today. It's a massive advantage, and we're not going with this the map advantage for the best of 5, which a lot of people will have their opinions about. Personally, I think this is definitely the better way of doing things. You've got Sleepy Gang and average players only today. They have to battle through a whole best of 3 before they get to the final. So yeah, it's quite a toll, and definitely Team Alpha have earned that advantage.
Yeah, they certainly have, and well, obviously, Jerry, when we move towards the lower bracket final, not lower bracket final, lower bracket elimination match, apologies, where we watched APO versus Aces, and I was coming into this thinking this is going to be the banger matchup, this is going to be the most emotional game, and
it wasn't.
It wasn't. It definitely had a lot of emotions, it definitely had a lot of clutches, all the drama that we would want in a game, but I can't help but feel let down by Aces.
Yeah, it was dramatic, but it always seemed to fall the way of APO. Every single round it was close. You had Ainoob clutching up huge multiple times. Weiwei had an absolute barnstormer as well. Those two have really showed up to these finals. The one thing that strikes me as well is having chatted to Ainoob a fair bit over the course of these finals. He's just such a positive, upbeat person. Like, he's not letting any of these losses get to him, and I mean, clearly it showed at the end of a very long day. They were able to come out here and sweep Aces aside. Yeah,
without a doubt. I mean, I think he's got the nickname now, Felix the Fox, because he's able to stick about, get clutches that just. My God,
He literally got a 4K climbing up oil pit with a thermite right next to the ladder in the clubhouse. That was outrageous. I couldn't believe what I was watching when I saw that.
So as you can see, Jerry, I mean, it was an absolute tumultuous day, as we had already said, and now finally we move into our lower bracket final, where one team gets to move into the money, one team gets to go home. I mean, I don't know which team would want what. I mean, some players look a bit tired. It's been a long day.
I mean, it's been a long weekend for some, and I'm still rooting for Sleepy Gang. I'm not rooting for them. That implies that I have preference. But I think a prediction is that Sleepy Gang will make it past APO. But I mean, APO has been fantastic, as we've seen. They've really surpassed expectations at this LAN, and it could be a 3-mapper quite easily this morning.
Well, Jerry, you know me, I'm a big APO man. I'll support my boys to the end. So I think I'm going to go with APO to actually knock out Sleepy Gang for the biggest upset of the whole bracket.
Well, let's take a look at these teams now in detail. We're going to start off with Sleepy Gang. Have a look at these guys. Sleepy Gang. I mean, what a roster. This is a nuts roster. Cyber at the helm has been quite dominant and a real driving force for this team. We looked as well at Milo and the way he was able to pick up a lot of the slack at the very end yesterday. He took a while to hit his stride, arguably, but he had a fantastic game. Syrup as well had his moments. I mean, Kanakad, he was really landing those nades as well. That was the one thing that stood out to me from him. And then Matty had an outrageous bank. I think that was the one game that stood out to me for this hard support. He had an unbelievable game on bank where they won 7-2 against APO. And yeah, just an absolute fragmite demon. So yeah, I love these guys.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, there's so much quality in this roster here, Jerry. You think towards, I mean, Syrup has some LAN experience. Won out SEL a few weeks ago. I was there. I watched the victory. I mean, you've got Cyber. He was third in Benelux at one point, Jerry.
Yeah.
I mean, that's some quality there in that roster. I mean, we've had Milo. I mean, you have casted over him many a time back in the day.
He's been knocking about in Tier 4 for a bit, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you've got Kanakard, who was actually on Orange team back in Yukon 2.
Right.
So there's another one for you. So yeah, interestingly enough, I mean, the team has a lot of quality, a lot of historic players throughout the scene. But the thing is, though, Jerry, they've got some opponents.
They certainly do. It wouldn't be a match without some opponents, and they are facing off against average players only. There we have it. Average players only. It's proving to be certainly more than average, as we've said many a time over this weekend. If you're going to pick up anyone, I'd have to say iNoob and Weiwei are the standouts. The two at either end here. They had an insane game yesterday. We already mentioned iNoob, but Weiwei was also gunning his heart out. We're going to take a move on and speed things up here a little bit, as we are already set to show the map veto and find out exactly where it is we're heading. Now, my thought right now, before we even start, is don't let APO go to Cafe.
I mean, that's probably the biggest thing to take away here. 2 times I've played that map, Jerry. 2 times of absolutely whitewashing straight away.
There we go.
Straight into the veto. They're getting rid of Cafe. APO getting rid of Bank. I mean,
makes sense.
Yep, it does. Makes complete sense. Sleepy Gang absolutely whitewashed their opponent's alpha on that map. So, right now, I mean, I'm not surprised by either of those bans. As we move through here, we look towards the picks. I think maybe we'll see a clubhouse here, just due to the fact of how well they played.
Yeah, both teams have been decent and comfortable on Clubhouse, and it falls to average players only to actually pick it. But Coastline is going to be the first game of the day. That's straight into the frying pan for both these sides. Maybe that'll just be a bit of a warm up, a bit of a frag fest. Who knows? But I don't know. I feel like Coastline gets a bit of bad rep these days, and maybe we'll see some actual brain cells being shared amongst these players on there. It can happen sometimes.
I mean, the thing is, though, interestingly, Coastline can actually be played slightly structured now with the way that it kind of falls into place. But, well, look at this, Jerry. It looks as if we are heading to Chalet, and obviously, I mean, if there's one thing that we need to talk about here, we need to talk about the kind of personalities of both teams when it comes down to it. I mean, Sleepy Gang, how aggressive they can actually be. And in any sort of map, they're such an aggressive, and I mean, to be fair, they have the confidence because of their mechanical ability. But is it maybe, I don't know, maybe is it confidence turning into arrogance at some times?
Sometimes. It certainly didn't help them against Team Alpha once they clocked onto the fact that they were going to target Cyber, and that's part of the reason they fell at the final hurdle, which was Chalet yesterday. So, I think that at the moment, APO, they just need to be able to try and suppress some of the talent on Sleepy Gang. I would say you could argue that there's a pretty even playing field here in terms of talent. We've seen that from yesterday's performances from iNoob and Weiwei, for instance. But at the same time, Cyber comes into this tournament being the only Tier 3 experienced player.
Yes.
And that doesn't count for nothing. He was the highest rated coming in as well, and he's shown exactly why so far. But this isn't the Cyber show. It's not the iNoob and Weiwei show either. The best team will win, and we've got a really fraggy trio of maps ahead. The 3 Cs with Clubhouse being a kind of nice sandwich, like a club sandwich almost.
What? Wow, that was a really nice description there, Jerry. That actually kind of took me by surprise. I had to appreciate that there.
Occasionally I do have good jokes.
I mean, the thing is, though, Clubhouse can end up being fraggy, let's be honest here. It certainly has fallen to the wayside in terms of structure due to current changes, etc. It's been in the bat pool for God knows how long. Probably, I think, maybe up there with Villa and how long it's been up there.
I think unaltered, it's a bit... a little bit shorter than Villa because Villa didn't get any changes, but they're basically the oldest maps in the pool at this point. I'm thinking towards predictions because of course we're starting on Coastline, which I mean, looking at the kind of trends so far, we haven't really seen a ton of Coastline so far. Sleepy Gang of course made their statement on it yesterday with a 7-0 and they'll hope to replicate that, but it's going to be very difficult for APO to step to that. I think this is hard and fast a Sleepy Gang map. They had Bank, they had Coastline. I mean, APO had to ban one of them, and they were bound to come up against the other. Yeah,
that's completely true. I mean, the thing is, though, is what's something that I've found between Sleepy Gang is the fact that they seem to be an off-meta team, which is really weird. And interestingly enough, Jerry, if we look towards your notes, I believe that you said that APO are actually really good on off-meta maps after you had a conversation with someone.
It's something that Ainoob himself has said about his team, is that he found over time that is what they sort of trend towards. That's what they find comfortable, and it makes perfect sense. And it's also, quite good for them that they've managed to get Chalet into that mix. I suppose Chalet is becoming meta at this point, to be fair, but it's also still kind of on the fringes of being a slightly more aggressive favoured map, shall we say.
Yeah, I mean, Chalet's a really weird one. It's almost, I mean, it depends on which personality kind of turns up on the day with Chalet, because some days you go into it and it's, I mean, how do I put it? It's very chaotic, very fraggy, and then other times you go into it and it's extremely structured, almost NA with the structure that gets put in towards it. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what's coming forward. And already we are seeing the bans come through. It's Twitch, Thatcher and Mira. And well, there you go. There's Pulse away as well. Interestingly enough, the Twitch getting banned out. One of Cyber's favourite operators, Jenny. Maybe a little bit of a target ban there. Obviously, she had her own buffs, etc. Extremely strong. All in all, not really surprised by these bans, because I think the Pulse was utilised fairly effectively by Sleepy Gang yesterday and other cases. So, well, with that being said, we are going to head straight into this. APO starting on the defence, which is an interesting one, because they obviously will have the side pick on this map due to it being Sleepy Gang's pick of map. I mean, what do you think of that?
Well, I think it's one of these things about Coastline. I never tend to think of it as strictly attacker favoured. That's why I used that term earlier, aggressor favoured. You can set the pace here as a defender. With cheeky runouts, it quite often means that with a map like this, you do actually have to extend your defence beyond the borders of the map itself, or beyond the borders of the building itself at the very least. And with Valkyrie making her way through the ban phase, perhaps this was a kind of a consideration from APO going into this. Of course, they have the first defense ban effectively, or sorry, they have the second defense ban effectively, so they had the power to let Valk through should she not be banned by Sleepy Gang, and they've done exactly that, targeting Pulse, and now they have their preferred form of intel, which naturally works better outside the building, at least for the time being.
I mean that's it. Right now, it's funny to see a Valkyrie actually on a map, especially letting her through into Coastline. I mean, Coastline is such a kind of stronghold. One a Valkyrie favoured map, because if you can get extra intel to roam about. Is that an Ella shotgun? Did I just see an Ella shotgun?
She is I mean, it is a beast. To be honest, I prefer it to the Scorpion. I think it's an absolute machine, and if you're going for frags and you have a nice area of the map that you think is working well for you, then that's the perfect tool for it. It's an absolute demon in the right location, in the right hands, and Jaffa has been having a decent sort of time so far at this LAN. So I feel as though, he's well, we'll see what he can do with it. It's just a matter of time before we get to.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, obviously we're just seeing all the Valkyrie cameras being placed here. GMXC placing them elsewhere, and I mean, fair enough. Pretty good places to put them. So far, we've seen one in towards Suka and then one in towards that kind of 90 corridor area, which will be good for the information. And already we're seeing the push coming in for a more kind of what I say, like kind of master bedroom slash VIP take. They'll probably gain control of that and then move through and towards Aqua. That's a fairly standard take. You could almost say that the kind of path of least resistance, that kind of meta push from Villa, and that seems to be the case here. But the thing is, though, Coastline is a lot smaller than Villa.
Yeah, so you can get that job done much more quickly, and that's why if you're not contesting in these areas, then you suffer quite greatly for it as a defender. You need to make sure that your anchor play is sound. It's very tight. Ainoob playing downstairs is looking to provide a bit of dynamism to this defense, but he's already unleashed that C4. There's another in the pocket of JMXC, the Valkyrie, which we're yet to see, but Kanakad, wow, first kill of the day goes to him. Cyber finds another, and I mean, the nades from Kanakad are just becoming his trademark here.
Yep, they are, and all those pings obviously down in towards the 90 corridor. Jaff bringing out that pistol. Well, maybe not the best, the most advised, Jerry, but already Aqua control has been gained as Zyber picks up a double kill there, and the two players are stuck on towards Cool Vibes. Players trying to get aggressive on towards Vaz. Jaff tries to swing. Mello catches out Ainoob on Cool Vibes, and well, as we've already seen there, Mello putting in a good round.
Yeah, that's he's already clearly getting in the brains of his opponents as well, which is something that is almost kind of a necessity in this sort of environment. You know, with the LAN, that sort of amped up. It's it's falling on Sleepy Gang so far to dictate the pace of this, and that was that a flawless round?
Yes.
It was. So, I mean, this is exactly what we kind of expected. It's a bit of a shame to start the day on Coastline with Sleepy Gang, because it's almost a foregone conclusion. APO really do need to surprise us hugely here. They need to just summon up another level to their ability that we didn't get to see yesterday, because they certainly showed that they have it. But, I mean, Sleepy Gang's performance here was so dominant yesterday. 7-0, and that basically told the whole story. They were, in fact, at various points during that 7-0, they were in a position where they were able to throw rounds, potentially. Like, there was, I think, a 1v4 clutch that almost happened.
Yeah.
And even then, Sleepy Gang sealed it out with some nice smoke play. I believe it was... I'm trying to remember who was on the smoke on the defense. We only got to see a little bit of it, so maybe Matty. He's a hard support. I'm going to go with Matty as a guess.
I mean, the thing is, though, Jerry, whatever way you look at this, APO should be coming into this best of 3 with a mindset of we've already lost Coastline. You're thinking to yourself,
yeah, they shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah. You're thinking to yourself, why would you say that? Well, you've got to look at it from a mental perspective. You've got to kind of look at it. Well, they're going to win their own map picks. That's the kind of best of 3 mentality, isn't it? You go in, you think, right, the only thing we need to focus on, winning our map pick and winning the last map. That's the kind of way you want to kind of move forward to. Anything else is a bonus. If you can finish it off quicker, then fair enough. But right now, I mean, Coastline is such a hard map, and especially when you've got Sleepy Gang so good on it.
Yeah, I feel like, in a way, I like the way that they're approaching this as well. With the Catcan, the Legion, the Thunderbird, they're clearly playing quite sort of solo ops. They are seeing this as a potentially extended warm-up, because maybe they accept that this is just not going to be their map. But like you say, I do want to see a bit of fight from them. And you never know. Sometimes this kind of, you know, almost mindless fraggy play style can catch teams off guard, and I know Sleepy Gang are so proficient here, but you know, if you're shooting good, if you're hitting heads, then there's very little that can stop you sometimes. So we'll see if Wei Wei can get this opening frag that he's hoping for. He's got himself a little ping on the floor with a pre-placed C4. Doesn't necessarily know exactly when the Vault comes in, but in fact he does, because there's a camera. Unfortunately though, looks like the fuse has avoided that, but the Thinker oversteps the mark. Just a little bit too quick. Wei Wei may have missed the opportunity. There we go. The second time of asking finally gets him. Patience pays off for the Thunderbird.
Yep, certainly does. A great C4 there. Well placed. Just waiting ever so slowly, and already we're seeing the gunfight's been taken. That VIP so important in this push, Jerry, because that one angle basically, how would you put it? It basically cuts off the full of the site, not allowing rotates. You need to gain control of that, or if the push comes through, it could be, well, I guess a very hard time to deny when that defuse gets put down.
So an interesting change that you may have clocked, and if you haven't, may have seen it on Twitter, is this Shaiko bar, or the bar by Pink, as Syrup has demonstrated, is now completely destructible, and that could make a big difference in this engagement. Cyber swinging, realistically that didn't make a difference there, but he still finds his target. Jaff goes down as well, triple on the round for Cyber as he's just tearing a new hole in APO. Wei now inside of Hookah while the diffuser goes down behind him. Doesn't look left, but quad kill for Cyber means that he's on for the ace here. We could have our first ace here for Sleepy Gang, and it is going to be that Cyber with a pretty pedestrian one. But, I mean, you can't fault him.
No, you cannot. And, well, Jerry, it seems as if maybe Alpha have poked the bear, whereas Sleepy Gang have came into this absolutely rampant, ready to tear apart their opponents. And right now, after those first 2 rounds, they certainly seem as if that's going to be the case.
That was one of the least exciting aces I think I've ever cast. It might just be that it's 10 AM, it might be that it's Coastline and it's Cyber and it's Sleepy Gang, but he took his ones. And for the most case, there wasn't even a reply. There wasn't any fight back.
Nope.
So, yeah, I mean, you weren't it. Half of Siege is about positioning. In fact, probably more than half of Siege. About 90% of Siege is about positioning. And he wormed his way around the map to perfection. Absolutely fantastic from him.
Yep. Well done from him. And well, Jerry, now we move in towards the 3rd round, and we are looking for that winning solution from APO. They've already tried Hookah twice, so well, when things are broke, you may need to try and fix them, try and change it up a little bit. And well, already we are seeing them move away from that Hookah site, and well, moving up towards moving down towards towards the kitchen area.
Yeah. Hopefully they can serve up a storm here. It's going to be a tough one, obviously. A couple of failed Hookah defences under their belts, and they're going to hope that the mix-up does them some help. But for the time being, we're going to see this setup play out. I want to ask you, Pyro, how many rounds do you think APO get?
I mean, that's a good question. I think they get 1 or 2. I think they get 1 or 2. Whether that comes on the attack or whether it comes on the defense is another question.
I feel as though I agree. Aces have shown over the course of their short time here that unfortunately they were just not like ready to participate. They weren't ready to give the full. You know, they didn't give a fair representation of themselves. I don't think, to be honest. From the season, we think they are capable. Maybe some unwise decisions taken in preparation for the games, but either way, it just means that they, get dunked out without a win, without a map win to their name, and maybe inflates a sense of how well CP Gang are doing here. Because, well, I mean, but look at this, Cyber flowing with confidence, wanders in sight. Unfortunately, maybe a little bit overeager. Does get his head taken clean off by Kovac. But Ainoob has been felled elsewhere.
Yep, without a doubt. And I mean, the thing is, though, if with Ainoob being felled, he's having a bit of a slow start. We kind of seen the same thing yesterday when we were playing against, I believe it was Alpha, and that best of 3. But already, just unfortunately, not being able to pick up GMXC. But well, look at the infestation of drones here, Jerry. They're running about and way with another C4.
There we go. This is the way forward, it would seem, for APO. Don't take gunfights, just use C4s. Makes perfect sense. 4 versus 3, and they actually have a handle on this round. The, wow, very nicely positioned fuse charge. Not often you see those get pulled off, and he goes for a second one. This is, maybe just hoping to clear some utility, but he'll take the freebie for certain. Yeah. Body's positioned inside of lobby, and 1 in blue bar. They're looking to take here. Oh, sorry, these are the defenders. They're just sort of spread out, holding their ground, holding these important positions. The blue bar player in particular going to hold against any sort of cool vibes approach or kitchen approach, and you can see the distant blue silhouettes of an attacker wandering to pink bar, and it means that definitely they're going to come into contact fairly soon.
Well, only to see if that contact does happen. A minute left, and we'll be thinking about execution. We'll be thinking about getting that plant down. So information there about where maybe one of the players are. It is actually that Alda or Jaff just sitting down by the fridges area, or what used to be fridges, and they're just chilling there, Jerry. Don't need to push out, don't need to do anything.
It's a good place to chill.
Yeah, it's a good place to chill. I mean, you've got the fridges, but the thing is, though, being at the back of the fridges might be a bit warm because of that's where all the mechanical stuff is. But
no, the back of the fridge is. Oh, I see. Behind the fridge is where it's stored. Yeah, the back of the fridge is the holding stuff where you can keep your milk. Kanaka has somehow found his way into the site. He's jumped in the window. He's got the cover of the player on the bomb chassis, but that player goes down. However, oh, he could have stuck it. He could have stuck it, but he doesn't. He decides to come off the plant. In the meantime, Wei takes out Matty, and JMXC comes from behind to finish off Knackered. Possibility for a post-plant there, but I think he just didn't have the faith that he wouldn't be swung.
Yeah, without a doubt, and I mean, on top of that, you would normally think a Maestro would go straight for that Alda, so many rounds in pocket, just to hold that left click and mow down the players elsewhere, but decided to actually play a bit more passive, which was a very interesting decision. GMXE elsewhere was able to pick up another, and just like that, Jerry, I mean, it seemed as if...
We have an APO round.
Yep, we do have an APO round, so I did say one or two whether they keep on defence or attack, so technically I'm right. You know, I'm looking good right now.
I think betting that a team will get a round is a pretty...
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to get good odds on that bet. You might bet a pound, get like £1.20 back.
I don't even think you get £1.20 back.
No, you get 20p back.
I don't even know if you get a bet on that.
Is anyone doing bets? We need to run our little circuit here.
Yeah, I know. Do you know what? We could come up with our own company for that.
Yeah?
The Jerry and Cairo Badass betting scheme.
That's the shadiest sounding bookmakers I've ever heard. It doesn't help that it's got our names attached to it either. But here we go. Another attempt at hookah. That's an interesting one. It says to me that Sleepy Gang, well, rather APO, have not necessarily got the depth on this map. They don't feel confident going to a tertiary, and they want to give another roll of the dice here. Round 4 is a very important one in terms of site rotation. It locks you into a certain number of choices once you've had it. And, you know, for instance, if we saw a... we could have seen a blue bar defense here. And then they would have had the option to spend a bit more time working out the flaws in a hookah defense and, you know, give themselves a bit of buffer space between, you know, it's only been one round since we've seen them lose here before, and pretty solidly as well with that ace from Cyber, who's currently 7-1, so nobody now rocking perfect stats. Everyone in the lobby has died at least once, which makes sense, you know, 2-1. But as you can see again, once Sleepy Gang have sort of done their primary droning, they're in the building very quickly. They've already got pretty much full control of this VIP and master site.
I mean, this is it. The way that they're moving, they're just doing the kind of natural thing of droning it out and then having someone very close behind it. They're getting so much information. Cyber already looking towards cool vibes here, Jerry, which will be an interesting one to see how that goes about. And quick rotations being made out by Millo, just some soft destruction just to make sure that the rotations throughout the map are a lot easier. And then obviously getting rid of those default camps. All in all, Sleepy Gang not doing anything too crazy, but already we are seeing a bit of a gunfight being taken here by Cyber, but not to be picked up just yet. AC Kovac, though, in quick fashion, jumping through that hatch maybe and picking that up, but that is not that kind of advantage. Is short-lived.
Yeah, 1-1 in terms of man count, in terms of kills so far this round. With Cyber gone, that's certainly a big piece of your bulldozer just, you know, fallen off. Maybe the whole kind of front shunt bit, and now you've just got a car basically. But look at this. We've got the buck of Millo sort of wandering around. He's already taken control of Aqua. They have the opportunity for a plant and an execution, but meanwhile Syrup is taking down Ainu, who attempts that flank. JMXC goes down for a very nice angle established by Knackered through the drone hole. The push comes through. Millo wins his one against Weiwei. No support from Kovac, who's left high and dry. 1 versus 4. Finds Knackered, but that was just the scout sent out to get that confirm of the location. Millo easily gonna pick that one up. Don't even see the opponent, just pre-firing that doorway. Fantastic stuff from the Buck.
Yep, certainly was. 3-1 now, Jerry, and well, we need to wonder where are we going to go next. Apparently back to hookah. Apparently that's the choice. So 4 times we're going to be seeing hookah.
They're digging their own grave here.
Yeah,
this is an odd choice. Given it's not even like any of the previous rounds are close.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
They don't have. It's not like they're saying, oh, we have faith in the strat.
Yeah.
I mean, they're running a load of C4s and maybe hoping that there's a chance that they that they can get these freebies, but Syrup is calling out Ainoob for that flank that he didn't quite pull off, and this is it. This is the mental warfare. Sleepy Gang, I mean, they ain't sleeping. They've woken up early here on Sunday morning to deliver the service towards APO that they think they deserve.
Well, Jerry, maybe this is just an absolute masterclass when it comes to map bans and maybe map pools, etc.
I mean, yeah, they're just so wide. Like we said, they have to ban back.
Yeah.
Because of the performance yesterday that Sleepy Gang had there. But if you're going into a LAN finals and you're the only team that can produce a really solid coastline, a really solid bank, then you've got a really good chance. If they get through here, they face Team Alpha in a best of 5. You're gonna get those maps, or at least one of them, and some others that you're very, very handy on. So you could see a completely different story when it comes to the best of 5 with that. That's assuming, of course, that they do get through, because this is a best of 3 here, and APO still have every chance. You know, Clubhouse, Chalet, these are maps that we've seen Sleepy Gang lose and or go to overtime on. So it's entirely possible that we see a reverse sweep here, but I still just can't call it any other way than, you know, Sleepy Gang taking this first map.
Well, the thing is here, Jerry, I mean, also we've got to think about the map pools that have actually been played today, and it's probably the weirdest that I've ever had. I mean, I don't think we've seen Oregon yet on LAN, which is an
that's so bizarre. We have the 3 C's for this one. The club sandwich, as I call it. And yeah, no Oregon. Absolutely bizarre. If we don't get an Oregon in the best of 5, I will be absolutely shocked. That's got to be a first for any Siege event in the past 5 years, if that happens.
I mean, the thing is, though, is Oregon's such a staple, and apparently, in talking about staples, there goes Cyber not being able to get a kill in the past couple rounds here, but already Wee getting droned out here. This is almost impending doom at this point, and there you go through the wall. Mello gets a ping, and he will take Wee out, and that's a big loss.
Didn't quite catch it, but it looked like he just had a rat spot. Basically, a bit of a freebie on Cyber. And to be fair, that's how you're going to manage to shut down Sleepy Gang. The way that they won their kitchen defense was by shutting Cyber out at the very first opportunity. They've done exactly that. Another one, though, onto Milo means that, well, a lot of the big gunners now on Sleepy Gang, they're on cams.
They certainly are, Jerry. That's 2 huge kills, but don't write them off just yet. You do have Knackered on the nades, 2 still in pocket. You have Syrup with plenty of fuse charges. Could easily catch 1 or 2 off guard, and already we're seeing this fuse charge about to come through, but no one actually in towards the hookah area. Now using the C4s, maybe going to catch Syrup off guard here. Oh, not to be the case. Unfortunately, not even getting a sliver of HP off.
He shot it out. He shot it out. Fantastic reactions there by Syrup. And actually, to be fair, you could say that he's managed to bait out 2 C4s. You know, your job as a fuse is to clear utility. You've basically done that without even spending a cluster charge. That's really nice. And we can see now, Sleepy Gang, they're trying to get into position. We have Matty doing what he does best, trying to stick that plant. But you hear the rip of the C4. That is JMXC. There's still 1 left, and it will be enough to deny the plant. 2 versus 4 now. Sleepy Gang under the cosh. But Syrup finds 2. Ainoob replies, and now it's all up to Knackered in a 1 versus 2. He knows 1 is in hookah, 1 to his right. He just needs to get these gunfights to go his way. Expects the peak, but there we go. He goes down, can self-res, but it's only a matter of time. Guys, you downed him.
Wait, what?
They don't know. Kovac doesn't know he's down. It was a trade. Ainoob doesn't know he's down. Knackered, raise yourself. You have the ability to raise yourself. Why are you not getting up? Do it. 4 seconds left, and then finally, Ainoob comes up. That was a bizarre final few moments to that round.
Yeah, that was extremely bizarre, but now, Jerry, the narrative switches. So after watching Sleepy Gang absolutely batter their opponents for what seems nearly like forever for the full matchup, right? I'm going to put it to you this way. APO are 1 round off even out the round count.
Wait, hang on. Milo... I'm just getting some interesting... I'm just trying to decipher chat for a second. There was apparently someone died due to a jammer. The Thinker's gadget isn't jammable, is it? This is an interaction that's so deep that I've never even considered it.
Maybe is. Maybe a Thinker's in a jammer.
They have to send out a signal, because maybe he had to move a bit.
Well, mute jammers stop you initiating whatever gadget you have.
Depends on the gadget, though, doesn't it?
Yes. Because I mean, if you think about it from this perspective, because it also denies you being on your cams.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll maybe get another look at that at some point. But it could have been a reference to something else earlier in the round. Just, you know, typical classic things getting distracted by all chat. Either way, if it did stop the res, that's hilarious. Here we go. Round 5, or round 6 rather. And like you say, the narrative has switched up somewhat. I feel as though the consistent factor, though, is kill Cyber, APO win.
Yes. Yes, without a doubt. I mean, the only thing that I would say about that is the fact that Cyber has died 3 times. They only have 2 rounds on the board, so maybe it's only 66% of the time that's the
I
case.
think in one of the rounds he died like near the end. It was the 2 rounds that he's been the entry death. It's been APO's that kitchen defense, and finally a hookah defense. I mean, I can't believe it, but 4 times they went there, and the 4th is when they finally managed to succeed.
Yeah, I just noticed Simon's just put in the chat good vibes only. Obviously throwing it back to the Tumblr days, you know, getting the Tumblr quotes out.
Ah, I do like the old Tumblr quote.
Yeah.
I want to get a shirt that says "Live, Laugh, Love" and just like gift it to someone who will hate me for it.
I think if you gift it to McCready, he'll probably like marry you.
Live, laugh, love me forevermore. Well, 5 rounds in, and I would say, quite honestly, this is Milo trying to lean on a bit of a crutch here. He's taking the black bit, maybe not fancying himself. In the past few rounds, he has sort of quietened down a little bit. So far, though, it's just been a couple of, you know, cyber picks. That one rap moment from Weiwei that paid off in the last round. Before that, an unfortunate kind of over-eagerness to enter sight. Cyber just needs to keep a handle on things, and he does exactly that. Playing perfectly safe. Doesn't even need to peek his enemies because he's got nades in pocket. That may well be the first cyber nade kill we've seen today. JMXC going down, and that's the Doc as well, so very nice pick.
Well, the Doc obviously gone that kind of self-reliant operator off the board. Can't get any more health back. GMXC, you've got to watch your other teammates do that just now, and well, it seems as if there's plenty of gunfights to be had so far, as there's, if we look towards the side of Sleepy Gang, they're all peeking each other, they're all peeking their opponents, and just like that, Relo picks up another.
Yeah, the peek's certainly going to go your way if you've got a face shield, it would seem. Jaff is trying to do his best to hold on to Bathroom. In the meantime, these pellets come raining down, and I mean, this is a fantastic site to take Fuse into. It's just occurred to me. I mean, he's certainly going to have his spot in the meta with those double hard breach pocket, but now, yeah, you can expect to see a fair amount of him, and Syrup is really feeling comfortable with that hefty boy and the AK-12 in hand. Jaff getting another spruce from his Kona station as he's holding in here. Looks like it's going to be a kitchen push. Inoob, though, finds one across. Jaff with another. The defense rally, and now all these bodies stacked on the northern side of the map. 1 in cool vibes, 2 outside the kitchen window. Another pick from Jaff, and this spear is doing work. Syrup and Matty now in a 2 versus 3, and somehow APO are clawing their way back into this one.
Well, they certainly have. Well, as we say that now, it's all up to Weiwei here, and still a C4 in pocket. Matty creeping up to this. Well, we're just seeing information. The Weiwei now knows exactly where the Nomad is. Hears that the plant is going down. The C4 goes out, but doesn't net anything. The Nomad rotates, goes towards this. This kind of.
Oh, what are you doing?
Weiwei, what? He's just trying to deny through self-destruction, and now the plant is being confirmed, Jerry. The 45-second timer. The swing from Matty's beautiful, and he will pick up Weiwei. Well played from him, and well, Sleepy Gang. Well, they were sleeping for a bit there, Jerry.
Yeah, that was a crazy back and forth round. The brilliant rally in the 3 versus 5 from APO, but they just let it slip. A few missed calls during that last engagement, it would seem, as well. Maybe a little bit dry on intel as Matty just got a little bit lucky, I feel, as though he was, you know, there was a lot of tunnel visioning, I would like to say, from the defense there. Unfortunately, at the very end as well, it showed to be like the most tunnel vision I think I've ever seen a defender, just focusing on creating this rotate in a post plant. I mean, you can understand maybe why he was trying to do it. Of course, the Nomad had set up air jabs, but it was very, very nice movement by Matty. He, you know, understands that that kind of situation when it comes down to the very, very simple things. 1 versus 1s. That's when you need your support main to pick up exactly what you need them to pick up, which is the slack. And there was a bit of slack that round from Sleepy Gang. A lot of mistakes. We're gonna have a look at the bracket here, because we haven't seen it today, and this is a full summary of exactly what we have had so far. We are right there down in the bottom of the middle right now. The lower bracket finals within Sleepy Gang and average players only. So far, this is what we're looking at. The winner of this game going towards the grand final against Team Alpha.
Yep, they certainly are. Team Alpha lying wait, the slumbering giant, or I guess the slumbering lion, almost waiting in its cave for its prey to move towards the grand finals, Jerry. But well, with the side swap coming through here, you have to wonder, is it maybe just a really attacker-sided Coastline, sorry, the APO come onto a game here? I mean, we did see iNoob, etc. all start to wake up in those last couple rounds, so maybe we actually start to see some pretty good plays. I mean, the line comes out, that could really hamper the roam play from the side of Sleepy Gang.
It could, it certainly could. It's something that, well, Aces couldn't have a handle on. And there's still the potential here for Sleepy Gang to just absolutely run away with this one, because yesterday when we saw them dominate Aces, it was 6 rounds on the defense.
Yes.
So
yes.
This is, you know, APO choosing to defend first, seeing exactly what Sleepy Gang can do on the defense, giving them a bit of a chance to rack up some rounds potentially. But this is going to be a tough one certainly for APO, as we already see the first kill coming through in the first minute. Milo sending a C4 Kovac's way. No more Yana, no more nades, no more Geminis. And that's one less body on the board.
Yep, that is one less body on the board, and having so much utility lost with that one C4 there, Jerry. One thing that we have to point out there. Minute gone, and the entry frag also going in the way of Sleepy Gang, and it seems as if APO may be stalling out there with the way that things are going out. Sleepy Gang just chilling. They've kind of learned, Jerry. They've learned not to over-aggress, over-aggress, I should say. And right now, well, maybe APO potentially stalling out too much here.
Yeah, 1 minute 36 still to play. Just sort of taking their time, finding the opening, but it's taking too long as Kanakad will take out Jap. Ainoob takes a lot of damage on his location. Now known Cyber tags in and finds Ainoob, and it's all falling apart here realistically for APO. They just have a couple of bodies left. 4 frag nades, but the bodies from Sleepy Gang are swarming in. Look at this though, Wei lurking his way in from the main lobby. Gives his position away with that spray. JMXC takes out one, but the Cyber... the Cyberman, this robot, this machine is just continuing to tear through APO. Wei now putting himself right in the thick of it, expecting the fights to come thick and fast. This is almost like T-HUD, but he doesn't expect the flank from Matty. A nice little jump out the top of Billiards. Quick rotate. Such a dynamic map for the defenders once they do get that edge, and they can sort of move around the map freely. And I mean, Sleepy Gang, they're kind of just... making their own luck here, it seems.
Yeah, they really are. And, well, Jerry, the thing that we have to point out there is, well, sometimes you need to do that, especially as a defender on Coastline. You can sometimes feel a tad claustrophobic with the way that the map works and stuff like that. So, I mean, all in all, I'm not really surprised by what's happening here. I was hoping maybe we could get... If APO got that first round, I reckon it would have been a different story. But Sleepy Gang, they go 5-2 up. And with that being said... we need to start to consider maybe looking towards this next map of Clubhouse, which maybe, Jerry, that pick also is an interesting one, but we'll get to that one later.
Yeah, it's going to be defining, essentially. And we've seen so many really, really close clubhouses, so I hope that we get just as good a treat in this matchup. It's also something I wanted to mention. It's nice to see these two teams play each other. We haven't actually seen this yet. We've had, I think, up to this point, 5 completely different matchups, which that's... by this point in a double or limb, sometimes that doesn't happen. You know, we could have seen, for instance, a repeat of the Sleepy Gang Aces game. Yeah. But, if APO make it through here as well, then we get to see a repeat of the very first game of the entire LAN, which would be really interesting. But at the moment, they're not making a good case for it, as they're 5-2 down and trying to find something. That was a really tough attacking round for them. They just couldn't get a foothold, and once they did, they'd already lost too many bodies. They managed to get a nice spot in the map, a good location inside of pink, but it was it was a 3 versus 5 by the time they got there. They lost too many bodies outside the building, and like I said at the very start of the game, that's almost the name of the game for defending on Clubhouse. Yeah,
I mean, it really is. And as time starts to tick away here, you see Cyber already trying to get aggressive on towards this main door here, and players make their ascent to the top. It seems as if it's going to be one of those rounds where we kind of start to see the clear from the top down, and then we start to see the vertical pressure, and then we see APO drop down and try and go for the execute. Jerry, maybe a little bit chaotic here, but we want to see exactly what happens, and it will be a weird one if you consider it from the fact that, well, we need to see the time management on the side of APO. I mean, they were good at it on Cafe, but Coastline's a different beast.
Certainly is. So we've got again an approach from APO. I feel like this is a good approach, right? They're trying to find areas of the map that are uncontested to get a foothold, and my personal favourite is Office. Office is always a fantastic entrance point if it's not being held by defenders. It's a great beachhead. You get a good sort of linear access to the rest of the map. Ainu can hold this flank now that he's inside of luggage, but the swing comes from Milo, and that is a ballsy one to double peek that doorway. No one on hand, it would seem. Weiwei just a couple of steps behind the pace as the Lion sent out the E1D, but wasn't enough to deal with it. JMXC finding Kanaka, though, gives APO back their man advantage. Syrup now caught here inside the monitors, but he can simply retreat. Like we said, this is a very kind of, you know, one-directional approach from the attack. But look at that. There's another dimension. Jaff inside of Courtyard. Who's going to expect that? The Jackal just sitting in the middle of that square. So exposed, but easily able to catch out the rotate from the defenders. Now, Milo and Matty left alone. Milo, he's having a fantastic day so far. He's going to have an even better one. He does start things off with a pick onto Kovac in the 1 versus 4. He's got about a minute to have to burn, though. Lots of opportunity for APO to scout him out.
Yep, well, the diffuser is down here, Jerry, and plenty of time to get it back up, and Milo's holding a bit of a passive angle, might not know that the diffuser's there and it's going to get picked up. APO back in business here. They're going to go back maybe towards the service entrance and get that plant down, but oh, Milo's with a great shot there on towards Jaff, puts it down to a 2 versus 1, which is extremely winnable when you consider the diffuser is nowhere near sight. Milo, the last sentinel holding this all down in the stall, is absolutely huge here from APO. Flashes coming through, the burn coming through, and we'll need to see if they can actually shut this man down as he decides to rotate out. Information gained on his position, and now we'll have Pines in exactly where he is. They're going to go towards the Pengu plant here, Jerry. Is it 7-second timer going through? Oh no, Milo's trying to get aggressive here. He might take out this line. Doesn't quite find him just yet, but the gunfight continues. The players are actually working together. They're playing off the contact. They're just waiting for him to swing. But will they win it? Will they win this one out? No, it's Milo, but a nice little swing there from Weiwei. The quad and the ace shut down there. Well played from Milo, but I mean, even better played from APO.
Yeah, APO finally learned their lesson in that 1 versus 4. It took 2 deaths, but you don't take 1v1s.
Yes.
That was essentially what I was praying for APO to do. They set themselves up in the post plant at the very least perfectly to make sure it. In fact, from the moment it hit a 2 versus 2, they said, right, bunch up. We are now on a 3-foot tether. There's a rope around my waist. There's a rope around your waist.
Yeah.
We do not pull any further apart. Otherwise, we're going to fall over. And thankfully, they just stuck on top of each other and they stood on each other's toes for that post plant.
Yes.
Worked fine. Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic quad kill from Milo. You've got to credit the guy for sticking it out, but it was handed to him on a platter.
No, I know. I imagine if Melissa still had that C4, they'd flung it onto that position. That would have been a very different round. But, well, we are moving forward again, and it looks as if we're actually retrying the kitchen site here. Obviously, Sleepy Gang thinking to themselves, right, we know it went wrong, so we're going to adjust our strat, we're going to adjust our playstyle, and we're going to try to counter APO. APO, obviously, probably, Jerry, going to think to themselves, we have a winning formula, we know exactly what we're doing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, which may leave them vulnerable if you think about it, because they might not adapt to what Sleepy Gang are doing.
Let's hope they can. They absolutely have to right now because, I mean, they've kept pace. They've kept pace certainly a lot better than I thought they would.
Yes.
Which is really, really good to see from APO. I feel as though we've maybe given them a slightly unfair billing so far.
Yep.
5-3 is a respectable scoreline on any map, and they are still in with a chance here. It is going to take a hell of a lot of attacks, though, and that's the main thing here. So that's also probably the first round we've seen where they've been truly in control.
Yeah.
Which is a big, big factor in a game like this. They did let it slip. Not all the way, and that's important. They have that round, otherwise we'd be looking at 6-2, and that is a complete decimation of the mental. So good thing that they managed to keep themselves intact, and now they have the the opportunity to swing this back. They are the team with the momentum here after that kind of round.
I mean, the thing is, though, Siege is quite unique in the fact that these exit frags that Milo was getting doesn't necessarily mean anything apart from stat padding.
Yeah, he's 12-4, which sounds great.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds fantastic, but at the end of that round, what do those 4 kills actually mean? That's where the kind of phrase impact kills, etc. comes into in Siege. So, yeah, I mean, this is it. You have to win rounds, and as long as you can win rounds, it's like the kind of old Jose Mourinho way. The only thing that matters is winning games, even if you have to part the bus.
Yeah. God, I hate that style of football. Anyway, I'm a Liverpool fan. Like it makes perfect sense. Cyber finding Ainu. P10 running on our feed. That's a familiar sight, but very, very nice pick to start things off through those vertical angles. Taking out the IQ as well, and that means that any of those undetected bounce cams will be persisting throughout most of the round for the moment, quite likely at least. And Kanaka's going to get some value out of his MPX as well as he takes out JMXC. So very early control here now by Sleepy Gang, and this is the kind of situation on Coastline. You see a 5 versus 3 in favour of the defense, and you just think, that's theirs. They should have this now, Sleepy Gang. We should be looking at match point in about a minute's time. Yeah,
without a doubt, the pocket rocket, the MPX, absolutely taking the head clean off of the GMXC, and I mean, it was such a huge pick. They're taking out the Ayana, and well, the thing is though, Jerry, we're trying to see if getting more aggressive. I don't know if that was the Jaeger. Yes, it is. No, it's Kanaka actually getting taken out, and it's now down to 4 versus 2 as Wee tries to rush in towards site. He gets 1 actually. That's actually pretty big, but can get the second. That would have been even bigger. AC Kovac on a slither of HP. The round is, well, I guess imagine a formality at this point.
You see the power of that Banshee as well, stacking a tiny bit of utility in the site just to make sure that they have the option should there be any sort of crazy rush. You know, you can imagine that having worked if there was another person by his side, if they pulled that off a little bit earlier, or maybe if there had been a very long but full rotate from his teammate, then the delivery rush, as much as it's fallen out of favour because of the change to the bomb site in that you can't just plant in the doorway anymore, is definitely viable, is still viable. If there's a lot of defenders that are roaming far and wide, you can catch them off guard, and he only really had to take down 2 bodies. Unfortunately, he fell at the second hurdle.
Yeah, well, the thing is though, Jerry, here, we are now on map point here for the side of Sleepy Gang. Yeah. They done a fairly good job, and we are going to go walk towards Hookah Lounge and Billiards Room. That, if I remember correctly last time, this was fairly emphatic towards one side.
Yeah, this was pretty much done and dusted the first time of asking. It was, I don't think we even got to see the site.
No.
If I recall, it was just a very heavy roam, a lot of bodies left outside the site. It was that massacre inside of Pink Bar, wasn't it?
Yes.
Gathered down there, yeah. It was not a pretty one for APO. So they're going to have to do something very different. I think the control from beneath is clearly something they want to do. They're bringing the buck. They even, have the Jackal with the sidearm shotty, although on this map he's definitely being brought for that gadget. But yeah, control from beneath is what they want to do. Nades from beneath as well. You've got nades on all 3 of those last operations there on the attack. So if they can pin down the locations of Sleepy Gang, then I suppose that works. But that's been the issue from the start, is actually pinning them down. You've got to see the gadget of the Jackal, the control that Weiwei can afford the team with that air jab, actually get value before you even begin to think about nading positions when you don't know where defenders are.
Yep, without a doubt. Well, I keep saying without a doubt, because there is no doubt, Jerry.
Yeah,
you're completely spot on.
It's almost been cut and dry from the start.
Yeah.
Like APO have battled, certainly better than Aces have. But
yes.
There's only one way I see this going at the end of the day.
I think it's just been, probably typical of an opponent's map pick. You know what I mean? You're just kind of in that spot where you're trying to compete in an unknown battleground where, it's kind of like going into like your opposition's jungle almost, and look at this, Knackered hiding in one of those trees, picking up a double, my god, doesn't get the triple though, as AC Kovac shuts him down, but Cyber come flying out the balcony, taking him down, and GMXC and Jab are absolutely left scratching their heads here, trying to see if they can get the refrag, but Cyber has disappeared, lads. You're completely off script. Well, it seems if we're going to try and pick up this Jaeger, but unfortunately not being able to do that.
Yeah, it's a difficult challenge now for APO. Find themselves 2 down, now 3 down. Finally, JMXC gets something, but it's going to have to be a 1v4 clutch, and Milo will shut the door on Coastline, shut out APO, and claim their first map here in this best of 3.
Yep, I'm not surprised, Jerry. That's the sad thing. I was hoping APO could have pushed them closer. Maybe a couple of extra things. But at the end of the day, though, Coastline is a very niche when it comes to strategy, etc. Not everybody knows how to play it, or knows how to play it in a comp setting, I should say. And
Cyber does.
Yeah.
Cyber and Milo do. That's crazy. I mean, we did talk about how Milo's stat padding, maybe with that, quad kill on a round that was eventually lost. But either way, a 15-4 stat line is like pretty damn good.
Well, I mean, the thing is, though, that quad almost won him the round. Yes, you know what I'm saying. I mean, I was saying like, oh, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, you didn't win the round. But I mean, he nearly did. He was one kill off winning it.
Yeah. In another world, in a world where Sleepy Gang don't adjust in that two versus one, then they just continue making the same mistake. But we've seen that so far this LAN, both of these teams are fantastic at adapting. Alpha seem to be on top of their game when it comes to adapting to opponents and can give any team a run for their money on a map that doesn't even suit them. We saw that on Cafe, for instance, but that's for another time. We're going to take a brief pause while we get ourselves ready for map 2, which will be Clubhouse. I'm anticipating a much closer fight, so don't go too far.
He has a sight line! He's gonna go! Yay! That's mean!
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Badass University All-Stars LAN Finals here at Roehampton. And well, I'm Cairo, joined by the wonderful Jerry, and we're actually going to start this best of 3 here after that T-Hunt. Wait, what was that? Was that a T-Hunt? Was that the map?
Might have been. I can't remember. I do my T-Hunts on Coast. I really think it's a great one. Nice and concise.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was one of those. It was definitely one of those. 7-3, and APO definitely gave a good fight at points.
Yes.
It was, but for the most part, it was pretty one-sided. This, however, is Clubhouse, a completely different beast. We have not seen a Clubhouse so far apart from one yesterday by APO, we've seen 3 clubhouses. Okay, let's reword that. We've seen 3 clubhouses. 2 of those have been 8-6s.
Yes.
Okay, that's something. And we've had one of those from APO. They lost it. We've had one from Sleepy Gang. They won it. But yesterday we saw APO manage to best aces here 7-3.
Yes.
So they've maybe picked up a bit of confidence on this map, a little bit of momentum. It's always going to be, as I think Whippet has said a number of times, a great leveler, a litmus test for Siege teams, and the best team will come out on top here.
I think as well, I don't mean to be disrespectful towards aces, but there was a lot of mistakes yesterday.
Yeah, they didn't show up, I don't think, in the same way that they wanted to. So it's difficult to judge teams against their performance, essentially.
Yes. Yeah, well, the thing is, though, right, is I think the kind of the narrative that we take from that is there was opportunities given to APO, and APO were good enough to take those opportunities, right? Because at the end of the day, I mean, you could give a team as many opportunities as you want, and they could still throw, they could still miss the chance that they need to. And well, right now we are seeing us go through the ban phases, and interestingly enough, Jerry, there's actually an ace ban, something that we don't see too often. The Queen of the Hatches and a Maverick getting through here, and that's that's Sleepy Gang banning that out.
Yeah, I mean, if we weren't going to end up talking much about aces today, by virtue of the fact they've left, we're definitely not going to end up talking about aces today, because that ace ban, I mean, the aces, I suppose, are going to have to come from players.
Yes.
We've already had one today. We've already had Cyber. That is an odd ban. That is a very odd ban for Clubhouse. Usually you expect the Mav, you expect a Hibana.
Yep.
Even a Thermite is a bit more of a specialised ban for this map, because he provides something that no other operator can. Whereas I feel as though you're kind of usually, there's a toss-up between Hibana and Ace depending on maps.
Yeah.
And this is a hard Hibana map. You know, the number of hatches, she can do everything that Ace will do and more.
Yes, without a doubt. And I need to get rid of that. Stop saying that. I keep saying without a doubt. Every single round I'll say it.
You just if you
I
say a lot of things that are just 100% true. So
that's it. Do you know what I've done? We've got to that point. It's like, it's identify the problem, talk about the problem. I mean, without a doubt, I'll get it out of my system.
I feel like yesterday, especially with Tudor, I entered a phase of I don't even tell jokes anymore. I just explain them.
Ah, right, okay. I feel as if that's funnier.
I find it funny.
I feel as if
awful sense of humour.
Yeah, exactly. I feel as if I get a really dry sense of humour. But man, what do you call it? My nana used to say I had a soul in a man's body.
See, I think that's such a lovely compliment, especially from your nana.
Yeah, exactly.
That's sweet. That's so wholesome.
No, no.
You just warmed my coffins.
Oh, thank you very much, mate. Well, we'll need to see if this game will warm our hearts, and or maybe destroy some dreams. I mean, Sleepy Gang, they must be dreaming of a grand final, some money in the pocket, and already we are seeing a pulse being brought, and Jerry is extremely happy about this.
Yeah, I was going to say, you were talking about hearts warming. I mean, he's going to be protecting every single heartbeat of the attackers around the map. Of course not. He's not got that kind of range. That would be insane. But certainly a very viable operator on this basement. You know, there's even a spot called Pulse Spot, you know, or sometimes Canadian Spot. The two are basically interchangeable. So it looks like we may have a bit of an issue in terms of skins, but no, it looks like it's an esports pack. So we're fine. No TUKs required, and the round can continue as per normal. So, here we go. Typical basement defense to start things off. Interesting not to see the sort of any other side of cash primarily taken, because with Hibana in play, this is a much worse sight, especially with the Kaid ban. So these hatches are pretty much guaranteed to get opened, and if anything, you should be probably favouring, the Jim or the cash. You know, with mirror in play, Jim is certainly also pretty powerful. But, I mean, it's Sleepy Gang's choice, and we'll see if they can justify it. They've got plenty of utility stacked on site, as well as that intel that extends beyond it. They're just looking to enable these players, Cyber and Syrup and Milo, basically just wanting to take these fights early on and hold on to these sort of buffer rooms, you could argue, of Secret and main stairs. Knackered's just trying to read into any presence in kitchen, but at the moment there is none, and this strikes me as a little bit peculiar for APO to... not be prioritising getting that hatcher.
Yeah, it really is worrying, but well, we're already seeing the work coming through. I just noticed something. You could probably make a really good soundboard of me saying yes. Maybe yes. I do it all the time, and I don't even mean it. In a good compilation video, maybe there's some impressions for you, Jerry.
This is like this cast is becoming the Cairo self-help cast.
Yeah, it really is. It really. I mean, I need a lot of help. But I tell you who else needs a lot of help. APO on this attack, because right now, Jerry, we are on 1 minute and 5 seconds left, and I don't really see an identifiable execute. I mean, they're still doing the work. They're still opening hatches. They're still worried about maybe a push coming from somewhere. Where do you go for the execute? When do you actually switch up your focus and start to push the trigger?
They're opening a lot of options here, but they don't seem to be committing to any singular one. There's the first kill of the game. Finally, it comes from the explosives of Kanakad. I mean, this keeps happening. He got the first nade kill the last map, and it's a C4 for him here. 1 kill down there, but 2 bodies fall on the side of Sleepy Gang. The attackers now have their momentum. They're being held at bay by various pieces of utility, but a lot of that has been cleared from the vertical. Jack now dropping in to take the helm, and he does walk into the waiting arms of Milo, but the refrag is surely there from Weiwei. Finally gets Milo on the reload. Slightly too long for him. 15 seconds left, however. Kanakad and Matty standing in the way of a potential win here. Kovac going for a close plant on that wine cellar, and finally the cover is there from JMXC. LMG does the work. The spear follows up in a quick post-plant situation. It is the attacking side that managed to take this one. Very, very nicely played by Sleepy Gang.
Extremely well.
APO, rather.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it was extremely well played by APO in the way that they... we were asking, what is your plan? What are you doing with the execute? What are you doing when are you going to pull this trigger? And when they did pull the trigger, they absolutely demolished the opposition. I mean, I don't think they really had a point. As soon as you got that opening frag, it was just continuous trades. And I mean, that's the best way to play this game. And on top of that, the cover on the diffuser was absolutely gorgeous. Well played there from APO. And another interesting thing here, Jerry, I'm noticing a certain French operator being rung.
You see, I now have to go through the process of remembering who's French, which is really difficult in this game because Finker is also French. No, sorry, Lion's French, Finker's Russian.
Yes.
Who are missing? You don't have a Twitch, but that's normal, I suppose, unless you're looking at Syrup, who does that.
What colour is it?
You're talking so quietly.
Sorry, think of the Twitch logo, what colour is it?
It's blue. And then you got Monty. Who's the other bloody attacker? Oh my god, this is the worst moment ever. Who's the other? No, it's Twitch and Monty, and then defense is Rook and Doc. They're the French ones.
You just already mentioned his name.
What, no Monty?
No, Monty!
Oh, there is a Monty! You see, I thought I was looking for someone that wasn't there.
I said there's a certain French operator.
I thought you said we were missing a certain French operator.
No.
Karen, you've done me dirty
Oh,
here.
God.
I was running rings around myself for a solid 30 seconds live on cast. That's
wow.
hurt me. That's hurt me. I mean, to be fair, it's me mishearing. It's not your fault.
Oh well. I mean, the thing is, though, Laroc has been brought, but it's interesting to put it on GMXC because, I mean, he's a man that can frag out. Yes, he's kind of been on more the hard support roles, but I feel as if he's more like a soft support almost, if that makes sense. The way he's able to kind of frag out and do the way that he's been doing, and on top of that, I mean, to put him on a shield, take away his gun.
He's just completely unique. Like,
yeah.
As an operator, not just as a man himself.
Yeah.
He's a very unique person. He's one of a kind. But yeah, I mean, it's an odd one because maybe they were expecting a cash defense, right? The cash defense is usually what you would be bringing that Monty for, to give you a much quicker clear of rafters. But for a basement, it's difficult to find a really good opportunity for him. Sometimes a dirt push is where he's best utilised. You definitely don't want to be dropping any hatches or coming down any stairs with him, ideally. Yeah. But you still need someone in tow, and arguably you're better off with just another gun or someone that can carry a set of nades as well with you. So it's an odd choice when you're not certain that they're going to cash. Maybe wait for Sleepy Gang to actually win a defense and hook that spot in, because then you're definitely clearing rafters, right? But either way, Weiwei's going to find himself sitting on cams for the rest of the game, and Cyber gets his second on this row, but third. Where is all this happening? How is he doing this? He come up secret and takes out all of the attackers. He's got impact to try and take down JMXC. He's now on a sliver of HP. Gets the quad as he finally gets past that shield. And now he's on for the ace here. Doesn't expect the player in Swamp, and Syrup will steal that one from right under Cyber's feet, but a quad out of nowhere from the star player on Sleepy Gang. That is how you do things.
Yeah, certainly. And well, that quad is, well, round winning. That's it, just like that. There we go. We're straight back at to 1-on-1, and now we head to CCTV and Cash Room, and the Monty's been brought once again. Maybe smoke and mirrors here, Jerry. Maybe we might see a 6th pick come through. But right now, Sleepy Gang, they look as if they're back to their coastline form. After that first round, I felt as if they were a bit more passive, and finally they are going to be taking it to their opponents.
We've got a 6-pick going on here from the Oryx to Elysian. Some fairly selfish operators, I suppose, from Cyber. I mean, the guy just got a quad kill, almost an ace. It's basically, he gets a free pass, right? He gets to do whatever he wants this round. He gets to play whatever he wants. Elysian is definitely a slightly more applicable operator strategically for this site. You've seen now the fact that JMXC wants to bring this Monty. APO maybe have shown that ace that's in the hand of their sort of mascot guy. I know you can't see it right now, but it's a Reaper and he's holding an ace of spades. They've shown that too early because they know that the Monty's coming, and they've brought the perfect counter to it.
Well, they certainly have brought the perfect counter to it, and with that being the fact that obviously Legion and the way it works, you sometimes find that sometimes the Legion, while it's a great kind of operator or a great, I feel as if sometimes it can actually be a hindrance in the way that he works. I don't know, we'll need to see. I feel as if sometimes, like, Monty sounds great on kind of rafters attack, because you can pressure the opponents. But if you're not working together, if you're not kind of closing down that player on rafters, easily you can just ignore the Monty and just go look elsewhere and get the frags.
I feel as though this is going to have to be paired with an entrance through one of the garage quad balls.
Yes.
Because otherwise you're following a Monty that actually has to come off shield at some point, right? He's going to get hit by a goo mine. There's no way of realistically detecting those from that distance. He's just going to be a presence. He's going to feed intel for the time being. No one needs support to try and get any picks off him. He's occupying Matty at the moment. Not that that's going to matter too much. We see Milo trying to contest the players that are going for the breach as it happens, but it sounds as though those are going off absolutely fine. Hibana is dedicating some pellets underneath Matty here to get the entry on in, and that is exactly what we needed to see. Just have impact in hand though as well, so with a pair of impacts and some goo mine damage, that Monty could go down fairly quickly. Cyber though does find the entry frag onto Jaff. Using a Maverick after the breach has already been taken care of, but those two nades on pick. Cyber still in play as well, and he's helping out. He's in this swamp position. He does get taken out by Weiwei, or rather Ainoob from range, as Weiwei picks up Syrup elsewhere. They find themselves a man advantage, the attackers.
Oh no, but look at that blue pit position here. Look at oil pit here. Jenny, that could easily find one, and well, it already has, and a quick jump up from Matty will confirm that. Now that Monty left on an island is exactly how I foretold it would happen. And now, look at this. Look at the way the Wamai is just playing aggressive. Matty just trying to get rid of him. JMXC still creating that vacuum of pressure, but outside, Ainoob has already got a double, and he's picked up that diffuser. Is now up to Kanakard here. Jerry, can he clutch up?
Milo being taken down there. Unfortunately, he really probably should have got that, but Kanakard is doing his darndest now, taking him into a 1 versus 2 after fending off that player on the breach. Got smoke canisters in hand. He can limit the approaches that JMXC and Ainoob want to take. APO have a handle on this, but Sleepy Gang are not backing down. Kanakard just needs to hold tight and use his utility wisely. JMXC finally getting through as Ainoob opens a hole for him, but he needs to come off the road to the plant and try and find another entrance. That Banshee just holding him at bay, meaning he needs to stick right here. Second toxic gas canister comes up, and that will finish off the Monty. 12 seconds left. Now Ainoob has to go for the frag. He will get it though, as Kanakard turns his booty round, exposes it just a little bit too much, and Ainoob will slap that all day.
Oh, well, we've got Bloodbath, Prime Bloodbath here in the BUAL studios, and it's 2-1 to APO. Attacker side of Clubhouse, question mark? I mean, it seems to be the case as we do head back to CCTV and Cash. It seems as if APO are going to give Sleepy Gang a run for their money here, Jerry, because it seems as if they consistently are taking the foot forward in this map.
Yeah, it's going to be a back and forth, though. I can sense it, because that was such a close round on Cash, and that's exactly what you look for when you're trying to sense the momentum here on this game. Is there someone that's truly dominating those Cash defenses or those Cash attacks? That was pretty even-handed, and honestly, even with Sleepy Gang knowing that the Monty was coming, that it was a possible threat, they struggled to deal with it, and it gained them so much ground. Inoob and JMXD worked so well in tandem. I think at one point it was 2 versus 4 for them, maybe very, very briefly. Inoob claimed a couple of kills inside of Garage, and it was that one onto Milo that we didn't quite get to see. I believe it was, it was likely to be the case that Milo was either peeking from the swamp door or either through the soft wall garage, but Inoob reacted perfectly to it. And that was the moment where you thought, now they can push up. Now they have a foothold. They can actually work this 3 versus 1. And it was very impressive from Konakad. He managed to almost put it down to a victory for his team. But Inoob is, as we have seen, especially on Clubhouse, he is absolutely on point when it comes to these clutch situations.
Well, it seems as if he's just that talismanic player. Again, it's that word that keeps coming round and round with these teams, because they all have players that we look towards and think, these are the ones that are going to show up. I mean, Weiwei is certainly one of those players, Inoob another. I mean, this is the map that we saw Inoob clutch up 2 times yesterday, Jerry. I can guarantee you he will probably clutch up once again after seeing that round just there. Right now, 2-1 towards APO, and well, things are just taking their time, slowing down, and as I say that, Jerry, first frag.
Hello, making up for some mistakes in the previous round, getting that frag onto JMXC. No more Yana. Pretty good frag in the current day and age. As we say so many times, Kovac is getting that wall open. Cyber, though, getting a little bit aggressive here onto the Maverick. Takes out Jaff before he can open the wall properly. That's huge, a massive blow to the attack plans of APO, and they now need to rotate Kovac, who's only got 6 pellets left, to create some sort of walkable hole in that breach or sightline at least. It looks as though they may just ditch the idea completely. They do find Milo. A bit of a gift there is maybe over-aggressing, going for those peaks. In the 5 versus 3, you really don't need to be doing that, mister.
No, you certainly do not, and well, things just get even worse here, Jerry. Both teams absolutely at each other's throats, and while the diffuser is down and needs to be picked up, unfortunately the breach not being able to be open, but at least they've got in towards Garage, so it's a workable position. But Cyber, he's looking straight down here, Jerry, and one nice shot from Inoob. He's shut down Cyber. A nice little peek there from the other breach. The soft destruction was getting done, and folks, that's why you double reinforce Garage.
Sleepy Gang. I mean, Joe would be happy with that.
Oh yeah,
Joe would be very happy with what I just did. I didn't even mean to. Sleepy Gang. I feel as though they're over-peaking, right? That's what's claimed Milo, that's what's claimed Cyber. If they hadn't been doing that, we'd be probably sitting here right now in a 5 versus 2. You know, the fights that they're taking are not advantageous ones, besides the ones that Cyber took through that breach. Very, very nicely done by him, but his death definitely an overpeak. Konakad now alone on these rafters. He doesn't necessarily have the support with him, but there should be someone, most likely Matty, holding a long angle from inside of Cash to make sure that this is difficult to surmount. However, it looks as though Naked is being left to his own devices. He will find one, but Inoob responds. A triple kill on the round, but the Pogmat will seal his fate.
Oh no, I thought it was going to be an Inoob clutch. The Lucy device just distracts him long enough for him to turn his back, and well, Jerry, he gets shut down there. 2 each on the round here between APO and Sleepy Gang.
You can tell that Sleepy Gang are trying to get in the heads of APO. They're trying to go for these crazy plays, really aggressive pushes and overpeaks that are gonna annoy the hell out of APO if they land, but for the most part they're not landing. Their 2 victories so far have been dominant, but it's mainly just been because of the performance of Cyber. And, you know, it's a new map, we're on Coastline, but we're still talking about the Cyber story. It's the same thing over and over again. Whenever Cyber is performing, he is getting wins for his team. But more importantly, when he dies, they're not. They can't seem to function without him. They can certainly function well enough with him. It's just that when he dies, they need something more. It's going to be a really, really tough ask for APO to continue to contest this team when Cyber continue to be allowed to exist. Because look at this, 8-3, right?
Yeah.
Standing out, head and shoulders above the entire rest of the lobby. Inub is maybe making a case for it himself, but APO, they seem like, in terms of like pulling their weight, they're at least more of a team.
Yeah. I mean, this is it. I think the thing is, though, is like, obviously we don't know what the comms are like, and I think that's the difference. Is like, from an outside perspective, we're looking at this and we're thinking, here goes Cyber off on a rampage once again. We don't know the information being fed to him. We don't know how badly he is actually carrying this team. And I mean, from that perspective, you could think to yourself easily that, well, they're obviously kind of, how would you put it? They're obviously just Cyber team. And I mean, obviously Joe, he was playing a bit of the mind games yesterday when he was saying, oh, it was Cyber team, etc. But I don't know if that's certainly the case. We'll need to see exactly what happens later in the game. I mean, if this trend continues, then it could easily turn into that case. But APO, they could arguably be the Weiwei and Inub team.
Here's the thing, like, Sleepy Gang haven't won any close games without someone else being fantastic as well. Without the performances of all of them, you know. Bank yesterday is a prime example where Matty was the star player, and it was, you know, really good to see a game where they're dominant and it isn't just Cyber fragging out. So it can happen. It's just more often than not it is Cyber. So we're going to end up talking about him a fair amount. And I mean, if CP Gang end up winning this series, then you can bet he's going to feature heavily in that final. But Knackered is the one to finally steal the limelight from Mr. Cyber himself, and Inub as well going down. A massive pick by this Mozzie.
Yep, the Mozzie, obviously, kind of one of these problems. Oh no, GMXC, what are you doing? Come on, man. That was an easy shot. I've almost freebie to even out the round, but finally we'll see Jaff striking, almost pull one back. There is another on main stairs, and still one upstairs. That Mozzie still on his rampage, still on the roam. The pings are live, but no, Weiwei is not.
Knackered is getting away with things. Star players falling left, right, and centre in this round. Kovac and Jaff now left to pick up the pieces, and they've only got 2 kills between them so far across these 4 rounds. They're going to have to now quadruple that to try and find it. Jaff is getting the pinch onto Knackered. They know that he's playing around this bathroom area, but they just don't have that precise intel that they need. It's going to keep falling back. Burning time. A quad now for Knackered. They are just falling into him one by one. Finally, the flash will give them an advantageous gunfight after, well, I mean, the first one should have definitely gone the way of Inub, but I mean, this is just it. Or rather, JMXC, I think, lost that fight. Jaff now in a 1 versus 3. He's got so much utility around him. Floating Banshee, the least of his problems right now. Does manage to take out the owner of it, though. Jaff on a triple now has to deliver an ace of his own. Anything Knackered can do, Jaff can do better. That's what he's thinking right now. But with 15 seconds left, he has to take 2 fights. He's being smoked off 1 corridor and needs to go through Moto. They know that this is the crossfire that defenders need to hold. Matty's just waiting. Syrup as well. They are being so passive, so disciplined here. Sleepy Gang, when they need to, they will behave. Yeah,
exactly. Thank God. I thought we were going to see some peaks there, some crazy plays, but not to be, actually. We see Sleepy Gang, well, they rest on their laurels. They don't need to go any further on that one in 3-2 in favour of Sleepy Gang. So, with that being said, Jerry, now is turning into a narrative of, is it going to be an APO half or is it going to be a Sleepy Gang half? Because right now, we are 1 round from either.
I mean, this is the first time we've seen Sleepy Gang get the lead, and this is on their defense. So far, APO have been performing pretty damn well. Like, if they do grab another round here, this final round of their attack, then that's a 3-3 split, and that is nothing to sniff at. Now, you could look at the bans and say Hibana's open. Maybe you should be expecting to be a little bit more prolific on the attack, but so far we've seen, you know, 2 church defenses go the way of Sleepy Gang. And realistically, with Hibana up, that shouldn't be happening. It's just that the roam clear in that round was just completely destroyed by Kanaka. I don't understand how you lose that gunfight, basically.
I think it all starts from that misdrawn from Ainub. He enters in through Jacuzzi solo drawing himself, and it just the drone doesn't check doesn't check master doorway.
But it was still slow peeking the door. They kind of knew to some extent that there might be a threat about, and then you whiff the shots. It's unfortunate to see. Well, I mean, GMXE, you've got to pick yourself back up here because now.
I was talking about Ainub when he was on Jacuzzi Breach.
Yeah.
That's where it all starts. If Ainub drones him out, and then the next thing, this pinch comes through on that Mozzie, that round looks completely different.
It was one roamer as well.
Yeah.
That should be easily dealt with. Cyber was sort of on the middle floor at that point, got a couple of goals himself. Yeah. Well, hopefully APO can put that behind them. They're going to have to because they need to attack successfully now onto Jim. The first time that we get to see this tertiary site come out from Sleepy Gang. They've opted to go with the Mirror. First time we see her as well in action. Definitely a good sight for it. And plenty of denial. Lots and lots of stall. Pretty much everything on the defense nowadays is stall in some capacity, but this is a really good one. Lots of catching, lots of things to have to burn through. The mute as well to hamper the drone work is going to be a massive factor because APO, well, we've seen that they have struggled to pin down the very free-flowing Sleepy Gang. And with the mute on the board, you know, we saw the problems that the Mozzie caused, for instance. It's going to be tough for them.
It certainly will be tough, and it's going to get even tougher here, Jerry, because the flank watches off the board. A nice little trade there. It takes out Cyber, so therefore, if we're going by formulaic expressions, and well, Joe made up a good one earlier on yesterday, or later on yesterday, and it's if you kill Cyber, you're going to win the round.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple equation. I think we've got still a good presence here from Sleepy Gang. They're just they've fallen back. They've fallen off of the cash hold. Interestingly enough, they just want to play this crossfire. Very, very nice crossfire to have, especially with this castle barricaded play. You protect Syrup. You just enable this mirror window. That is a very tough construction hold to have to try and dismantle. But they are going straight for it. They're taking control of cash, and they may meet this brick wall fairly soon, which is not ideal for them. Especially given the mute jammer, they may not have a full read on this. At this point, Ainub needs to get a move on. He's circling his way up to... oh no. He was trying to get to Logi Hatch. He's got completely decimated by Kanaka and main stairs. What has happened there? That is horrendous. And now you've lost your key to opening this construction hold. And at this point, you've got Kovac with 18 pellets still in pocket. He needs to start doing some work with that Habana. Maybe get the rotate going to Jacuzzi and just mount an attack from there. Open up some sight lines, maybe disable the construction hold. But none of it is happening. They just can't clear the utility. And this just means that there's now phantom presence inside of construction. They don't even need to get in. Looks as though they have control of the mirror. Finally, Weiwei dropping and getting that push. They have construction with 30 seconds left. Somehow they've done it, but Syrup is holding that angle from the gym, from the dumbbells towards the door. It's still a pair of bottlenecks that they have to force their way through here. APO 2 versus 3. Kovac and Weiwei. Weiwei's going to have to pull out all the stops, deliver the MVP performance. We know he can to clutch this round out and give APO an advantage heading into their defensive half. He's going to push on through deposit. 12 seconds left. Time it hits red. Sends out a nade. Still 2 versus 3. He finds one. Knows that there must be one in bathroom. Kovac gets him. Diffuser can be set. Where is Kanaka? What are you doing? Top of main says. Timer hits red. Weiwei is holding the flank. He wins the fight. 2 versus 3 clutch coming out from APO, and they get that 3-3 split.
Yep, the 3-3 split comes through here, Jerry, and as we can hear in the green room, there is plenty of boys happy with that round. A nice little clutch there from APO, and well, Jerry, as we move through in towards this next half, that's an absolutely pivotal round in this whole kind of battle between these two teams.
Fantastic. That is the thing we needed today. Some good clutch to really spice things up, to raise the tempo, raise that heart rate, get blood pumping, and now we've got ourselves a match. 3-3. APO have those attacking rounds that they need. They are one map down. This could give them the edge that they need to try and force it to map 3, force it to Chalet, where we have seen Sleepy Gang falter.
Yes.
And this is not cut and dry just yet.
It is not cut and dry, and well, something that we need to see, APO's clutches came through on the defense, which is going to be an interesting one moving through and towards this second half. We need to talk about that and the fact that, well, all in all, when it comes down to it, it's actually not as is as easy as you think. I mean, that 3-3 half could be extremely defining here. We'll need to see how good the attacks are from Sleepy Gang. But if you think back, right, you think back to that Aces game when it was 6-6, sorry, 1-1 8-6. It was actually 6-3 on Aces defense. That's when they took that advantage against their opponents. Obviously, Sleepy Gang eventually did come through on the attack, so that'd be 4-2 that ended up on that half. But the thing is, though, we need to point out, Aces took those first 2 initial rounds.
Cool. So, I'm wondering how Sleepy Gang tackle this now, because they've decided to opt for the Jackal, and this is a lineup that, I mean, you've got the double hard reach. You know that that's pretty much a requirement. You've also opted to go with the flashes on Kanakad so that you can burn through whatever utility there may be. And at the moment with the Wamai and Jaeger on board, that's certainly looking like is probably the wiser choice.
Yeah.
Kanakad and Syrup going to get to work on this wall, it would seem, the Buck Maverick combo to soften up and expose that wall. Syrup, an interesting one to put on the Maverick. I mean, the funny thing about Syrup is, right, like, you've seen him perform at various levels, and it's fun to see him in a team where he's actually outshone by the likes of Milo and Cyber. You know what they say about, like, never being the best player in the room? You don't want to be the best player in the room. You want to surround yourself with people that are better than you so that you can improve.
Yes.
And then eventually you may become that level. And I feel as though that's what Syrup is gradually getting the chance to do. He's improving, and it's nice to see him play alongside, these fraggers like Milo and Cyber, so prolific, and improve himself as a player, because he's on this kind of almost like flex support role, but we know that he can deliver as well at the best of times. Yeah,
I mean, this is the thing, though. He's like, how would you put it? He's like Mr. Consistent. He's Devil May See a Gary Neville-esque type character. But that's the way I look at it. I mean, well, Milo is already starting things off as we talk about Mr. Consistent, getting that need all the way through on towards AC Kovac. So much work being done here as we look towards Ainoob, trying to get vertical angles.
Did Ainoob? I don't think Ainoob just cleared the mute jammer, because I think that's tucked into radio corner.
Yeah.
If he had, that would have been a bit of an oopsie. In fact, I think he may have.
Yeah.
I think he may have done that. That's a bit of an oopsie then. Ainoob offering up some free utility clear for the attacking side of Sleepy Gang, and now with that man advantage, they've got the stim going in, and they'll be looking to try and take these fights fairly soon. They have both breaches open, no Rafters control, however. They have decided to go for this, arguably worse style of attack where you've got construction and breach open, but it just means you're going for a cash push. JMXC taken almost down, but Wayway is the first to fall. There we go. Cyber finally fells the smoke, and another Kanakad finding Jaff in the meantime. Jaeger goes down in Rafters, and Cyber left to pick up the pieces against Ainoob, who is completely alone inside of stock. That's about as clean a cash take without garage control that I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was pretty much flawless, mate, from the way that things were looking there. I mean, obviously we saw the flawless round come up, and everything that they done was just procedural. It was like prime BDS when they were doing those garage takes. I think they're like the kind of go-to team when I talk about Clubhouse, because they basically created the formulaic kind of attack, the way you go through it, the way you have to do your things, and I mean, they showed us exactly why.
I think there's an issue in that hold, which is that, or that push rather, which is that by leaving Rafters completely uncontested, you have that cross angle that looks all the way through both sides, through the door, and realistically, Sleepy Gang should be losing a few more bodies on that, right? They allowed Syrup and Cyber to push deep into cash without really offering enough resistance, and that just overwhelmed Wayway. It overwhelmed the mute and the smoke, both at the top of Red, who also arguably probably should have held that better. It just seemed as though maybe a couple of key moments, key gunfights didn't go the way of APO when they still had a decent, strategical advantage. And that's what I mean by saying that it's not necessarily the most sort of strategically optimal take, right? You should put yourself in a position where, with a man advantage or even, an even man count as an attacking side, you have done enough setup, you've done enough breach work, you've done enough clear that you have the advantage going into the push. I can never look at that kind of attacking push, even with a man advantage, and say this should be the attackers.
I mean, the thing is, I believe there is actually, see if you think towards the corner next to the construction wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is actually safe from that specific angle that you're talking about. But the thing is, though, you still leave yourself open to a push coming from the red door if you were to walk up next to the server rack. So there is still that kind of thing. I know exactly what you're saying, and I agree with you. I much prefer a garage and main breach take. It's just so much simpler.
We're traditionalists.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine calling yourself a traditionalist and you're talking about a video game.
That's fair. You know, it's a niche within a niche. I'll accept that, but still, the debate rages on, and I mean that's one of the reasons that Clubhouse has existed. That site is all just so meaty, and I don't think teams are bored of it yet. To be honest, like it's not the same as Oregon. There's always some really entertaining close rounds. There's lots and lots of buffer rooms, lots of key engagements that have to take place, and it just continues to be entertaining, and it's why we've had 3 of them so far this LAN. It's why we've had 2 overtimes. I can see this one definitely going to overtime potentially, especially with APO losing their first defense. It does set the precedent that maybe we're looking at a slightly more attacker-favoured Clubhouse than we're used to.
I think the thing is, though, is like something that I think it was Kangaroo Kenny was talking about, was the fact that when you actually go towards Clubhouse and you start prepping, you have to prepare for every single ban and possibility in this map, which is absolutely crazy. I mean, obviously you're going to do that anyway, but he said it's even more so emphasised on Clubhouse. But well, enough of that. Jaff has been taken out by Cyber. Yes, it was a fine going to address that kill. Took a bit long on my kind of... I talked through there, and as we see Weiwei holding in towards blue, they're obviously thinking after that kill coming through, that's exactly where Cyber's going to come from. And well, like with the confirmation of the free cam, we can see that iNoob just sitting with the Elder Jerry, waiting for this push to come through. 45 seconds, and it's a 5 versus 4.
Holding on to blue by proxy here, expecting the push eventually, but he can't land any of the shots. Actually does take out Milo, but not before Cyber will tell him. Syrup finds JMXE, Kanaka goes down. Flurry of kills back and forth means that Cyber is just adding to his tally, it would seem, a triple kill on the round, and now Syrup able to try and set down the defusers. Finally Cyber fell, but Weiwei alone inside of dirt. Syrup comes off the defuse, but Matty is there, the final nail in the coffin there. A very swift execute once they manage to establish themselves inside of blue. Brilliant blue and dirt take. You love to see those. I don't think you see those enough, but that was absolutely incisive from Sleepy Gang.
It was extremely incisive, and well, Jerry, they are just making this lead count now. They're extending it more and more as time goes on. 5-3 on this half, 2 rounds in a row, and as we head to Church and Arsenal to reattempt that defence. I don't know if that was necessarily the best decision. It was almost flawless there. We left it all the way up to Weiwei to try and clutch that up, but I think it was just a step too far. One step beyond, we made the joke yesterday, Jerry, and finally we can follow through the next one. They might be on the night boat to Cairo from the way things are going.
They may well be, but like you say, it might be one step beyond. For APO to claw this one back, they have that 2-round deficit now to surmount. Sleepy Gang seemingly racking up these attacks with rather unconventional attack strategies. Yes. It's going to see, you know, we're seeing the construction and breach take on catch. No garage control. We're seeing no attempt to take main stairs or moto hatch at all on the church attack. I do believe they managed to slip someone in maybe into kitchen hatch. If they didn't, then that's surprising. But either way, mainly a dirt and blue push. So it was, it's good to see. It's good to see a bit of variety, certainly. Spice is the, no, way around. Variety is the spice of life.
Yes.
Spice is not the variety of life.
Although
actually, to be fair, like
technically it is. I mean, you think about it, right? Yeah, I really love spices. I mean, you think about it, get a little bit of Cajun in, and towards the like kind of pasta pot. Spices things up a little bit. When you get some chili powder.
I think cumin is one of my favourites. Like,
seriously?
Yeah, cumin's like it's just, you know, it just adds depth to any dish. A chili.
Yeah. I
swear, I think cumin is the most important thing in a chili.
What?
You need. It absolutely makes it. Obviously, it's going to be chili in chili.
Like,
that's a given. But
how chili is it?
You get the cumin level right, you're laughing. You're absolutely laughing.
Our cameraman is just laughing away here because he's thinking to himself, "What the hell?"
He's agreeing with me.
He's thinking to himself. He's thinking, "I thought this was an esports broadcast, and suddenly I've turned into Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen."
Yeah. Speaking of Hell's Kitchen, at the moment, a clear is coming through from Sleepy Gang. They're making it Hell to be underneath Kitchen at the moment. And the Knack is working that dark. You can see Cyber, he's doubling down on this presence by holding down this main stairs doorway. This is a body and a person that you want to be holding this angle. He will take the fight and he will win them. Ainu being taken down, just as I mentioned it. AC Kovac now having to fall back into blue a little bit deeper as he's coming under some flak. MXC just sort of wandering around, needs to try and take out Cyber, and he does. Finally, that key position is taken out. Matty now trying to take up the mantle. He's got big shoes to fill here. Look at that, 16 and 7 for Cyber over 8 rounds. Doesn't matter that he's dead, he's continuing to have an impact.
He really is.
Oh,
I was just about to say a nade sails out and nearly takes out Weiwei, but it's Mills to take out GMXC. The Jaeger down in the dirt, but a nice little swing from AC Kovac will take out the player in towards Oil Pit, but there's one in blue as well. And look at that, Mills been taken out. It's down to a 3 versus 2. AC Kovac with a huge double kill, but there's information being pinged away. Syrup drops. AC Kovac will take out him as well, and now it's all up to the Habana. Maybe a pseudo timeout here, Jerry, as he just sits in Kitchen and doesn't move forward. Diffuser stuck, stranded in sight here.
Unlikely that Kovac will manage to grab that quad, but they have Diffuser stuck and they know it. It's basically he's going to do a little run around, pick up some health, maybe readjust. He's saying, hey, swap with me, I want to get the quad. He's going to go to that church position, expecting the main stairs push from Matty, and now Jaff trying to hold this long angle with the spear. Good adjustment, I would say. Send that MP5 in close, keep the spear at range, and it will be the spear to finally pick it up. Only a triple on the round for Kovac, but that blue hold pretty much decimated the Sleepy Gang attack.
Yep, 5-4 now, Jerry, here. And well, as we move forward into round number 10, we now have to ask the question, is APO going to make a comeback here?
They could do. I said it was going to be a very close game. I said that we might see overtime, and they have the opportunity now to rack up potentially a few more defenses. They've got 3 rounds ahead of them in regulation. If they want to see it out straight away, then they need to play perfect from now on. But Sleepy Gang, they can guarantee overtime with just 1 more attack. It's certainly doable, especially seeing as we will likely see a tertiary in that time if we make it. Cash, though, is going to be the first port of call for APO yet again. This church has just been locked, and now we're seeing the mirror be 6 pick 2. An interesting one for this site. And showing the bandit as well. So certainly telegraphing that you want to go to cash. But it's, yeah, unusual to see a mirror here. I'm excited to see how it's utilised. Maybe adjusting to the fact that Sleepy Gang in that previous attack brought a construction push. Yeah. And this is a fantastic way to resist that.
Yep, I mean, the thing is, though, is I'm worried with the second mirror goes. I always think it's pretty standard with the first one goes. It always goes towards top red. But where do you put the second one? I mean, did they put it on? Did they put it on towards the kind of construction area? Did they, I don't know about a mirror pick. I mean, I still think it's. I like the adjustment. I like the ideas. But I don't know if it's the right one. We'll need to see if it works out though, because at the same time, it's all good in speculation. I do like this kind of position here though. It's a hard one to almost figure out in this pre-match, but we'll need to see exactly where this push is coming from, and it does again look like a construction push.
If they get a good read on that particular setup, then there's the opportunity of nading top red, not just from Swamp, which is a very exposed position, but actually from Stock. And if they take control of Stock, which it looks like may well be a possibility as they go for this clear through the middle floor, a very unusual way to approach the first stage of the attack, but I suppose it makes sense if you want construction. They may well get those nades in underneath. At the moment, though, Syrup holding some of those nades. You do, of course, still have Milo, who is leading that charge into Stock, and maybe he is intent on using those nades. Sat just outside it at the moment. In the meantime, you've got the breach being opened up. A second mirror window put on the soft between sites, and this is quite a nice position to have it. It's going to contest the other direct position that is being brought out by Sleepy Gang, which is that breach. However, it's not a realistic solution long term, because obviously once that construction breach is open, the mirror window is pretty much disabled. You can't be sitting there realistically. You may be sitting in the on that sort of bomb chassis, but you're not going to get any very good angles there.
Right, well, we'll need to see exactly what's happening. We're talking about bomb chassis, but we'll need to see how this chassis of this attack will withhold from the... No, I'm doing that. That was a false one. That was maybe the chassis of the defence withhold from the denting of the attack. That's a good one.
I was going to say you could describe any G2 based strat as a bit chassis. Milo has meanwhile found a kill, and it looks as though mirror or no mirror, they're going to dismantle this cash hold. Milo, though, is finally taken down by Ainoob, who's sitting firm inside of cash. They are holding on to this despite the fact that the breach hasn't come through. In fact, we're completely tunnel visioned on this, and, you know, they've mixed up their attack strategy. Syrup does claim 1 life with a frag grenade, however, and it's still going Sleepy Gang's way. They are keeping APO on their toes with this mix-up. Weiwei finds Syrup, though, 3 versus 2. Kanakad on the rappel, holding this long angle, just preventing any sort of rotates here, as Cyber and Matty have managed to take control of Garage. And now we've got Weiwei beneath with no C4. Ainoob still in sight, and he comes aggressively towards Ainoob. Gets a double. The outer will go brrr, and now we have a 1 versus 2 with Matty trying to pull it together for Sleepy Gang, trying to force this match point. This breach does look walkable, but he's going to go for the window instead, and he will meet the SMG of Weiwei. A brilliant hold there. 2 versus 4 for Weiwei and the maestro of Ainoob. What a fantastic round, a much needed round for APO on their defense.
Well, the thing is though, Jerry, what was Cyber doing? He's pushed straight up hard on towards that door, pushed hard up in towards Cash, and he just gave himself up for free almost. If he plays a bit more passive, if he plays a bit more back, you're at 3 versus 2. You've got a man advantage, just trade it out. Yeah,
that was a weird move by Cyber. He just jumped the gun. And that's the thing, is that up until this point, I would have been able to say about Sleepy Gang that they're over peaking, they're maybe being a little bit overzealous when they have a significant advantage, when it warrants it.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to the kind of clutch situations, the 2v2s, the last minute or so, they're really reserved. They make sure that they are disciplined. That was the worst of both worlds for them. They overexposed themselves. Specifically, Cyber got way too confident there, pushing up to the mirror, and paid for it. And then suddenly, your man advantage is gone, and you're looking at, the timer working against you, no opportunity realistically to plant.
Yeah.
And I feel as though Cyber, as well as he's performing individually, you can understand that there's probably a little bit of furore going between in the comms for Sleepy Gang there.
Yeah.
That felt a bit like a throw.
Yeah, it really did. And another thing that we need to point out here, Jerry, is the fact that when you look at it, when it comes down to it, I mean, I think the thing is that something that isn't really talked about in Siege is you can have good games, you can have great plays, but you can still cost your team around. I mean, for instance, I felt as if Cyber just cost his team around here.
Yeah.
And it's sad to see because he's obviously still this player. I mean, we're looking at 17 and 8, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you don't win around.
Yeah. I know with Weiwei though. Let's give them some praise, because that was a great 2v3 that they managed to hold on to. 2v4 in fact.
Yeah.
And now they're both sitting on double digits. In fact, identical stats bar the... no, sorry, that is a 6 under Weiwei's name. I thought that was an 8, so it's Weiwei doing a little bit better. That being said, he's the first to take any sort of damage in this first half. Looks like it was essentially a nade from beneath inside of logistics. Not entirely sure, but either way, it's quite a chunk to have to try and persist with. That being said, you've got the Thunderburn on board, so he's just going to juice himself up at one of those hospital stations and live to fight another day.
See if the fighting can continue all the way through into overtime here, Jerry. Well, it would be absolutely warranted the way these two teams have been playing on Clubhouse. 2 minutes to go until we hit that execution. Well, say 2 minutes to hit the execution point. 2 minutes till we hit till we find out the winner. But it'll be about 1 minute and 30 seconds till we hit the execution point. And there's so many players all scattered across this map. I mean, we have a CCTV extension, 1 player in towards the basement area, and, well, 1 player in towards the graveyard. As Cyber has somehow managed to make his way all the way up main stairs and pick up a freebie on towards GMXC. The mirror window, the man with the Vector, the man with a C4 in pocket, and that will stay in pocket. AC Kovac has used his C4, but Ainoob, and look at this, he's popped off here with a double kill, and that's 2 great players, Milo and Cyber. Jerry.
Massive flank up main stairs to deal with that attack force. It was a surprise attack, and they didn't watch their own backs. C4 now coming out from AC Kovac, and it will land perfectly on that patio table, taking out Syrup in the process. Kanaka now left looking through this gap, this open mirror window, to try and find the bandit who dealt it. But fantastic kill there by Matty, expecting the flank, expecting the peek from Jaff, gives them a little bit of hope here. Sleepy Gang are not out of the woods yet. Sends up that C4, but it's a little bit preemptive as the Vault comes in fact, into server. Matty going for that full rotate, try and pinch from Cash. Weiwei, though, taking out Kanaka in the meantime means that Matty has to clutch up big, 1 versus 4. There aren't any useful Argus cams or drones about, it would seem. Everyone just watching him fall to the SMG-11. Another great finishing kill there from Weiwei.
Yep, a great finishing kill indeed, and I mean that full round was just great for APO. I mean everything that just happened just seemed to go right for him. I thought it was going to collapse when I saw Cyber walk up main stairs, get that freebie off GMXC, but all in all it was clutched out by the remaining players, and right now we are on towards match point here, Jerry. I mean, Church and Arsenal room, we've seen Sleepy Gang win it, we've seen APO, and I can't think of a more fitting final round, final site to battle it out and find out if we go to overtime or if we go to our next map of Chalet.
They were 5-3 down at one point as well. That's a perfect circuit of defensive sites that they managed to pull off, and now they get to go back to their primary, essentially. Well, arguably their primary. They started out on Cash, so up for debate. But either way, this is an interesting one because, of course, with the Hibana in play, we've been expecting to see slightly more attacker wins down here, but it just hasn't worked out that way. We've had a lot of defensive wins on Church, and yeah, I think the prime reason for that is that a lot of teams aren't going for the kind of default dirt and kitchen push, which you can enable very easily with a Hibana. You know, open up a couple extra hatches on your way, to make it a little bit more troubling for any defender to, you know, sit in these default sort of hold positions inside a church, for instance, and you've got yourself a really easy take, a standard take that you can deal, you know, a lot of damage with. It's just a little bit puzzling to me that we're not seeing that kind of come out a bit more, but either way, Sleepy Gang, they have a way that they want to operate, and we've already seen that they are happy with kind of mixing up their strategy. You know, they took a different way of approaching Cash site that second time of asking, for instance, and in the end it actually didn't work. That was a round that arguably they threw, but here, maybe we do see a mix-up. Maybe we do see a little bit more of a presence towards Moto. Maybe we see a bit more of an emphasis on loot, or on kitchen rather. So we can't tell with Sleepy Gang. They are keeping APO on our toes. They're keeping us on our toes. Yeah,
no, I know. I mean, something I'm going to say just about to say. Name something more iconic than APO and clutching up on Clubhouse. And I was about to say that was nearly way gone straight off the bat.
Yeah, Ainoob has made a name for himself here as well, with a couple of crazy plays yesterday. But yeah, it's certainly within the realm of possibility that they close this one out and we see map 3. Of course, we could go to overtime. That is what is on the line right now. This round will decide it. Syrup getting this wall open, trying to enable the nade to be sent in. It's actually going to be a Gone 6 that wants to clear that, but I don't think it quite met its mark. Going to open now an entryway. Cyber going to send some Flores drones. A lot of attention being directed towards this dirt tunnel as they want to get rid of anything as quickly as possible. The Flores drone, the perfect tool to unpick this, however, is looks like it will manage to secure itself to that shield, get rid of both it and the ADS. Now it should be pretty elementary for the attacking side of Sleepy Gang to worm their way through. Smoke canister will, however, hold them at bay for a brief moment as Weiwei is shooting drones, doing his part, doing his bit and his job. SMG-11 pushed quite close up. Sends out the second toxic babe and is expecting the push, but not from the player. Does get the down, however, onto Milo, who's just not paying close enough attention. Finishes him off with a shotgun. No attempt to cover it from the attacking side of Sleepy Gang. Cyber sitting pretty for the time being, baiting out that final toxic gas canister. And now, Weiwei is out of defenses.
Yep, it's going to come down to the only defense. The worst. Well, I guess I'd say the most consistent. It certainly isn't the most consistent, but it is that Mossberg shotgun. He moves up, and just like that, will be collected by Cyber. Another skull added to the collection of his locker. Our more Rotero drones are going to head through the site, and we'll try to do some destruction, maybe gain some information at the same time. But Well, we'll need to see if they can clutch it out here, Jerry, as well. It's 35 seconds remaining. The push is going to be very tunneled through dirt. Cyber trying to push through. Cyber trying to find these remaining players, but the plant is going to be attempted here, Jerry. Maybe this could be a little bit short-sighted here as well. It looks as if players are going to start to go for the retake already as they all push through into an absolute bloodbath. Set up now, left with it all to do, and a 1 versus 3 here, Jerry. You'll find 1, but still to remain. GMAXC and Ja are going to have to try and find this player, or maybe not, maybe just let the timer tick out, because they have diffuser. The last remaining attacker does not. Setup does not have that diffuser. APO finally shut out Clubhouse here, Jerry, and well played to them to be able to bring it back from 5-3 down.
4 defensive rounds in a row and a stellar performance across the board, realistically, from APO. I cannot fault any one of them. They had a fantastic game. Brilliant stuff. I mean, look at that. That's brilliant. Matty, though, sitting at the bottom of his own team. Unfortunately,
yes,
not delivering the support sort of presence that his team realistically needed. But we can't fault him. Either way, this was a very, very close game. 7-5 on Club. And, I mean, we had a pretty one-sided coastline, which maybe we expected. That was a very good performance by APO. I'm very much looking forward to map 3 on Chalet.
Yep, Chalet will be an interesting one. Have Sleepy Gang actually learned from their mistakes of yesterday? Have they learned from the aggression that they were making? Well, there's only one way to find out, Jerry, and that's if you stick around after this short break. Will only be a couple of minutes. Don't go far, because we're getting these players set up for this next map of Chalet.
He looks for a second. Oh my! He goes for the down and gets it! Oh no, the breacher activated! Now he has a sideline!
He's gonna go! Yay! That's mean!
felt something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Leather jacket though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd and I think without eyes. Her just perfect, yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here, it took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. And a friend of a friend, never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you, 'cause I swear you deserve.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the BUAL Season 4 LAN Finals. I'm Cairo, joined by the wonderful Jerry the Music Man, and well, we are sitting down and watching an absolute spectacle in the lower bracket finals. It is EPO versus Sleepy Gang here, Jerry, and well, run us through those past two maps.
Yeah, we've had some fantastic maps to set us up for this decider. We had a really one-sided coastline delivered by Sleepy Gang. It's absolutely mental. Cyber
Yes.
popping off, not to mention Milo himself as well. And then a much more considered clubhouse, a very tight affair.
Yeah.
That being APO's map pick. So essentially each team winning their own map pick. APO clearly comfortable on club, and a 7-5 victory there was tight, maybe characterised by a little bit too much over-peaking from Sleepy Gang, if you ask me. But they'll be very happy to peak everything to their heart's content here on Chalet. The final map, essentially APO's map pick, but you know, when you get that far into a best of three, when you force maps in and out of the pool, then you know, I think Sleepy Gang would have had a hand in that decision as well, so they should be comfortable here too. And we've seen them play here before, unfortunately only once so far in this LAN, and that was a loss yesterday that sent them down to this match, a loss 7-4 against Alpha.
Yep, I thought they still had a good performance though, Jerry, and I think easily what we could see is, I mean, Alpha, well, the way that Alpha played, they were just maybe that bit better. I mean, you look towards the fact that Reich and MC just popped off at the end of that game there, but at the end of the day, that is completely different, and it's a completely different team that they're playing. Average players only have got their own beasts. They do have Weiwei and Inoob, Jerry, and well, we need to ask the question, do you think they'll be able to pop off like they have been doing?
I mean, there's nothing to suggest that they won't. I think that they've been consistent throughout. They've not just been popping off sort of in individual matches or moments. They've been continually doing well, you know, rain or shine. Whether they're losing, whether they're winning, Inoob and Weiwei are usually delivering the goods.
Yes.
And I feel as though they have had the opportunity to shine on Clubhouse in particular over this LAN, on Cafe too. Unfortunately, Cafe now is a sort of a target ban against them because they've made such a name for themselves on it, and it's not made itself present here in this best of three. So they're going to have to prove themselves on Chalet, which has some similarities to Cafe, so to the point where yesterday I think me and Tudor forgot that a game was going to be on Chalet, thought it was Cafe, and tried to justify it by saying that there was snow right?
Yeah.
And they're basically the same map.
Yeah, it's basically the same map. I mean, one's got 3 floors, the other's got 3 floors.
Yeah, it's just that Cafe's one of the only maps that doesn't have a basement. Right?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I've the number of times I've been casting Cafe and said basement.
Yeah.
And then go, oh wait, no, it's the bottom floor.
Yes, I think the annoying thing is as well about Cafe is the fact that it's first, second, and third floor. Whereas we would call it ground first and second.
This is the thing. This is a horrible debate across regions, right?
Yes, yeah.
But I just tend to go with bottom, middle, top, right?
Yeah, it's easy. And
Procaster tip from Jerry.
Yeah.
Bottom, middle, top.
Oh, there you go. There's some pro tips from us. I mean,
should help you in ranked as well, actually.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
call outs if you're playing across the region, just say top floor.
Here's one that I use in ranked. He's there.
Oh, that's a good one. On my ping works too.
On my X.
Yeah, on my X. Yeah.
Yep, there's another one.
Very useful call outs. You should learn these. They're applicable in most maps. There's ping.
Yeah. Especially since they added in that new feature, the one that everyone loves.
The contextual ping.
Yeah, the one.
Gadgets.
Yeah.
You're actually making sense now.
No, not that change. The one, the yellow pings. The yellow pings.
Oh yeah.
Everyone
loves those.
Yeah, everybody loves that, and is not at all broken in any way, shape, or form. But anyway, talking about broken, we are now going into.
Did we talk about the match?
Uh-oh.
I think we're getting
I mean, see, to be honest, we don't need to talk about the match. Everyone's here to be entertained by us, Jerry. We are the entertainers. No one's here for any sort of siege. No one cares about the esports. Come on, guys. You're all here for me. Feed my ego.
Yep. This is all about us, ladies and gents. You're not here for Sleepy Gang versus APO. You're not here to see who will make it through to the grand final and a fantastic slice of that 1.2k pie prize pool at the very end. You're not here to find out who the best team in BUAL Season 4 is. But you're going to find out anyway.
Yep, that's your pulse coming straight through for the side of APO. That's their bans. I mean, it's pretty simple. The pulse was used pretty effectively by the side of Sleepy Gang. I'm not surprised by that. Knacked obviously utilising that extremely well on on Club, sorry. And the other bans from Sleepy Gang were Mai and Jacko. Obviously, Jacko being used all through the matchups from APO pretty effectively, and also by Sleepy Gang. So all in all, the bans are interesting. Well, Mai's a really big ban. You think towards the Ivy Stairs hold on a kitchen, sorry, not a kitchen and bar. It's a bar and gaming room defence. You think towards there and how much utility can get placed in that means a lot less burn, a lot more nades sailing through the sky, and even maybe more kills.
And I like the fact that we've got that Flores in play. This is something that Whippet was sort of filling me in on earlier about how Sleepy Gang are really favouring this Flores, especially on Chalet, and we're surprised to not even see a sort of counter ban of maybe a mute from APO, but either way it's come through, and the Pulse makes perfect sense as well, to be fair. It's surprising not to see the ban of mute from Sleepy Gang to enable that Flores. Pulse ban makes sense, of course, like you say, Matty being so prolific. And it's going to be an interesting one. So, very, very powerful operator. Now they have to deal without it. Find other means of gathering intel when it comes to the defensive half. But right now, Sleepy Gang on the attack. You can see APO starting to set up for a master bedroom defense. They've got that Cade in play, as well as the Pogmats of Inoob. Nice operator for this map. Lots of entryways that involve hopping in through windows, similar to Villa, as I was mentioning yesterday. But the Cade and the Mute both going to be very adept at holding off any sort of breaching attempts. And the Mute especially valuable now because of the presence of that Flores.
Well, it seems as if it's going to be a Solarium take here, Jerry. Lots of repels, lots of people standing outside. It's almost similar to that of a consulate take when you think towards CEO on that side. Pretty much standard stuff. We'll see already that APO are kind of reacting to this, and we've obviously got some information through this, the form of sound. Drones making their way through, players clearing out west main. All in all, vertical angles are now starting to be created for those teams, and well, as things start to move through, we'll need to see exactly what is happening and how these players interact with one another.
Cyber going down. That's a very important early pick from the Pogmat. Brilliant stuff. That's all about placement. And I think Kanaka doesn't want to try and res with the stims. You know what? I can't remember, Cairo. Does the Thinker stim res you from a Pogmat? I don't think it does it? I think it has to be
Yeah, I think because you're actually trapped in the Pogma and not just down.
Yeah, so that's why he actually had to jump in and give a helping hand. Ainu taking out Milo, and that's a good pick though, finding at least some value on the C1. But look at this, Cyber doing Cyber things, just walking into bathroom. Takes out Kovac, and now it's a 4 versus 4. They're ready for this push as the Solarium push is what they've decided to go for here. With 1 minute 30 on the clock, they have plenty of time to try and find the execute. Oh, a perfectly timed shot there as Weiwei will cross the crosshair of Cyber. Syrup and Matty find one apiece to spell a very early victory.
Well, the thing is though, Jerry, is that with the way that kind of went about, it just kind of started from nowhere. I was like, oh well, there's a good start. Cyber's down, Milo's dead. I was like, this was looking very much like an APO round, and then Sleepy Gang just go, nah, it's alright. Not today. But with that being said, well, we now are going to go towards bar and gaming room, which, if you remember correctly, when I was speaking to you earlier, I was talking about the bans, the Wamai ban being absolutely huge, and the fact that, well, those 6 Wamai discs will not be making it through onto those top of Ivy stairs hold, because I mean it's almost essential for how you want to hold that site. I mean, he'll be left a lot more, I guess, open, a lot more kind of vulnerable, and we'll need to see exactly how the APO players play that in this specific round. Well, we are going to see exactly how the setup is going to be here as we see the players darting about, trying to maybe go a little bit of drone hunting. Syrup seems to have got a drone actually on these players' positioning, but just trying to see exactly what the plan is going to be. A frost seems to be a common occurrence here for the side of APO, and the defense obviously has those pongmats, has those shields, delays the players that little bit more, and maybe, just maybe, it could be absolutely essential in clutching out this round.
Good shield placement there. It's the only one that they really need. It's the only one they're going to choose to take. Opting to go without the Goyo. And no mirror either. I'd like to see a mirror personally in this defense, but he hasn't made her way through the ban phase. With Ramai gone, that obviously weakens his hold. So I feel as though it's going to be a very difficult job for APO to realistically hold this without, you know, fully utilising the tools that they've had at their disposal. You know, they could have run with more shields, they could have run with a mirror, but instead they're very soft up here at the top. It's a relatively passive hold of bar gaming, if you ask me, with the sort of lack of utility.
Yeah, it certainly is, and well, as we say that, it seems as if they might not be as passive as what we think, kind of peeking out, taking down Milo, and well, Jerry, there's the first infliction in the round, and a pretty big one at that.
Yeah, good pick there, and removing the buck is just fantastic for this side. Like, you cannot deal with the vertical without him. He's the main arbiter of that for this lineup, but Kanakad will take out JMXC. That's a good pick as well onto a C4 wielder, so, you know, both teams' vertical games now weakened somewhat. However, Weiwei is still on the move with one of those C4 in pocket. Kovac doing a little bit of movement, it seems, maybe toying with the idea of moving towards dining, but for the moment does stay put. Kanakad now sending out the second nade, and he cooks it. Thankfully, a little bit, you know, undercooked, and it means that the misthrow means that he can get away. But Cyber just takes matters into his own hands and finds both Kovac and Weiwei walking down the hallway, and Cyber keeps doing this. He keeps making the end of rounds happen way sooner than they should have been. That's outrageous. I believe we're going to throw to a very quick pause screen just to sort out some tech issues we're having here in the studio. But don't go far. It will take only a few moments, and we'll be back very shortly.
We are all fixed up and back in action, so thank you very much for waiting. 2-0 still the scoreline after a couple of very swift attacks from Sleepy Gang. They got us off to the races, and I mean, if we had normally paced rounds, then you may not have even noticed that tech break. But here, we're about, 5 minutes in, and we're around 3. It makes perfect sense, usually.
Oh yeah, complete sense, Jerry. I mean, this is like Valorant. I mean, we're only on 1 minute 30 rounds, so I'm kidding. I better not mention that other. Name. But anyway, point to be said here is that the fact that we are 2 rounds in, and 2 rounds in, and they've both went in favour. Obviously, began on the 3rd round here is in Master. And last time that this happened, we did actually see that. Well, in fact, actually, both times we have seen the entry frag actually go in favour of APO here, Jerry, and it has both times been Millo. But at the end of the round, the only person that we need to talk about is Cyber.
Yeah, look at that, 6-0, and he's been driving force behind every single round so far. Well, both rounds that Sleepy Gang have given. Double, triple kills, basically. It's a very nice habit to get into, and he's setting off on a strong foot so far. Master Bedroom attempted again. I'm not too sure how you adjust to this, because you know now that Sleepy Gang are going to go for these Solarium pushes, if you didn't already based on their movements yesterday. But look at this, Sniper is doing it again. How does he keep doing this? He's found himself 2 frags, just walking into dining. And, I mean, like, either you... How does that happen? You've got to have an eye on that door, surely.
Yep, I know. I mean, the Sleepy Gang employ some really great strategies, to be honest, Jerry, in the form of Cyber go kill, and sometimes Millo go kill. But as I say that, as Millo go die, as he gets taken out just there. I don't think that was the C4 or the explosion there for AC Kovac, but he gets down anyway through a flurry of bullets, and no one can pick him up. The only people picking up are the... Oh my god, Cyber. How? Wayway is on a little bit of a retake, Jerry, but the only thing is going to be retaken is that spawn position, because there we go, 3 rounds in favour of Sleepy Gang.
I think APO are spending more time in cams and menu screens than they are in like playing the game right now. This is so one-sided. This is so strong a performance from Sleepy Gang. Even when they lose that opening engagement, as they did the first 2 rounds, like you mentioned, they just collapse on the site with the power of Cyber.
Yeah.
Was that another triple? Was it a double? I think it was a triple, wasn't it?
I think it was a triple.
So that's 9-0 over 3 rounds. He's got triple kills now.
Yep, and another thing that we need to mention here, Jenny, is actually the fact that when it comes to it, we need to also consider the fact that APO did kind of get thrashed early doors in Clubhouse, if you remember correctly. So they could easily bring it back here.
Well, the pain there didn't last very long. I feel as though this is just like, it feels like we're back on coastline again. This is so weird.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to say it again, but this. Sometimes I just got to cast it how I see it. Like, this is so one-sided. And okay, we are looking again at the attacking side on Shallow, which realistically is the one that you should be favouring. However, we see APO already rotating to their tertiary site, it would seem, of Wine Cellar. Maybe this is just an attempt to control the basement and prevent any sort of sneaky plays from the attack. Because when you're playing on the top floor, when you're playing on the middle floor, Cyber can find an entryway. He can find a wormy pathway in. If you're on that bottom floor, there's very few kind of rat plays to make as an attacker, right? You know where the attackers are coming from. That's the one strength of the Wine Cellar. And to be honest, there aren't that many, so that is exactly what they want to be doing here. I'm trying to justify the pick in my head, but quite honestly, you could still, argue the case for Kitchen, maybe. It's odd. Anyway, look at the drone work. This is what's making it happen. This is what is enabling Cyber. 3 drones pushing him through, guiding him to victory, and he's facing against as many people as he can. Well, the entire APO team, it would seem. He's the spearhead right now on this doorway, but he's finally met resistance. He's found no one sort of just wandering around the site, and now he's got a singular doorway and 2 reinforced electrified walls in his way.
Well, Jerry, the thing is, though, is maybe they're just trying to stem the bleed, go to a site that maybe not to be expected, but you can't do much when Cyber's to be expected. As he starts his well, a rampage on this round. C4 rains out, trying to catch him off guard, but not to be. As well, a little trade comes out there. Finally, Milo on the scoreboard. Syrup actually being down there, but finally picked up. It is a 3 versus 3, but GMXC finally deals damage towards Cyber, and he is shut down.
That's crazy, though. I mean, you talk about not giving a guy an opening. He doesn't even need an opening. He just walked up to site and shot through the one doorway to claim a kill this round. So his cost is intact. He still had an impact, but now he just has that breadstick of deaths next to his name. But 10 and 1, that's nuts. Either way, the rest of Sleepy Gang are going to have to try and manage without him here, as we've now got a 3 versus 3. The utility is coming through. Matty Senzo, Selma's out, but Kovac elsewhere will take out Milo. Matty trying to bring his drone through to support. Syrup on that hatch is looking a little bit worse away. He has an idea. Maybe he wants to flank down those stairs, but he's taken out by Syrup. Matty, however, now left in the 1 versus 3 effectively, does find one to take it to a 1v2. He's wandering into sight, and Jaff is just out in the open, an unexpected position. Basically, the Goyo kind of caught crossing, wide swinging that door. And there's no way you can fight back against that. Fantastically done by APO. They finally stop the bleeding. They apply that bandage and they grab around.
But they do grab around here, Jerry. Finally, it's that similar kind of format to what we saw on Coastline, where actually Sleepy Gang came 3-0 up, and finally we saw APO strike back. So maybe we could see them continue rolling through. But see, the thing is, though, see the way the bans have worked, I would actually argue this is an extremely favoured chalet, because you think towards that bar gaming site, no, am I there? Trying to hold down that corridor makes it so hard.
It does, you're right. And I feel as though, like I mentioned, without the mirror, it's an interesting take, because you definitely need some kind of utility that's going to give you a stronghold. And if you have no Wamai, you know, Aruni, Jaeger, they can't fulfill that same role. Wamai is just so much stronger on this particular hold, and it is going to be weakened. That being said, they are, you know, returning to bar gaming, so they have to find some way of doing that, and they have decided to go with the mirror this time round. It's a fantastic option. Stacking the Aruni and Jaeger, everything they can to imitate the strength of the Wamai. You've got Pogmax and some Mute Jammers to round it out. Mute Jammers also being very important in this matchup because of Syrup and because of his prevalence with those Rotero drones. A very overlooked gadget a lot of the times when it comes to this kind of utility trade meta that we sometimes dip in and out of. But yeah, you can see he's placing those specifically to protect against Flores drones, just on that corner of that piano hallway, and that's going to ensure that those shields, or the one shield, and the mirror windows, at least the positions, are held for as long as possible by APO.
Well, we'll need to see exactly what happens here as iNoob actually opens up a little hatch here. It might, we might be seeing a little bit of a solo play here from our Frost friend here in the kitchen. But the players are looking towards Solarium again to kind of go through their motions, etc. I don't know if they have identified this Frost. This is going to be an absolutely huge and, well, probably distinguishable part of the round. If they identify that roam, which I think they just have, then we need to see a reaction coming through that.
The issue here is that, you know, they countered the cyber meta with the wine cellar pick, right? But while gaming, there's a lot of things you have to keep track of, a lot of moving parts, and cyber, being that primary moving part, is looking for an opening where he can find it once again, trying to force his way through, this time into Fireplace with Twitch drone being sent out ahead of him. He doesn't actually have the guidance of his team because they, of course, are otherwise occupied trying to clear that top floor. Cyber method doesn't work unless you have, you know, a main unit that's doing a lot more heavy lifting on that sort of utility clear front. He does manage to get some value out of that shock drone, taking out the mirror window inside of sight, however. He's jumping the gun a little bit, but, you know, it's an important step to do, and he might as well do it in the early minutes.
Well, the early minutes are almost over here, Jerry. We're almost at the execution phase.
Oh, no!
Oh, my God. What has just happened? It seems to just be... well, I guess...
Milo to the rescue,
yeah,
basically.
I was about to say, it's almost Old Testament with the amount of things that have just happened there. And it's absolutely catastrophic. Milo finally moving through in towards Fireplace. A nice nade coming out from Jaff because of that TK. And right now, a 2 versus 2 2, Jerry, with a minute left.
Self-nade and a TK to boot. That is definitely not what you want. Thankfully, Milo does pick up the slack, and he's going to need to do a lot more than that. With Matty by his side now, no Cyber. These two need to find Weiwei and JMXC, but these defenders, 45 seconds left, just hunker down. Weiwei is still persisting on this shield, and why are you not falling back, Weiwei? He does find the kill, however, onto Milo, and Matty damaging the side of the mute means that he's maybe a little bit worse for wear, but there we go. Weiwei finally retreats. Matty has to push in, try and clear library, and he's got so little HP. 25 seconds left. He has to drop down. He does know at least that that mirror window is dealt with. Does get a whiff of a defender there, but not quite enough. Has to push in to both these players. He has no idea. He's dry peeking. Does get Weiwei, but JMXC will pop his head up. Finally, we see APO claw it back. They have put some good hope in their hearts here. 3-2 the scoreline, as they now need to try and get something back on this defensive split.
Well, they need more than just that, Jerry. They really do need more than just that, because right now it's 3-2. Well, maybe we could see a 3 each, and as we heard from yesterday, 3 each, they knew that that was enough, but does APO know that that's probably a clinching factor in this matchup? We'll need to see as we head towards master bedroom and office. Very doable site, to be honest, but the thing is though, people have really cracked the attack here when coming from Solarium, and that seems to be where Sleepy Gang seem to come from. Tactical pause coming through here from the side of Sleepy Gang, interestingly enough.
Yeah, call for it, and then call for it somewhat late, but it's given, so good for them. And I don't think we've seen many tactical pauses actually even utilised during this tournament.
No.
In case you were wondering, we do have them. So yeah, master bedroom and office. Now this is an interesting one, because obviously the operator picks locked in. Besides that 6th pick, we are going to certainly see everything, unless the Malusi is 6th picked off, you know, returning to the Frost. Dropping the Frost is an interesting one, because I mean, so far it's gathered very little value. The hopping through window thing isn't happening from Sleepy Gang. They are entering the building at a safe spot and sort of crawling their way through, worming if it's Cyber, because I've said he's a worm before. I've got to stick with the metaphor, right? You've got to make sure that you stick to your metaphors. You can't have
Consistency is key.
Consistency is key, like you say.
You know what I mean? But yeah, the thing is though, is maybe a more direct take would be better. I don't know. The thing is though, is it seems as if APO have really clocked on to everything that Sleepy Gang are doing, albeit in that last round it was an absolute disaster. But all in all, I don't know. We'll need to see exactly what happens here, Jerry. We'll need to see exactly how these teams kind of work out this last round. I mean, if anything to go by, Sleepy Gang will come from Solarium. APO will be wary of that, but at the same time though, we could easily see a library take them out from Sleepy Gang, as they did that against the Alpha on their last matchup.
They've dropped the mirror. Now this is a... Oh wait, of course, they've dropped the mirror. It's not part of the statements. Ignore that point. Let's start again.
5 seconds.
Syrup on that Flores, and so far he has had decent effect when it comes to the utility, but he's lacking in the frag department. You can't blame him, because Cyber's been doing so much of the heavy lifting, but at some point he needs to stop being the Cyber team, right? We said this time and time again, and they've had 1 or 2 games or 1 or 2 maps throughout this series, throughout this LAN rather, where other individuals on the team have stepped up. Milo, for instance, on Coastline was excellent, but they need more consistency, because the way that they're playing right now, realistically, you should see them dominating APO. But it's just not happening. They are still not quite collecting rounds the way that their performance, or at least Cyber's performance, should indicate. Jaff is holding on to Bomb now back. They decide to not lose any bodies inside of Solarium. They know that Cyber will swing at any given moment. And there we go. Getting a little bit aggressive there, Jaff, and he's paid for it. Aynoob responds with a kill onto Milo, and that's a good pick if you're going to try and pick anyone besides Cyber. But that man is still up.
Yep, feed him and he will eat. And well, today he is eating well, Jerry, in the way that... Well,
A worm would.
yeah, exactly. I mean, a worm would eat wood if it was to be provided. I don't know where the hell I was going with that one, but at the same time, we are going to
would a woodworm?
yeah, well, how much wood can a woodworm I don't even know. Let's stop. Right, Cyber is already going for his entry, and well, he's going to down GMXC because why not? He seems to just want to take gunfights more and more. Inub stuck downstairs, maybe going for a little bit of a flank here. But is there anybody on drones? Well, there is Milo, who had got downed a little bit earlier. Jerry, he's 3 and 6, not having the best game on Chalet, not like yesterday. But right now, Inub trying to get that flank through, but it doesn't matter when you've got Cyber, who could just walk through on a triple kill. Another one in this matchup. Finally shut down by Weiwei, but he's made it all the way through sight. Actually got the down onto the planter, but Inub maybe playing a bit passive here. Could easily maybe win out this round. But Sleepy Gang, they'll win it out. 4-2 for them, Jerry, on the attack. Pretty impressive, to be honest, with the way that things were going. Could have been even more if there wasn't that absolute disaster of a round.
Yeah.
But, well played to them.
Unfortunate ADS at the very end there on the attempted retake. But, I mean, does Cyber, know how to get anything other than 3 kills? There was one round where he got 1, right? And then another round where he was killed by his own teammate. So does that mean I feel like he probably hasn't lost a gunfight like he's been in, actually heads up for.
The only things that Cyber needs is Shift W and left and right click.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit of mouse control as well for.
Well, I mean that's not really a bind.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, fair enough.
Thank you.
How will he fare on defense though? Going to be moving on to the Lucy. The MP5 in his hands, pretty decent weapon to put there. I mean, he's had the free reign to basically take whatever he likes. We've seen him flex onto Legion or Oryx occasionally with the sort of T5, another powerful SMG that's pretty favoured by, your typical fragger. 14 and 3. I mean, we're only halfway through this game. That speaks for itself.
Yep, it really is. I just had a thought there. You mentioned the T5. Do you remember when Melissa used to have the T5? Oryx's gun.
Yeah.
When she first was released, and then
and then they swapped them around.
Yeah.
They gave Oryx a T5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was an interesting time.
That was a fun time.
Yeah.
God, Melusi on release was something else.
Yes, but well, we are seeing if Cyber can be released on the defense here, Jerry, in the way that things are going on. We'll need to see if this can continue, as it seems as if Sleepy Gang have their setup already, and like that, the Hounds are released from their cages and EPO will make their way forward. They've been looking pretty average today, Jerry. That's the one thing that I have to say.
They've been looking like worm food.
Yeah, they certainly have. They have basically just one wood.
Oh, let's not do that again.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Cyber, he just wants to take every single fight imaginable. Look at this. Peeking out Master Bedroom double. Luckily for APO, not a single soul on that side of the building. So, impossible to lose a life that early on. But, Weiwei sits up on this balcony. A good position for a Flores. Very easy to keep yourself safe there and just send those drones in one at a time. But you do have to worry about a potential jump out from bathroom. So maybe a little bit of protection, or maybe someone holding the cross angle is necessary. But that's just, part and parcel of takes onto Chalet nowadays. It should be pretty easy to establish. Matty is playing in this piano position with the AUG. Very nice gun for this spot, if you ask me. Bright, high power, decent rate of fire. Very easy to control. Very, very nice gun with 1.5 scope. Often gets overlooked, I think, when people look at very, very good guns. 35 bullets in the mag as well, so you've got that frost factor. Inu Blow, taking outside, and that could spell victory for APO alone. It's a fantastic frag to get.
It certainly could spell out victory here, but the thing is though, Jerry, still plenty of time here, still plenty of things to be done. One of those things to be done, clear up piano shield as an explosion. It happens beside your beloved. But somehow the shield stays alive.
Yeah, just a tiny bit out of range there as he saw Matty nearby and decided to click the detonate. But Milo responds to that opening kill. A little bit delayed. SMG headshot to Weiwei's head, removing that Flores. And that is that jump out that I was going to say should have been covered. You need someone watching for the Flores because he is a sitting duck. But Ainu will pick up Syrup and the knackered, putting advantage firmly back in the hands of APO. With a minute left, they have plenty of time to execute. Matty goes down, JMXC finds Milo, and APO storm the gates. Nice execute there. When it came to it, didn't matter that the Flores went down, everyone else surviving. Wonderful execute from APO. They get their first attacking round in their books.
Well, the attacking rounds are certainly looking good here for both teams so far, Jerry. But the thing is, though, Sleepy Gang are now on the defense, which is maybe leaving them a bit worrying. In a bit worrying position when you think about it, because right now it is advantage APO in that aspect. But at the same time, anything can happen. We are going to reattempt master bedroom and office. But if you're Sleepy Gang, how do you change that up? How do you interact with APO's push?
Not quite sure. There wasn't too much given away by that, really. It was just standard stuff. They need to perhaps offer up a bit of resistance downstairs. We've seen C4 play be a very pivotal part of Master Bedroom defenses in the past. You play for the retake, essentially, rather than holding these aggressive angles, rather than holding these positions for as long as possible until the point at which you die. You fall back gradually, you concede the site, because it can become a bit of a kill box if played correctly. That said, I mean, we don't know what APO would respond to that kind of pressure with. We haven't seen it because it doesn't get brought out. That was an entirely lateral round. No need for our dear beloved observer science to even look at the first floor for pretty much the whole thing. So, we've got ourselves again this placement, or this floor defense rather, and they are bringing 2 C4s, but I do believe they had that many last time with the new play. So it's an interesting one. I just want to see Cyber and Matty maybe go downstairs, basically. That's what I want to see. Cyber was the one to do that, and he got picked off, but I think that's probably what happened. I missed that.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, another thing that really we really need to watch out for is setup in Cyber here. Obviously, you kind of pointed out we wanted to see him downstairs, and we are seeing that. Waiting for the C4 to come up here. It seems as if this is maybe the adjustment that you were talking about, Jerry. Maybe the library kind of push needs to be denied from below. I guess it's that kind of indirect denial. But Jaff seems to know something we don't. He seems to be rotating in towards the kind of main area, but no, he's actually repelled up. So that, never mind about that. I'm talking nonsense once again. But again, Jerry, another thing that you've pointed out is that fact that Weiwei is in towards the kind of bathroom. It looks like the bathroom balcony again. So it seems as if maybe there's been a call to actually rotate away and go for a Solarium take here, as it seems as if all the players are on the opposite side of the map.
Okay, that's why you have that finger res. It just needs to run past and click a single button. And now we're back at the 5 versus 5. So I'm not too sure what's going on here, really. APO are stalling out. This is what's happening. They're taking very, very long to get.
No, I think what happened was they saw the amount of kind of people who were at the library side and were like, right, you know what, let's rotate, and they've rotated to Solarium.
Right. I feel like you mentioned that and I missed it because I was trying to deal with a tech issue.
Yeah,
Apologies.
yeah.
So here we are. We're in the mid round. Still 5 versus 5 in this rotate. Looks like it's coming good because they've found a bit of a soft spot. The master bedroom looks fairly unoccupied. Light on resources, light on sort of utility. Cyber still downstairs can have an impact here though, because he can just sweep up Solarium. Jaff, that is the real Jaff on entry. Now this is an interesting switch up here. Yana is taking the helm, and Jaff are trying to do his best impression of Cyber right now, trying to push into sight, but at the moment he's being maybe a little bit more passive than his opposite number. Holding that nade and sending it away as Syrup. Syrup will take the counter swing, but it's just a warning shot. Cyber finally will find the opening frag of the round with 50 seconds left. He takes down Ainu. Kovac responds with a frag onto Milo. The breaches are starting to come through, those Selma charges raining in. Syrup holding this prone angle onto the bathroom door, meaning that Gaff cannot set foot any further forward, and he will pay with his life. JMXC gets the counter frag onto Syrup, though. That was a very exposed position, a high risk one. Weiwei takes out Cyber. That's a big pick now. Only 2 defenders. JMXC is planting, but he will just choke on all this gas, and he takes the bullet in the back from JMX, from Kanakad, gets the plant down. Matty down for the count as well, all up to Kanakad. He tried his best to deny the plant, but now the smoke has to pull out. A massive clutch. He will confirm Weiwei, in fact takes down Weiwei rather. 1 versus 1 Kovac, and now he has the opportunity to get Matty up. Kovac holding from Solarium, has the LMG in hand. We know how much damage this gun can do, but Kanakad has a better one in his hands. The SMG-11, the clutch gun supreme. He allows Matty to get that disable, but Kanakad take a bow.
Yep, certainly a bow there, Jerry. I thought it was a nice little sacrifice from GMXC to get the plant down because it was needed, it was essential. And well, with that being said, they lost the advantage in that post-plant scenario. And well, Knackard, absolute clutch in that scenario with the smoke. 5-3 now. Just when we thought APO were looking to kind of come back into this, Sleepy Gang take another step forward. But at the same time, got to remember, folks, we did see Clubhouse something of a similar scoreline, 5-3, and APO really started to come into their own. But did we see the same here, Jerry, on Chalet?
Potentially. I mean, I feel like this is going to be a close map either way, right? We've seen the 3-3 split, or sorry, the 4-2 split rather, and now we've seen a map trade, or a site traded in the second half. So it could just be that we end up trading round for round and Sleepy Gang win off the basis of their defenses. That could happen. But, I mean, as we've seen, they are, you know, not a stronger defense side on Chalet. It's impressive that they got 3 defenses here. They really suffered on their defenses against Alpha yesterday. So I have faith, to be honest, in APO to edge this one out, to make sure that they get it over the line, because they're the ones attacking. They should have this advantage in this half, in theory. And so far from what we've seen, they are fairly dominant on the attack. You know, they managed to get that plant down. It was down to a clutch from Knackard, and you can't be relying on clutches every single time.
Yeah, you really can be relying on clutches. And well, right now, Jerry, I mean, I feel as if when it comes to an EPO versus Sleepy Gang, and I don't mean this to be offensive to Sleepy Gang, I feel as if those clutches just need to come through. You need sometimes, in like when you're playing Siege, there's 3 things that I think you need, or maybe even 4. You need good strategy, good teamwork, good mechanical ability.
Yeah.
Do you know what this magic 4th one is?
Is it clutch potential?
Nope, it's luck.
There we go. Okay. Well, yeah, I suppose they're sort of hand in hand as well. Like, you need a little bit of luck to clutch out sometimes like that. But yeah, luck does play a small factor.
Yeah.
I feel as though you want to minimize that though, right?
Yes.
If your other 3 are strong, then you should never need luck. You should always have the advantage. It's something I think Fabian was talking about during the Rainbow Rumble. He wants to minimize mistakes, and that means that you'll never need luck. Right?
Yeah.
You could only ever play to your best, really.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I agree with what Fabian said. I mean, every team wants to minimise mistakes, but mistakes are going to happen. We're all human. And I think it's how you adapt to that. And right now, there's only one team adapting to it on, I guess I say adapting, it's been more just Cyber Go Kill.
Cyber Go Kill is the name of the game right here. He's on a 3.0 KD, 15-5 is a crazy stat line. Milo, though, is having none of it. He's like, hey, stop paying attention to Cyber. Give me some love. And we will. Milo, you've earned it. Fantastic opening frag there onto Ainu. Looks like it isn't being responded to. That's a pair of nades that you've lost before you've even started to try and clear these shields as well. And there are a fair number of them with the Goyo in play too, exactly. And still ADS is one by the window, one by the shield itself to have to burn through. Wei will take out Syrup, but Knackard sends a C4 JMXC's way, and it also manages to down Kovac. Thankfully, though, for APO, they have the Thinker on board to be able to supply that quick res. Cyber sends out his own C4, rather, and misses the mark. Looks like there's lots of C4s in play here for Sleepy Gang. Still another 2. There goes one of them. Milo just waiting to detonate his own, but they really have to be careful where they tread here, APO. They don't even necessarily know that there's still some in pocket here for Sleepy Gang.
Well, the thing is though, Jerry, is we are in a 3 versus 4. That's the most important thing to mention. Obviously, we did see Milo just holding down that Ivy Stairs area. I think we see Kovac just took a whole lot of damage, and I believe that was maybe from below there. But with 30 seconds remaining, we need to think of an execute. We need to think towards maybe hitting that desperation point. And if I remember correctly, I was about to say Milo gets a double kill, and I thought that we weren't going to see a TSM where they tried to push in towards and rush in towards the site, and one player on Ivy Stairs just popped off, and that seems to be the case. Ivy Stairs, the remaining players fall, and we move on towards map point.
Fantastic play there by Sleepy Gang, leveraging something that we haven't seen a lot of so far this Chalet game, which is the C4s. That was a C4 round through and through from start to finish. I think we saw 2 C4 kills, a C4 down, and a lot of damage done by all of these operators bringing them. It was a fantastic team round there from Sleepy Gang. One that we haven't seen many kind of rounds where there's, you know, no particular standout player, but that was Sleepy Gang finally showing us that they are definitely, when they need to be, a well-rounded team. Brilliant, positive performance from them. APO, though, they are now staring down the barrel of an early bath. It is not even 1 o'clock today yet. They have managed to force this third map. They can be proud of themselves for that. That Clubhouse performance was fantastic, but now they need to sum up everything. They need to win 3 rounds to force overtime, otherwise they are going home.
Yep, they could potentially be going home here, Jerry. It could be all over in the blink of an eye. All it takes is 3 minutes, maybe even less, considering how well Cyber wants to do things. But at the same time, we've always got plenty of time for that. But with the way that these, oh no, wait, where are we heading? Is this kitchen?
Yeah, this is kitchen.
This is going to be interesting.
I mean, well, yeah, it makes perfect sense, right? They locked Master, they've locked Bar. This is your go-to. But it does mean that obviously APO have a good chance here.
Yes.
That's they can expect to possibly pull back 1 round. But you know what I love about this, right? If Sleepy Gang win here, kitchen defenses are becoming one of my favourite things to watch in Siege.
How so?
They're so exciting.
Okay.
There's action, you know, every minute of the round. There's the top floor clear. There's quite often, if you get down to the plant, it's so sort of dicey. The cover, the half cover inside of kitchen rather, and dining means that these engagements are on a knife edge, and the utility trades are just, you know, all over the place. You can get quick retakes of ground from defenders. There's so many things to consider. It's kind of like the reading room defense on Cafe. That for a long time was my very, very favourite thing because of the middle floor. There's so many different ways to approach it. There's that top floor hold that's kind of standard, and the vertical play. That's the main thing, right? The vertical play comes in so much here, more than any other site on this map. More than Wine Cellar even.
Yeah.
And it excites me, because I think that's what makes Siege, you know, it's the destruction. The ability to mold the map to your liking. And as we can see on the side of APO, they don't really have, they have Ainoob, of course, on the sledge, as ever, to bring that presence, to be the sledgehammer that opens those holes, that gives them the openings they need to win rounds.
Well, Jerry, talking about openings, we have yet to have one, because right now it's 1:10 into the round and both teams haven't decided to make that inflection, not actually strike that first part of aggression as bullets are traded, and finally we do, and Jerry, it's no other than the 2 talisman to actually get dropped. Ainoob, as he jumps in, a vertical angle created as a crossfire here, Jerry, and Cyber and Ainoob have been dropped.
Now that is 2 big names on either side. You're looking to your Weiweis, your Milos, your Syrups. Everyone here can step up when needed as well, so don't watch anyone in particular. Keep your eyes on all the action in front of you, because this could be the final round, folks. Sleepy Gang just need to edge out this defense, and they are doing a good job of stalling for time. However, APO have managed to finally claim control of Piano and a little bit more. They are working their way into Master Bedroom and Office. Looks like they may have intel that it's beginning to be clear. This Flores drone being used to gather that intel, it will eventually know. It will just target the shield itself. But you can see right there, JMXC has managed to push up, Jaff pushed up to that position, and now they have the top down they need. Without the sledge, however, this is going to be a lot harder. The C4 comes out, and it will claim JMXC. With 40 seconds left, Diffuser stranded. They need to find picks. Jaff misses his shots downstairs, but Kanaka goes down to Kovac, the LNG, doing the hard work. 30 seconds, 3 versus 3.
Yep, well, it is an equal footing, but the time, remember, still in favour of these defenders. Diffuser not down, and well, we need to think about that very soon. There is a player looking in towards Trophy. Do these players know they don't have time to drone it out? They need to take the gunfights, and look at this! The pop-up from Matty's huge! He could just defend Diffuser! Weiwei's trying to retake, and just like that! GG's cascade through the chat. Sleepy Gang, they look awake, they look alive, and they look hungry. Alpha, beware, because they are hunting you down.
What a clutch from Matty as well. 3 kills right at the death as the Frost. He had a very quiet game, but he popped up and delivered when it was needed. Cyber, though, 16 and 6. He gathered 9 kills in the first 3 rounds. This guy set the pace, and Sleepy Gang kept it rolling. What a showing from them. Fully deserving of their spot in the final. Fully deserving of a slice of that 1.2k pie. But, as ever, we have to say goodbye to a team. Unfortunately, average players only, APO, your time is up. It's been a long, long ride. It's been a fantastic ride, but we say goodbye.
It would be really good if we could get like one of those like really scuffed black and white videos over the like black and white thing, and we're like really sad. That's the exact same one. Yeah. One of those really scuffed ones. But yes, it is average players only. Time to pack up their peripherals and get into Brad's cannon. They're getting sent off. So
that's such a sad image.
I know.
Pack up your peripherals. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they all get stuffed in Brad's cannon. Get shot off the campus.
Brad has a cannon.
Yeah, do you not know about this?
No.
So me and Whippet both described to everyone what happens when teams get knocked out. And last night, Aces get stuffed into Brad's cannon and shot off the campus. So now it's APO's turn.
Is it like an air cannon thing where you just pull it back, or is it an actual,
Oh no, it's a
gunpowder
proper.
fueled?
Oh, it's a proper like rocket fueled cannon, like, and it's a big one. It's like you could proper like you fall into the cannon.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to need to be wide enough to put the whole of APO in it and their peripherals, which hopefully won't be damaged upon landing, because we do like those guys and their peripherals. But that's going to be it, unfortunately for them. Sleepy Gang, what a showing. We are going to have an opportunity to talk to one of the members of Sleepy Gang. It will be the wonderful Cyber himself, but we're going to throw to a short break just before we do that to set things up, so don't go far.
You want to do the interview? Hello everybody and welcome back to the Badass Season 4 LAN Finals. And well, we've got a nice little interview after Sleepy Gang were able to win out against average players only. We've got the wonderful Cyber, mate. You're used to this now, I mean, it's becoming a regular occurrence.
Yeah, honestly it is. It's been fun game.
Yeah.
Average players only put up a fight, you know,
Yeah.
better than we expected.
Yeah, I mean, they've become an almost kind of unexpected quantity. I mean, obviously they're now knocked out, but they pushed Alpha and yourself. Did you feel like there was a real challenge there?
I mean, on Clubhouse, they gave us a challenge. I just feel like in Clubhouse, because they played it so much, they got that coordination and know what they're doing on that map. So,
I mean, it's the kind of standard map, and
Yeah,
you
it's
expect
very standard.
teams to know what you're doing. I mean, the good thing is you have that big map pool and like coastline, etc. You
Yeah.
can really catch teams off guard.
yeah. Like, yeah, because I mentioned in my last interview, like, uni teams, they're going to stick to those linear maps, those standard maps,
Yeah.
like your Clubhouses, your Oregons,
Yeah.
all those kind of maps. Take them on a map which you won't know.
Yeah.
That's it.
Mate, that's it. As simple as that. And I mean, well, we've got to talk about Clubhouse. I mean, you dominated on coastline. You move into Clubhouse. I mean, you see APO come back. You were up 5-3.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it was a bit of a throw there.
It was,
What
yeah.
was the mental like going into that third map?
I mean, the mental was fine in the third map, honestly, at least for me. You know,
Yeah.
I was in their heads went through, you know, like
Yeah.
walking through, getting freebies. But there's times where, at least for Milo, his mental went a bit. He kept getting caught out in the back, and he wasn't very happy. But you know, we took that tap pause, let him reset his mental, and
Yeah.
he stepped back up.
Alright, okay, yeah, so was that where the attack pause was for? It was more for
Yeah.
a mental reset
It is
rather than like
for
a
mental.
strategy thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
He went for mental. We talked about what we're going to do to win this game.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I mean, another thing we've got to talk about, right? It's going to eventually come up. I'm going to first mention about the Alpha game last night. Well, how is the mental coming out that game? Because in Chalet, it seemed as if you were both at it, and then suddenly, I mean, Team Alpha just took that extension. They just started to run away on Chalet.
Yeah, it's going to possibly be the same occurrence here. Tired.
Yeah.
We was up at 9 a.m.
Uh-huh.
waiting ages. You know,
Yeah,
we're
I
finishing
get you,
late. You know, tired's kicking in.
Yeah,
So,
man.
You know,
It's just that energy levels,
yeah,
isn't it? Get
energy
it-
will start to plummet.
Yeah, exactly. Get the Red Bulls in. I mean, get
Honestly.
sorted. But
Yeah.
now we have to move on to the important questions, the one that everybody in the green room is probably sitting waiting on. Mr. Joe was calling you guys as Cyber Team or Cyber Gang. He was calling you out, and I mean, I've got to ask you about it. Did you watch the interview?
I didn't, sorry.
No, did you not? But
No.
you got any opinions on that? Anything that you think?
I mean, Team Alpha voted out a player to bring Macy in because I thought we was thinking JJ, and now it's Macy team. So I mean, you know,
not even any respect for Reich.
no respect for it. No,
Oh.
it's Macy team, bro. Rake's the clean-up crew.
So
He's
the question is, we're going into this grand final. There's no map advantage.
Yep.
What is going to be the score?
Oh, don't want to say that yet. I want to leave it for the maps. You know, I want to see how it goes there because I don't want to jinx ourselves. You know.
Awesome. Well, it's been lovely chatting to you,
Been
mate.
lovely.
Right. Thank you very much for that. Well, that was our winner, Cyber from Sleepy Gang. He moves through in towards the grand finals. And, well, just like that, we are already here. The pre-match is going to start in 10 minutes, but the game will be a tad longer. Do not go far. The casters are going to get ready for this one.
Down Malu looks for a second. Oh my!
He goes for the down and gets it.
Oh no, the breacher activated. Now he has a sightline.
He's gonna go. Yay! That's mean.
Okay, the scholarship program is it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a scholarship designed for esports. It was launched about 4 years ago. It's been really successful so far. We give the opportunity for students to study and play at the same time. So they get some money on the side, they get access to gym, they get access to the facilities of Roehampton, streaming facilities, they get to develop their skills and also create opportunity for themselves in the esports industry as we work with a lot of outside organizations, for example, the BUAL, which we're working with right now.
Why did you launch?
I think it was a great project. I was around for it, but Jonas took the initiative to launch that scholarship. I think he wanted to sort of break down as many barriers to entry as possible, especially with women esports. They're quite consistently discriminated. We've done so many things to stop that at Roehampton, Women in Games nights and Women in Games conferences, and as much as we can to spread awareness around the toxicity and the negativity around the subject. And I think the Women Esports Scholarship sort of launched a new era into allowing women to be more more free with what they apply with. They know they don't have to contest with male scholars who some will be biased towards. So I think it was a great step in the direction to make everyone equal. My vision for the esports scholarship has shifted during time. I think my first year, when I just got involved, we just wanted, let's get as many players in as possible. Let's create a talent pool. But as we sort of developed through the years, it's been more towards how can we develop the scholars when they arrive, rather than just getting as many as we possibly can. How can we give them industry-related skills and build their portfolio, which once they leave the university, they can then get those jobs and get the opportunities they need besides pro play, which was the initial focus. And it's also doing bigger and better things around the university. For example, this LAN event, once again, doing summer schools and boot camps and all of the above. And yeah, it's going to take a lot of work, but that's where I see it going. There's been a few challenges. Obviously, when every player comes in, we have over 30 scholars now, so each of them has their own personality, each one's their set of skills, and some of them were displaying some toxic symptoms and being negative towards the teams and things like that. And we sort of overcome that by doing workshops and working with them. And the next part of the question, the success stories, I would say it's those students. They came in really negative and with a bad attitude, and now going into second and their third year, they're really positive and really key members of those teams. Obviously, we've also had some controversies and things like that, and not everyone's happy that we're doing as well as we are. But I think we just overcome that and just keep pushing forward. In various ways. So as I mentioned before, we have the content creation and streaming room. So a lot of the students have gone in there and learned how to use an audio mixer, how to set up a mic, how to set Streamlabs OBS, and take those skills home and be able to create their own Twitch channels, their own YouTube channels, and develop their skills through that. We also have sort of connections with internships and esports internships. How do you develop a job within the industry? And we have those connections set out. We also work with a number of external organizations, SNG and BUAL, and students are learning as they're coming to this event. They're being admins, they're being replay observers, and they're learning all these esports industry-related jobs and skills, and that's sort of our main development while they're here.
I think it's an amazing opportunity for anyone involved. It's just really good. It gives you the opportunity to play competitively and casually. You can enjoy the time, meet a lot of new people, and just have a lot of opportunities that other people wouldn't have. I would say so, because I got to meet a lot of new people through the scholarship. As one of the first scholars, you get a lot of people around you, and just a lot of opportunities provided to me from the scholarship have made me have a lot of friends and people within this esports scene. I think it's really good. I really like the idea, and it's just amazing, the arena. You just get the environment, and it's just so good. I don't know if you guys remember, but the first year we had the whole team here. It's just such a good vibe, and yeah, just good environment. Yeah, at first I wasn't actually going to go to uni, but then the scholarship kind of motivated me to go to uni because I just wanted to do something within esports. So it was just a great opportunity for me, so I just went for it. Just a lot of teamwork and hard work, and you always want to do your best and you want to improve as a team, individually and as a team. So it's just about hard work, communication, and yeah, doing your very best.
The esports scholarship is probably one of the best things I've ever done in my life, maybe. It's really helped me find like what I want to do in the future, like maybe also like meet people such as like Barclays interviews, White.gg. It actually helped me like see and be introduced to so many new people. The scholarship has definitely helped me, especially with like coaching from first year. I was able to like develop my gaming sense like a bunch, and especially with content creation, like the esports scholarships, they give you a Twitch layout, and it's so helpful when you're like starting out and you don't know where to go, you don't know what to find. It's just like an easy way to like start maybe Twitch or any streaming platform. Well, I was taught to be the Valorant admin, and from that I was able to learn stuff like leadership skills. Telling the players what to do, what times for coaching, scrims, anything like that. And as well as being on the team, I was able to learn like teamwork skills. Communicating with my teammates about like, angles to hold, what I'm holding, what's going on site, stuff like that. Honestly, especially when you don't have anything at home, which is like how I started out with like a little Mac and I was playing League of Legends. It was really helpful for seeing like a 240Hz monitor and like really good PCs. I was in here until like 3 a.m. at some points, just playing games because my laptop at home was pretty bad, and it was just like a really good place for people who don't have much at home. Being given the money, like access to like the arena and everything, it was probably one of the best decisions I've ever made. And honestly, I think if other universities care about their esports scene, they should definitely invest in like a women in esports scholarship at least.
So the Badass University All-Stars was initially a passing thought of our old esports coordinator of something that could never work.
especially with regional teams we tried in season 1. It wouldn't, like, he was like, oh, it could never work. And like many of my stupid ideas was just bored one day, and I was like, thinking about it, it could work. And that's when I just pretty much just launched season 1. We found production, we found our graphics designers, and then Badass, you know, jumped on board, really helped us and really brought us up from the roots. And here we are today, a year later, having a LAN. Well, it was pretty much the birthplace of BUAL. It was just where everything started, and especially for our first LAN event, being somewhere, for me especially, organising the event and trying, especially starting the concept of it, was I knew before we even came here, you know, what we were going to do, how we were going to do things, exactly how everything would work. And especially coming into our first LAN event, that was the biggest thing to me. And, you know, all the support that Roehampton's given and is just amazing. I mean, from where we started especially, we had, I think some of our biggest ones is definitely within production. And that's what we definitely try. And with our commentators, we don't go with, you know, oh, who's big or who's good. It's countless hours are put into, you know, VOD review to see not only just their skill, but their potential. Because that is the biggest thing I look at, is potential. And the biggest, well, our biggest glow up to say would definitely be Whippet or McCready. Because when we brought them on, you know, doing community leagues or doing other university leagues, to now going, and especially Jerry as well, now doing, you know, national leagues, is just amazing to see, and I'm immensely proud of all my team. The initial idea, well, started here, and the second I got off the bat of saying this could work, it was immediate. The reception was, how can we help? What can we do to make this happen? And especially Roehampton Esports at the time was in its infancy. So it was our first set of scholars, so and first set of really promotion and everything. So having something like this, which is ridiculously different from anything that the esports program was even made for. And it's really kind of shown that just anything can really be done within the program. For myself especially, coming into the Roehampton Esports, it was very new, only coming in as a player and a coach. And then learning about the new sectors of esports from the esports coordinator at the time to then creating BUAL has just really given me just a lot of new and skills that I really use today. And especially going into, you know, being given the opportunity to be employed by Badass as well, to be able to create this league, and it would just never have been possible without Roehampton.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Championship Sunday here at the Badass University All-Stars final, live from the Roehampton University Esports Arena, powered by Zowie and HyperX. It's finally here. We are time to crown a champion on LAN. My name is Whippet, and joining me for the other side of the caster desk, a real one this time. It's the one, the only Two Doors.
Indeed. I don't know exactly what I did to, sort of lose the right to existence, but either way, I'm here in the flesh as per usual, and things have been, well, to summarize it in just one particular word, as we did for the content, ecstatic. We won't mention the other ones because that is not stream friendly just yet. But still, things have been absolutely amazing throughout the entirety of this weekend, and we've got one final stretch to go to, and that is the grand final itself. Obviously, for those of you guys who may not be aware to what the situation is with the grand final, it is going to be a weighted grand final. That does mean there will be a map advantage for Team Alpha because of the fact that they completed their run throughout the top bracket successfully. Their contenders, though, Sleepy Gang, they're going to be starting off with a 1-0 loss by default.
Not the best position to find yourself in early, but Sleepy Gang coming off that lower bracket grand final against APO nearly went the distance, nearly took all 3 maps, got that 2-0 victory. Actually, no, it was a 2-1 victory.
It was a 2-1, yeah.
I have to correct myself. That went all the way to Chalet. And that means they've got some experience. There's 3 maps deep. They're warmed up. They're ready and raring to go. Will that make a difference?
I do think it's going to make a difference. At the very least, we did see in that lower bracket final that Cyber has been on an absolute roll, ripping and tearing his way through the entire best of 3 lower bracket final thus far. Like, he, as you said, is roaring to go. He has basically got his engine already revved up, and he was able to deliver in that lower bracket final. So obviously the expectations for Sleepy Gang and Cyber in particular, just because of the fact that he can really turn things on in the server, they're in an all-time high.
They absolutely are, and we've already mentioned our 2 teams, but for the very last time of these finals, let's get to meet them. Sleepy Gang, who's on this roster?
I genuinely think we have to reshoot some of that content because, well, as I said, Cyber has been wide awake and so is the rest of the roster. In that very final map of Chalet during the lower bracket final, he was able to drop a surplus of 15 kills over the course of 10 rounds on Chalet, which is an absolutely dominant performance. And don't let that actually steal the spotlight away from the rest of the squad because they have also been showing up in the server, and that is the most important thing moving into this grand final.
Not only have they been showing up in the server, I know for a fact, speaking to some of these guys after their first match today, they've done their homework and all their oppositions today. And I did ask for one word to describe how they're feeling going into this grand final. And they replied with simply, prepared.
Prepared, as they should be. Obviously, I'm the kind of person that actually listed Team Alpha on my prediction, so the fact that they have already made that run through the upper bracket and they already have that map advantage kind of just works really, really favorably for my overall prediction. But for the rest of the prod crew who voted Sleepy Gang, well, make sure to go ahead and actually just give them all of your energy. And if you are a Sleepy Gang fan in chat, make sure to do the exact same thing because, trust me, they are going to need it. We are going to see, if at the very least, and probably all 4 maps to see exactly who is going to claim the title for Season 4 at the Badass University All-Stars. But let's not get ahead of ourselves all too long because we do have to take a look at Team Alpha themselves, the team that has technically been undefeated thus far throughout the entire tourney.
How can you not love Mr. Joe after that one? Always a smile for the team and always a vocal point as well. Very loud in that arena and shows his passion. Of course, Atlantic, Mr. Joe, Reich, MC, and Aztec, the roster that makes up Team Alpha. A lot of us in the production booth have listed them as our favourites to win it. They've showed a lot of strength. But we mentioned the Sleepy Gang are prepared. Will they have read into how this one will work out? As you mentioned as well, Team Alpha technically running undefeated. I believe they have some forfeit losses to the name, but never lost live in the server during our group stage.
Nope, definitely not. And especially throughout the regular group stage, they basically went on an absolute stompish throughout the regular season thus far, with players such as MC, for example, who we do have a stat card of to show in just a couple of seconds. He has been absolutely on point throughout the online season, and he was definitely able to show up here as well on LAN at the tourney for the Season 4 finals. And trust me, literally Macy hasn't disappointed, but the rest of the squad, they can't disappoint either. They have all been on point. And also on the subject of Mr. Joe, because he is technically one of the IGLs, if not the primary IGL on the side of Team Alpha, he can really live up to the reputation of a Fragmite as well on that support role. He has been absolutely just stellar as a support player.
Being able to find kills as a support player is so important to your team. Not only being able to have that influence in terms of your droning, your hard breach, all the other aspects that come in it, but relying on someone to be able to go, okay, I've got peaked by someone, and they win that fight. That is huge for teams. Look, just in North America, it's a very prevalent thing to have those Fragmite players. And Kino, when they went into OXG, fell into that role and made a massive impact early, being able to not only do everything a support should do, but be able to get those kills as well.
Exactly. This is one of the most stacked rosters that we could have ever hoped to actually witness play this time around in the Baddest University All-Stars League. They have made it all the way to finals, being that first seed, so they had their spot already guaranteed from the moment that the group stage had ended, and now they had their grand spot in the grand final as well, guaranteed since yesterday. It's been nothing but kind of like the most smooth sailing story for them thus far.
It truly has been, but we mentioned we got a grand final to play in. What's the one missing part we haven't seen yet? It's going to be our map bans, and of course this is going to be a weighted best of 5. Alpha will have that one map advantage as they've come from the upper bracket, being undefeated in their best of 3 series so far. So the moment these are ready, we will be able to bring them up on screen. I'm telling you what, I am intrigued to see where this one goes. This can really decide the ebb and flow, knowing that these teams have a massive preference for what they want to go. Sleepy Gang has shown that massive strengths on maps like Coastline. I don't see that making it through the ban phase.
I really do hope that it is going to make it through the ban phase, because the first time that they actually did play Coastline on LAN, I believe it was against either the side of Aces. Pretty sure it wasn't APO, but it was definitely against Aces. That was a 7-0 blowout. They put up a flawless performance on Coastline, so it would be, in my opinion, it would be wrong of Sleepy Gang not to bring the goods once again on Coastline and just bring out that map unless it has been target banned.
Well, we have our map bans ready, and this is all that we're waiting for the dive before we can dive into this one. They can decide how this series will work out. Let I remind you once again, it will be a best of 5 weighted advantage for Team Alpha. Your picks coming out will be Villa, then Bank. I'm yet to cast Bank since its reintroduction to the map pool. It hasn't changed. No, I have not. I managed to dodge that bullet somehow. I am intrigued. Will Oregon make it through the cup? We've not seen Oregon yet this weekend. No team have opted to go to what I'm going to call a crutch map on LAN. They've decided to go a little bit more wild with their ideas.
Yeah, they have.
And I am intrigued to see how that one will play out. Yet to see our bans, of course, but I'd imagine in that opening stage we're going to be seeing Coastline, of course. Team Alpha are going to take that away. No chances at all. Sleepy Gang not wanting to risk that clubhouse either. We saw Team Alpha be very dominant there, so a wise choice from both teams throughout our ban phase so far.
Yeah, definitely so. Coastline, it makes the most sense for Team Alpha to have banned on out, and the same thing can be said for Club. Sleepy Gang's own ban, just because of the fact that Team Alpha have been more than dominant each and every single time they have set foot on Clubhouse specifically. The last 2 picks that are going to be coming out are Chalet and Cafe, respectively, for Team Alpha and Sleepy Gang. So Chalet, that I feel to a certain extent is kind of playing into the ballpark of Sleepy Gang, just because of the fact that over the last 2 days, Sleepy Gang have been able to put up a relatively dominant performance on Chalet themselves. Cafe, kind of a middle-of-the-pack map that really should play to the strengths of both of these 2 squads. And then our decider map, but not should we go there, because that is going to be the default scoreline. That is the weighted map that works into the favor of Team Alpha moving into this best of 5. So that puts them at a 1-0 scoreline already. So Oregon won't see play.
So we're not going to see Oregon at all at LAN. Interesting choice from these teams to not bring out a map that's been a crutch for many of them throughout the regular season. I think for many teams across all levels. Oregon's so default, it's so well understood. Why ban that out here, and I think they just don't want to play it. It's boring, they know what it is, and it's LAN. Let's play something a little bit more exciting.
Exactly, and we have been playing a lot of really, really exciting maps thus far. We've seen the likes of Coastline flash out a couple times, and the same thing goes for Bank. Things have been kept relatively, I guess, relatively spread on. We had a lot of variety thus far throughout the entire tourney, and that's a really, really great thing because we can basically leave all of the jankiness of Oregon back online throughout the regular season, which is something that I'm personally a massive fan of. I'm basically like just suffering from an Overlord of Oregon cast, so you know what, that's good for me and good for the two of us.
I believe when Oregon was reintroduced to the competitive pool, I think we went 2 months of basically just Oregon games, and that's not good for anyone's soul or stamina inside of this business. And for these teams, they're not opting to go there. I think it's a wise choice. It's a map where good teams can go to die. We've seen it so many times in both its current and old iteration.
Yeah, we have.
It's not the safest choice for anyone. We can see massive upsets, and we know for a fact that Macy, for example, was nearly involved in an upset during the UK Rumble against Team Ovation on that very same map, having a massive standout performance. And that will be a player when we dive into that server, which hopefully will be very soon. Is going to be one of those names that you're going to see pop up time and time again and have massive impact, no matter what role they tend to be on.
Yep, that's entirely true. MC, for some, I don't know exactly how he does it, man, because he is just an absolute machine at times. It genuinely just seems that he is always at the right place, always at the right time. He's usually going to be rocking the Jaeger on the defense, and I'm pretty sure that we will have the side of Team Alpha starting off on the defense, or maybe the attack. Obviously, Villa, as it is currently right now in its state, not exactly the most heavily defensive-sided map compared to when it was first introduced in year 3, and obviously the overall meta as things stand right now in Siege are so much more attacker-favored. Obviously, moving into the operator bans, Thatcher, absolutely no surprise whatsoever. I do, however, suspect either a Jackal or Hibana to follow this one through.
Well, a Jackal is, of course, going to be a very beneficial thing to remove on a map like this with their own presence, but we will see a Twitch taken away. That will likely be something very directed towards Sleepy Gang, removing that benefit of that shock drone, which has been very efficiently used throughout the course of this event so far.
And we have seen Cyber on Sleepy Gang. He's usually going to be the person that is actually bringing up the Twitch more often than not. Usually he is going to be maining that just because of the fact that the F2 is an absolute ripping and tearing kind of weapon. It just shreds through almost anyone that walks into their LOS. So obviously they don't want to deal with the potency that Cyber can bring to the table. Pulse is another target ban as well, specifically targeted over towards Knackered, just because of the fact that he has been rocking that almost through and through day 1. And obviously a lot of teams, they have caught on to that fact as well. Specifically during yesterday's matches, Sleepy Gang, they had to suffer a couple of pulse bans left, right, and center, but that really didn't actually stop Knackered from putting up the numbers.
I mean, he has been mainly playing that Pulse, but the last 2 games he's been able to find some numbers on Valkyrie, and a similar operator that has slipped through those bans, of course, with the addition of the Pulse. Kaid, of course, is going to be that metric measured as a Thatcher is removed. Aviator Games, our very first sight of this grand final. Of course, it is all down to this. This season comes down to one single series, a best of 5 in favor of Alpha already, as a run through the upper bracket remains uncontested. A Rooney 6-pick 2 from Cyber. He did flash that Vigil, and that might be something that now Alpha need to worry about, an extended roam presence.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Obviously, Vigil hasn't really seen all too much prominence thus far throughout the entire tournament, which is a little bit surprising to me, specifically. But either way, the players that actually have been able to use Vigil throughout the entirety of this tourney have been able to put him to really, really good use. We saw Vigil be played quite a little bit on Bank yesterday as well, but throughout the remainder of the tourney, he hasn't really seen all too much prominence, which I personally find to be a little bit surprising. But aside from that Wi-Fi router on the back of his back, well, he doesn't bring a whole lot to the table.
Finally got you to say the Wi-Fi router. He's duct taped to the back of his uniform. It is, of course, a massive impact, but not going to be one that we'll see in this round. Line-up-wise for the attacking side of Alpha, we're not seeing anything too varying from the common path here. Reich donning that Yana, who will have a massive impact on the raw utility that can be carried by that operator from a Gone 6. Do those nades, keep your eye on that one. And I'm going to say, let's monitor very carefully how many grenade kills we find in this one.
Yeah.
The M67 HEs are super effective right now. The climate really does lean around using them to clear key positions and, more importantly, remove that utility syrup on that Jaeger. And that was a player, in fact, I was discussing this with, saying they prepared quite heavily for this one. They know exactly what to expect.
Yeah.
I think the ban phases went exactly how they expected as well. So
seems to be.
And they're likely to be very much prepared for what Alpha will try and provide.
So let's see, we've already got Macy outside of 90 Repel for the time being. He's not really going to strike as there is no one on the receiving end, and he's just currently waiting. the rest of Team Alpha to send in their drones and ensure that that portion of the map is entirely clear. We do have a couple of people that are slightly out on the lurk, if not on the roam very heavily, namely Cyber, as per usual. What else would you be expecting him to do? He's got the pepperoni in his back pockets, and he's also on Astro Stairs. And obviously on the side of Team Alpha, you can already see they've set up shop over towards that northern side of the map. They're going to be closely and slowly but surely working their way towards the south and just step by step taking map control and setting up for that exec.
Map control going step by step and gaining it slowly but surely. Cyber will be the very front line of that defense likely. Milo as well on the roam presence with Commando in hand. The entranceway though has already occurred by the northern side of the building. Master bedroom push is there and it was essentially free real estate. No pressure is actively held on 90, so rotating around to try and provide some now. Flank watch already directed down towards red, cautious of verticality being a factor early in this. Right now pushes and progresses deep down towards red, or I should say 90 clears with that gone 6, the Maestro camera bearing it down. Information denied in that regard at least. A minute 20 left to go and no players yet to suffer a casualty, not wanting to be the first to fall in our grand final today. Information important in this middle stage, setting everything up, lining up their plan, and figuring out exactly what weak points they're planning to exploit.
That's a really, really good spot up from Raika over there as well, and MC is going to be able to kick us off with the first HE. MC, I'm going to be touting this throughout the rest of today as well. He has been on point with those HE kills throughout the entirety of the weekend. He has basically gotten like 90% of the kills from the HEC's toss on out, and he shows no signs of stopping.
Certainly not, and I tell you what, that's going to be Macy finding one more with that Spear 308, leading it to a 5 versus 3. The offensive pressure is so much, but a double C4 lands. Milo finds that, and that might be the opening that Sleepy Gang need. The Maestro's peering down the verticality and gets that all to sing one song of death and finds it. A 2 versus 2 buddy system brawl, and 30 seconds left in our very opening round. The ex-Kairos pilots chewing open vault and making it a tedious process to step around the site, but no, denied by the impact trick, and this will make it a very tentative final few moments. You're forced to funnel in the very select number of doorways and openings predetermined by our map designers, and now 10 seconds left. The Maestro finds one, and that's going to be the SMG-11 to make it a third. That is our very first round in favor of our defensive side.
That was a really, really good hold on the side of Sleeping Gang as well. They kept themselves cool, calm, and collected, and at the end of the day, they just had so much leeway and room to work with. I mean, the side of Team Alpha, they were only actually taking the map from, as I said, that northern to southern portion. They started off over towards Trophy and Statuary, but they didn't really put any kind of emphasis or pressure over towards main stairs or that study side whatsoever. And typically, we are going to have about like 4 players that are going from that northern side, and then you send usually one person over towards 90 or maybe over to main stairs, if not the study side, to try to pinch things out and force the defenders back into really uncomfortable positions. We didn't really see any of that. We obviously did see MC on the 90 rappel, and eventually he just kind of forgot that position because he was out getting frags, and that's completely fine. You have to have someone that is getting the ball rolling. But Team Alpha, while they were setting up for that, aside from the fact that they were getting frags, it felt a little bit disjointed. We were missing that crucial second prong that is usually so accustomed towards attacking any kind of bomb site in Siege.
Exactly was. They didn't have pressure from the study. They didn't try and gain that control early. And it looked like Sleepy Gang were somewhat prepared for that. The very rapid and aggressive push, gaining control from Master Bedroom side, forced a rotation of utility in the middle of the round by the defensive side of Sleepy Gang. So, second round we go. It's going to be Trophy now for our very next site. A good defensive round, but I want to rewind the impact trick.
Sure, let's go ahead and rewind.
That denied those ex-Kairos pellets. That left Maestro to play safe behind billiards. That found one. The SMG-11 rotated by the main stairs hallway and got the second. If that vault was opened up, they have an extra avenue. They don't need to funnel in through the one point, and with the limited time they had to work with, that could have made a difference, and it was a 2 versus 2, you'll have to remember. So all you have to do is isolate one player, and that Maestro was relatively alone. That could have been a very different round.
That was also courtesy of Reich, because he was the first person to actually initially drone out the Maestro inside of Vault as well. The yellow pings were coming on through. They basically had him dead in the water. If it wasn't for the fact that Maestro had those impact grenades to work with, entirely different round, he wouldn't have been able to clutch up in the manner that he did.
Absolutely. Entryway from study balcony begins. Those proximity pings will rain off, and that Mozzie pest has been spotted. Some tracer rounds early and right, first to take some damage, likely from Milo, who's trying to get aggressive and looking for that opening, playing deep inside of Aviator. The window of Zombie, though, might deny his rotation away. The longer he waits, the harder it will be to survive. That might just be the intent. Play his position and play his life, and Milo is gonna find that opening. No, that was Macy with the LMG. He's gonna be able to find that opening, and that will be Milo who falls. Mozzie no longer a factor in this round. You lose a C4 and that roam presence really early. And he didn't do much damage to the utility or the clock.
No, unfortunately not. MC, though, is going to be the next person to go down. He vaults directly into the Hunter's Lodge, and surprisingly enough, he already had Maddie on the opposing end waiting for him. Maybe a little bit of misdronage, misinformation gathering. Not exactly sure what the call was over there and why MC wasn't so aggressive in towards that portion of the map, but he paid a costly price for doing so. So now, Sleepy Gang, they've been able to equalize out the man count, and they've got one less headache to worry about, but there's still plenty of explosives and plenty of hard breach utility to worry about, so... fingers crossed for Sleepy Gang, they're going to be able to keep themselves once again cool, calm, and collected and just let the clock expire.
Playing the time is key and pivotal. Grenade tossed out to burn away utility without risking exposure. That was the pre-play C4 we just saw. Attempted detonation denied from that grenade. The use of utility, not risking anything, but Reich won't have any more to work with as he's sent to the grave by Modi. He looks to be aggressive and looks for more, peering down by Red, but nothing avails. Aztec might take that fight as Mr. Joe gets into a scrappy brawl around the deer. Pistol in hand, can he finish the fight? No. Retreats and stays alive to live the fight yet another day. Aztec tries to gain control of Statue, but it will not be an easy brawl. Avantic facing and bearing down a shield. All the angles are an opportunity he can get peeked from. 30 seconds and the execution must arrive. Alpha, time to pull the trigger, but low HP on one and only 2 guns who have that full HP advantage. It will not be an easy one. Aztec gets aggressive and shut down quickly. Syrup looks to lock this down. Another grenade and flashbang toss to try and gain some time, but surely this round is all she wrote. But no, this could be an opening. It's going to be a 3 versus 2. Alpha need to isolate one more one, and they do so. Maddie falls, and this could be huge, but no, denied by the Vector. Sleepy Gang find their second round.
And that's exactly what Sleepy Gang needed. Cyber, he didn't get any kind of kills in that first round, but this time around he was activated and he was able to deliver with that Vector, holding down the fort, getting himself a double kill, and, well, basically just sealing the deal in that particular round. On the side of Team Alpha, once again, I do feel as if they are struggling ever so slightly with their initial setups towards execing, and obviously when you're in that kind of situation where you're in a 4v3 man disadvantage and you really have to try to play for refrags more than anything else, or at least ensure that you can walk away without sort of being in a position that you're going to maintain that man disadvantage, is going to be tough. But still, going for the kind of take inside the Trophy and Statuary, it's completely fine to go for an execution over towards Zombie as well as the Hunter's Lodge, but you have to have somebody that is at least pinching things out from the master bedroom, if not from the bathroom, or even from Astro. There are plenty of possibilities, but I don't really see Alpha grasping at them just yet.
It's been very one-dimensional from them. It really has been. They haven't spanned their horizons. They've been direct to site. They've not tried to clear secondary areas on a map like Villa, where one of the key defining factors is the sheer number of buffer rooms you must deal with. Not be, I think, as thorough as you could be, and not clearing those secondary areas, and not trying to go for a two-pronged assault. It's been a detriment so far. So can Alpha make those adjustments? And one adjustment I already see is Mr. Joe on the gridlock.
Yep, that's true.
They have swapped away. No more Nomad. The air jabs so far this entire event have been, well, they're not the most effective use of Nomads I've ever seen.
No, that's one way to sugarcoat it, to say the darn least. And at the very least, from what we have seen thus far on the side of Sleepy Gang, we haven't really seen any kind of roam/lurk presence ever since round 1. It was literally just Cyber who was on the Aruni. He kind of went up Astro Staircase and then said, oh, I'm going to dip because there's nobody here. In that very last round, Sleepy Gang, they really just had to sit down tight, buckle down in for the long run, and that was literally about it, and they were able to hold out. There is literally nothing else that you should be doing as a defensive side on Villa. So Sleepy Gang have been playing it to their utmost best characteristics and perfection thus far, and they're kind of just letting Team Alpha keep themselves in their own game.
They really are. This is all down to if Alpha can decide to perhaps bring a little bit more of a two-dimensional approach, not three-dimensional approach perhaps. They need to get aggressive on other angles and try and apply pressure from multiple sections of the map itself. Atlantic, the first to take some damage. The source as of yet unknown. Milo is going to be donning that Thunderbird, so those Kona stations will help prop up and make sure the roam presence upstairs is a little bit more sustainable.
Yeah.
They can afford to get a little bit more aggressive. They can try and get those early picks and swings on an angle that perhaps would be too risky in the early round, and perhaps perhaps a symptom of that will be Syrup fall so early. Cyber will find that instantaneous trade, so no harm, no foul, but you do lose utility. Actually, no, you lose active guns on that Jaeger. You do lose a lot as Macy fell on Sophia.
Indeed. At the very least, MC has been really diligent about getting all of those entries secured for the side of Team Alpha thus far, but Cyber is going to continue to tear his way on through. Goes for a wide swing, I believe traded on off, and Knackard is right there. Information is solid, and Reich is the next to be iced, courtesy of a C4. So that is going to leave Alpha, and once again, in a doom and gloom scenario, 3v2, as it's down to Atlantic and Aztec, who is still rocking a bit of a donut slash goose egg to try to clutch up. They've got 90 seconds to work with, so it is definitely possible, but Sleepy Gang, they have been so dominant in the fragging department, specifically these last 3 sole survivors on the defensive side.
Well, you mentioned 3 survivors left, and it's going to be a 3 versus 2. Alpha facing down the gauntlet, make it a 3 versus 1. Milo finds yet another C4 down below, and they've made this top floor a treacherous obstacle to walk upon. And now against 3, Atlantic, time to stop the bleed with some heroics for Alpha, or will Sleepy Gang hold it out? It's all down to this Habana, one of the best fraggers that you have in that hard breach category. Looks and twists and turns for every angle, but nothing presenting itself as of yet. Taking time, but you don't have a lot left to work with. Pre-firing angles, waiting for a chance, but no one of Sleepy Gang likely to reveal themselves. But the moment they do, they get slapped back down. The trade arrives from Valkyrie, and 3 rounds in a row for Sleepy Gang. That is a flawless sweep of sights, meaning they can reset the rotation. Team Alpha, while this map is defense favored, it's time to perhaps step it up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is for sure, Sleepy Gang, they've been carrying over that momentum from Chalet in the lower bracket final, and they are showing no signs of stopping whatsoever. A successful site rotation, as you mentioned, gives them the opportunity to go back to AVG or to living in library, but let's not kid ourselves. Who on earth would do that? Who on God's green earth would want to go ahead and chill in the living room in library? Nobody. It's
a difficult site to make work. You can make it work, though.
You can make it work. We have seen it a couple times in comp, but I doubt that we'll see it here this time. So back to AVG we go. We will have the duo of the SAS operators be brought on out. So a little bit interesting that Knackard is actually going to drop the Maestro in this instance. Not exactly sure why, because at the end of the day, he was able to make that all to sing in the first round to kick off Villa. So the fact that he's off that operator is a little bit jarring. I guess they might just want to use that extra C4 and maybe even the shotgun to help better their setups. At this certain point, possibilities could be endless, but on the opposing side of Team Alpha, relatively consistent attacking lineup. We did see that Gridlock be dropped once again in lieu of the Finca, which I think in this instance is going to be so much more beneficial. Health boosts, HEs, what's not to like?
Well, Mr. Joe's moved on a few operators now. This is now the 3rd he played out. Tend to stick to a pretty rigid lineup. Hasn't worked for them yet, and you mentioned Finca does bring so much to the table, so it's not going to be a detrimental choice to have. 10 seconds left before 3 sets of grenades, that's what lots of teams run.
Yeah.
It's super effective and efficient to clear utility and find those kills. AVG again. Will we expect Alpha to yet again push from Master Bedroom, be rapid in that approach, be very aggressive in doing so? I would like to see something a little bit more. I would like to see some presence and study, because they let Sleepy Gang have 3 rotations around. That final kill that arrived from the SMG-11 in the opening round, that was a rotation all the way from study to peak down by 90, and already we're seeing that change-up happen so early. It looks like they're going to properly enter down below, gain control of the main staircase, but it's going to be Syrup who will be bearing down this gauntlet, the first to take this initial fight. They have lots of utility to clear them away. They have to worry about the daily ADSs, of course, but they're gathering information, but Syrup falls away. He's got the shield a little bit further up and not playing that full commit. The drone is locked, but information gain, and you can upnade this. If Syrup doesn't read into this, it's all going to be a bit of a nightmare. The verticality is there, but no one watches it directly, and Reich might get a freebie as they peek into it. He gets some damage done. That might be Syrup who gets aggressive. He does so, but not keen to take that re-peek as he read into it perfectly. 2 bodies down below lining up, and an upnade likely to arrive to clear that shield.
I wouldn't be surprised at this certain stage, Reich and MC, or at the very least MC, with those impacts can force Syrup back into the bomb site, and that's exactly what they've been able to achieve thus far. Cyber, looking to duel things out as per usual, is looking over towards that Study Balk side, and Aztec is currently on Repel, but not willing to exactly go for an exchange, or maybe he is, spots out a pixel or 2, but that's not exactly sustainable to get yourself a frag in that scenario. Sleepy Gang have been able to waste about half of the clock thus far for Team Alpha, and all they've really been doing is existing, but at the end of the day, Alpha are showing a little bit more prowess. They've been able to deal out and dish some good damage, but they're going to need a little bit more to be able to get themselves on the scoreboard.
Well, speaking of getting themselves on the scoreboard, Cyber's the first to find the kill in this round. Once again, the P10 Roni finds the victim early. Macy falls. So much utility on the hands of Sophia is lost, and Cyber will find a second.
Oh
He's going to go off on this round. He wants it, he feels it, he's looking for more. He goes and pushes deep inside of Study, looking for that feeding frenzy, but nothing arrives just yet. Milo will get traded back. Atlantic finds that, but do they know Aruni is playing by that fireplace? No one's on the window of Study, and now he lies in wait, trying to be the opportunistic hunter to look for one, maybe two, even more. But that window is now being cracked, but no one peers through. That grenade goes far and off to the horizon. Nothing connects, and he's just going to sit and wait and be patient. We've seen this so many times when Sleepy Gang and individuals knowing, but have they read into it? That grenade is perfect, and yes, they have! Cyber falls, and now a 3 versus 3. 25 seconds left. Can Alpha finally execute and get themselves around?
They should be able to. That HE is also so perfect from Aztec. He finally gets himself on the board. Syrup has now been dealt with. The 3v2 on our hands, and Mr. Joe will continue to tear through. Vault rendered unusable as Knackard has to do it all on his lonesome. 7 seconds to go as he finds one. Atlantic will start to stick the defuse. Mr. Joe providing coverage, and guess what? It's right on point. Team Alpha, they have finally put all of their laurels to rest, and they will finally get themselves a first round, and hopefully the many more to come on Villa.
They got it on the second time of asking for an AVG assault. It required a mix-up of strategy and a very good read on Cyber playing deep by that fireplace, and 2 critical HE usages to open up that site. We'll mention it and we'll say it again and again. In our current climate, grenades are how
they
you
are
win.
king. There is no other way to describe them other than they are the single most lethal and usable piece of util out there. What else can you say about them? They're so great.
Yeah, util clear, getting kills, making a space as well. We forget, if you throw a grenade and you clear a position like elbow on side of Oregon, which we won't see, of course, today. It hasn't been played all weekend. I say that with such a smile across my face. We don't have to go there for this matchup. But when you clear space with them, it gives you an opportunity to follow that up. Chase that nade, perhaps, and find spaces as players retreat. It gives you an opening. It's a very versatile tool.
It is so versatile, and the one thing that I love the most about specifically this tourney right here at the LAN finals of the Badass University All-Stars is that almost each and every single player that has been participating on LAN thus far has been really maximizing the uses of those HEs thus far. They're trying it. Even if they fail and they don't secure a kill with it, they are still throwing out their frag grenades like there's literally no tomorrow. And even the players, aside from Macy and Reich, who have been getting multi-kills with those HEs, Aztec is also chiming in. And on top of that, what I really love the most about the entire community and the entirety of all 20 players that have been here over the weekend, they have actually, well, learned to let their utility do the talking more so than their guns.
They've done a fantastic job with that utility usage. A lot of teams coming in very structured to this event. And I mean, if this is your very first time watching us, hello first of all, but secondly, University Siege can provide a lot of excitement. And you might look at University Siege and go, well, that's not tier 3, that's not tier 2, but these teams have players consisting from all of these levels, and they really provide a fantastic learning ecosystem to, I think, breed the next generation of the national level players that will be arriving in our scene shortly. 2 minutes 25 left to go. The opening stages of this round. No one to find an opening early. Will Cyber be the one yet again to kick this round off? Or will Reich or Macy find that success to light the fuse? They're getting close in living room, and that will be Milo who falls. Although one goes to the hands of Cyber, so it's going to be a level trade, a level playing field as once again Macy suffers an early death.
Yeah, that is unfortunately the burden that you have to carry as an entry fragger. You're likely to walk away unscathed or be the first to die, and Reich is going to have to join him 6 feet under as he's been cleaned up by Knackard, who's now tied for kills alongside Cyber as well. Sleepy Gang, they once again secure the man advantage, and that is something, a little bit of a nasty trend that Alpha have gotten themselves into. They've only been able to pick up one entry for themselves, and then it's going to be instantaneously traded. But Sleepy Gang, the moment they get that opening pick, they're going to double down and find even more, and Alpha cannot find their way back from that.
Alpha on rounds, they suffer either trades in the opening or don't get it themselves. Have not been their same quick lion kind of form. They've not been the apex predators we've seen them be, and they find that success fighting from the back foot. 4 versus 3. An aid in hand, will it get sent vertically? A massive factor. Aztec's not going to be too keen for that one. Loses almost all his HP. Can get topped up by Mr. Joe, but the peak from 90 might be just enough disruption to help choke out this round. 60 seconds remain, and they make it stick. He tries to get aggressive and lock down towards Billiards. A player involved is spotted. His backpack exposed, reduced just a moment. Will he dare take 2 steps forward or 2 steps back to reveal himself, playing it perfectly and denying the time? But Cyber finds a second in this round. Atlantic falls and Alpha now wounded in retreat. Can they find some success? Final 35 seconds to work with, and I think Sleepy Gang can almost fall asleep and hold the line. Cyber finds a third, and he's going to look for number 4. A rotation available from deep inside of Study, but that will be Matty who finds the final Sleepy Gang win, round number 5, and a very strong display on AVG.
Man, Team Alpha are having a bit of a nightmarish experience thus far on Villa on the attacking side, and it's a little bit rough to see as well because Sleepy Gang, they've simply got them on a leash. We are going to have a short little tech pause incoming in just a hot second, so we are going to come back to our cameras, but we can continue to discuss exactly how that round has actually played on out. It was the second time that AVG had been played on out after they just previously lost it, and what exactly do you think they had actually done a little bit differently? Why do you think Team Alpha had actually suffered? Because they had a really, really good idea in set, but they couldn't really execute it. We tried to see them actually go from down below and put a little bit more emphasis on util usage from down below, but it still didn't work out. I feel as if Sleepy Gang, they just cornered Team Alpha in that instance.
And that's exactly what they've done. That read of going down below for that util clear from that up nade, that was read into.
Yeah.
We saw that opening fight happening inside of Living Room, and while it didn't go in favor of Sleepy Gang, they got the instantaneous trade across the map, and Reich didn't last too much longer after finding the opening either. And it really does rely, if Alpha can find early success, if they can get the opening, they tend to be able to build upon that and lead these rounds, but they haven't had that opportunity to decide the ebb and flow, not dictate the pace. This could be a factor of it being Villa on the defense for Sleepy Gang. Will that change for round number 7? But now we have our very last defensive half for Sleepy Gang, and it will be a trophy statue hold.
It will. At this certain point, SG, they've already won out the half. They've gotten themselves 4 rounds, and they can get an extra one as well. And if they continue to play in the exact same manner that they have, then I see no reason to doubt why Sleepy Gang won't be able to get themselves a 5-to-1 split. They have been super duper dominant thus far. This is going to be the second time that they are revisiting Trophy and Statuary, so it is going to be likely a little bit of an easy pickup for them in terms of just getting themselves this round win thus far. And it's all going to usually just come back to actually Cyber and Milo, and specifically Milo getting a lot of entries on their side. But I have been a little bit disappointed with Milo's overall roam game thus far, which is a little bit, okay. That's unfortunate.
The cast are cursed, my friend.
It happens.
That, I think, may have been one of the most prolific examples of that.
I mean, it's not exactly Katie and P250 calling it, but it's just about as close as it gets.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit on the opposite scale of that.
It's not successful. It's just sad to see.
Obviously, Mr. Joe finds a second one, as Cyber will be the one who falls to that one. Milo, you mentioned that roam presence hasn't been the most effective, and once again, he was the first to fall. Cyber, who's been that prevalent gun for the team so far throughout this weekend, is next to go as well. Matt Lee will take so much damage as well, and he tries to get aggressive, but that won't last long. Macy survives long enough to find a kill, and the impact is huge, and this is what Alpha need to do. They've decided the pace of this round, and it's going to be a very fast one. 5 versus 2, a minute 45. Can Syrup use these vertical angles to help deny and hold the line? As time drains away, what resources do they have to make it a difficult task to ascend those stairs and gain map control? It's one thing to find the picks, it's another to make that execution stick, as Mr. Joe will find a second, making it a 5 versus 1. Syrup, what can you do? All the eyes now watching on you. And that's going to be Macy holding the window by Deer, locks you down, locks down the round, and Alpha fire back in their very final offensive round.
That's exactly what we were hoping from Team Alpha. They were finally able to actually step things up, realize that they were tired of getting kicked around, and they decided to do the kicking themselves. Exactly what we wanted to see, and they did so in a flawless fashion as well, which is arguably the best part about it. Not exactly sure what happened in that attack pause, what exactly Mr. Joe was telling the rest of the squad, or actually I think it's Reich who's usually going to be doing a lot of the calling. At the very least, that's what Mr. Joe told us during the interviews, that Reich is the guy who's just going to huddle everyone up and give him a Fabian speech. He's that kind of bloke as well. So I'm not exactly sure what Reich said, but it worked.
I hope it's not a Fabian on Delta Project speech.
No.
Those would be a little bit heated.
Those are heated. No, I'm talking about Fabian on Penta during SI 2018 speech.
That's what you need is leadership. But yes, I was in Abaning, of course, for these teams, and I have to say, they're very a composed team, and we get to see Milo's unfortunate escapades down below in Kitchen, but you touched on Reich being in that leadership role. You really get to see it when you're listening in comms in there. I was lucky enough, of course, to be Abaning for them, and you just hear the fact that he's able to let them get, hype, play off that energy, but brings them right back down and says, it's time to get this next round won. Go step by step, knows what they want to do, has a very planned out strategy, and he gets it working. As always, of course, Mr. Joe is the exact same personality we've seen on these interviews. Very loud, very, let's just say passionate. It's the best way to put it.
Yeah, exactly. Passion never runs out, it never expires. And now that they've got a little bit of energy to work with, they can certainly try to, well, at the very least, put their best foot forward and start working towards narrowing the gap of 2 rounds. They will be on the defense, which is arguably the more favored side from what we have seen thus far on Villa. So hopefully this positive defensive trend will be able to continue even further. Sleepy Gang, though, minor adjustments. And actually, no, I say drastic adjustments in terms of Lawbreaker lineups and philosophy compared to that of Team Alpha. We are seeing a lot of very interesting picks in the form of the Buck, which I guess isn't all too interesting. What is, though, is going to be practically Cyber on the Ying, and I think this just really speaks to his personality as a whole. He wants to get right in there, he wants to get up close and personal and just ruin Team Alpha's day.
Why waste time when you've got Candelas to go to work for you? Blind your enemies and strike when they can't fight back. Although we see those Candelas have an impact, they can be burnt away by bullets, or utility I should say. Well, they use that as a key linchpin of this execution. Yet again, not going to be likely to see something explode so early in this stage. Lots of rooms to clear, lots of information to gather. Drones downstairs in basement, now ascending up the red stairs. A very thorough sweep for those narrow areas. Perhaps a wise choice, just to double check. But Cyber, well, he might be trying to get very aggressive by Memorial early. He creeps and crawls his way up the red stairs and looks to get into a brawl very early. The front lines are forming. Can they get this control? Cyber is going to be the one tasked again and try and be disruptive to the verticality. Mr. Joan Atlantic and Reich all queuing up anchors on site. The backbones of this team, can they lock it out as pressure begins to arise? Verticality key on this map, and Macy the one tasked to hold it.
Seems like Sleepy Gang really want to divide and conquer. They realize that there is presence upstairs that cannot be ignored, and we already have Cyber leading the charge as those candles will begin to be tossed on out. Nobody is on the receiving end to be flashed, and given the recent flash changes, you do not want to be in the blast radius of one of those candelas. And Cyber, despite his best efforts, will be the first to fall. MC is good for the opener and draws first blood, but he's not willing to let this hill just fall to the side of Sleepy Gang. He's willing to die on it instead, or yeah, he's going to change his mind instead. So he's going to go back down the Astro Staircase, and Aztec soon to follow him, but actually cut off mid-rotation by Knacker. That is a very crucial trade now secured, as it also grants Sleepy Gang top floor control.
Top floor control, they can now go to work and plan and set up this execution. The roamers are now falling back, but Macy might still be a thorn in the side. Playing by Grandfather Clock can deny the X-Kairos pellets when they begin to chew through that wall, or might just let them do their job and use Trigger Discipline to find even more. Upstairs we have that Finka looking to go on the hunt, and Macy will be exposed. Milo fires back and gets one, but the trade is there. Maddie's going to be the one to succumb to that as Knacker goes down and gets that trade. Sleepy Gang now have it in a 3 versus 2. It's coming down to the final 20 seconds. The execution must land now, but they have not a key member. They don't have that many entryways. They're forced to funnel in. It's going to come down to their gunplay. Can 2 hold off against 3? Reich down prone will be able to find one. Ties it up and looks for more. He's got the information, but he's going to get caught out. It's a triple kill now for Finka. The plant's going down. Can the coverage arrive? Will Finka be able to lock this one out? Can Reich make a play pop off in these final few moments? It's a post-plant situation. He gets one. Surely not. It's a 1 versus 1. 40 seconds till this round goes critical. And he wins it! Reich comes up clutch at 3K. And that grows the deficit to only 1 single round.
Oh my goodness. Reich the saving grace on the side of Team Alpha. He just played that as passive as he could and just peeking out at just the right moment. It literally seemed as if every engagement he chose, and keyword is chose to engage in, is a one that he won. Simply put, there is no other way for me to describe it. I'm simply at a loss for words from that particular clutch.
He won his ones.
He won his ones, simple as.
It's been my theme so far, just to break everything down to that very simple phrase. But in that example, Reich played it absolutely perfectly. From laying prone in laundry and finding those freebies as they waltzed on in, not knowing his position was there. He had an abundance of information as well, and I imagine those comms were clean and crisp and composed. Sleepy Gang's lead reduced to only 1 round. Round number 8, can Alpha tie us up right here, right now, and get us back to a level playing field? They've not been here for a very long time on Villa in this series.
No.
Is it time to find that?
Definitely so. So now that they have won their opening defense on Dining and Kitchen, which according to some teams would be considered to be the main tertiary bomb site, or even in the case of Team Alpha, their main preferred bomb site, they are now going to be moving off to AVG. So it's kind of back to normality, I guess one would say, and Sleepy Gang are going to be tasked with something that is just a little bit more up their alley. We do have Syrup, once again, rocking the Nomad, and given Team Alpha's overall roaming presence, which, by the way, was just a top floor presence in that last defense, and everyone then scampered down below, I wouldn't exactly expect Team Alpha to play that risky in terms of just their overall lurking game. They're going to play things relatively by the book and relatively reserved, as they should be. Keep in mind, this is a grand final. The risk should only be taken when appropriate, but other than that, just play it as standard as you can.
Take no risks, take no gambles, and hopefully you can win out your engagements, have your strat book, hold the line as well. One round separate these teams, and this is a very critical stage of a series, very early for Sleepy Gang, because of course, away to best of 5 means if you let the opening map slip away, that puts your opposition in a very strong position to hold it out and close this and make it a very fast final. Sleepy Gang do not want that in the slightest. I'd imagine they have all the intent of holding the ground and sticking it out.
Yeah, definitely so. Obviously, this series could basically be over in just 2 maps, or in 3, or even in 4 if we go all the way. So Sleepy Gang, it is absolutely crucial. It is paramount that they're able to get things together on this attacking side and be able to, at the very least, once again, re-expand that gap all the way back to 2 rounds. So they've already begun droning off the main staircase, and I do believe they will be able to spot out the likes of Aztec, who is currently not exactly on the hottest heater, I guess you would refer to it as. Only 1 frag to his name thus far, and he is looking to maybe bolster that by a couple eventually. We do have Cyber already lining up a nade, and there is live information, but I don't see a silhouette on the receiving end, but I believe Atlantic unfortunately kind of just walked into that one.
He does. That nade finds the opening. This will not be the ideal start. They're looking for Aztec brawling on those main stairs. Position we've seen played so many times. Gemline Replicator is sent out, but to no avail. It's going to be a messy brawl, and we do know that we're coming back to us for this one. Hello.
Hi.
We want to get back into this as soon as we can.
We do. Not exactly sure what happened. I guess we had a small little tech issue on our side, but either way, we are going to get things sorted out as soon as humanly possible so we can get back into the matchup. Still, though, it is getting very, very tight. It is getting super duper close and tight-knit, despite the fact that we won't be able to actually see how the rest of that round actually plays out. We know for a fact that, well, it's still getting really, really close, and it could still be anybody's game. At this certain stage, it could either end up 4-4, it could end up 5-3 in favor of Sleepy Gang, but we really can't call exactly who the winner may or may not be. It's still all up in the air, and that's the thing that I love the most about a grand final. The fact that you can't really predict it. It's anybody's game at this stage.
I mean, this entire weekend has been somewhat of a gamble. These teams adjusting to the LAN environment here. It's a fantastic arena we've got as well. It's honestly, if you've been following our socials, you've seen some of the shots we've got from our photography. It is absolutely beautiful at our arena. All high-spec computers and the players have absolutely loved it here. Of course, we're live from the Roehampton University Esports Arena, and it has been an absolute blast and pleasure so far to be here.
It has.
It's been a fantastic weekend for us, all the players and the crew here, and I really cannot wait to see how this gets in. And we're used to waffling.
Yeah, we are.
We are professional waffle. You own a waffle shop.
I did own a waffle shop, although I've told you this many times, and I did also ask you very kindly not to mention it on stream because I have lost my waffle shop. It has been closed. I'm officially in debt.
How much do you spend on waffle batter?
5.
Nondescript currency of 5. I like it.
Yeah, exactly. 5 BTC actually.
So. Okay. Why are you my Jew? So, it's the best of 5, of course, waited for. This map of Villa, we don't exactly know how it's going to play out, how we're going to see this one fare. I am just intrigued about how this is going to go. It looks like Alpha are very much picking up the pace. They seem to get much, much stronger on the defensive side. Can they close it out? Can they find that success now? It looks like it's likely going to be a tie game when we come back.
It definitely could be. I mean, at the very least, the fact that they were able to get themselves a win on a tertiary bomb site instead of one of those primary ones, it puts them in a really great position. There is just no other way to deny that. And now that they have gone to AVG, and we, like I said, don't know exactly what could or cannot be happening. They did have a really, really good start off in that particular round, despite the fact that, they did actually, no, they didn't have a good start off because it was Cyber who was basically just getting HE kills left, right, and center. And that was unfortunate for, I think it was Atlantic who was the first to fall. Not great.
So throughout these interviews, Mr. Joe has referred to Sleepy Gang as Cyber Team.
Yeah, he has. And then Cyber has referred to Team Alpha as who?
So there's a bit of animosity going in between these teams, of course. I think it's more of a friendly rivalry than anything else. But when you look at how Cyber has performed, and one of those players that really has been a standout, so far, that's been the vocal point for Sleepy Gang. If they want to find success in terms of gunplay, in terms of getting those kills, those openings, Cyber's been that go-to player. And I think that's somewhat of why they love to play Coastline. You can give a player that extra bit of freedom, and they can pop off like Cyber can, it can lead to so much success.
Yeah, it really can. And at the end of the day, this is technically a rematch from what we had seen in that upper bracket match. It was the initial match in which Team Alpha had actually knocked Sleepy Gang down to the lower bracket, and that was when we also interviewed Mr. Joe, and we gathered his thoughts as well, and we said exactly like, what is your recipe to success? How did you guys actually beat Sleepy Gang in that particular matchup? And he said, we just put a bullseye on Cyber's back, and we were able to isolate him and just simply outright deal with him in more instances than not. That is something that they've begun to actually struggle with in this particular rematch. They haven't been able to isolate Cyber as well as they did in previous rounds and previous matches. So, you know, basically the key is you deal with Cyber, you get rounds. They haven't been able to actually do that this time around, and because of that, Cyber can run loose and he can wreak havoc.
That's exactly what we've seen from Cyber. He's always been able to find the opening kill, then maybe a second. We've even seen a third arrive. And if he gets that freedom and not locked down, it is a difficult thing to contain.
Very much.
It looks like it's somewhat changed now as the side swaps have risen.
Could be.
We don't have a complete picture of that. We've only seen that very first round. When you look towards Team Alpha, it's a little bit more of a well-rounded roster, at least in my personal perspective. There's lots of experience inside of national level. Team Reich, and I believe Macy have played inside of UKIN too. They have that level. And I mean, for example, they were playing both on a community-run team in the UKIN Rumble recently, and they managed to get a victory on Chalet against LFO, formerly outplayed.
Yeah, definitely so. Obviously, the side of Team Alpha, they are relatively stacked, and they can bring the goods when required. We do, at the very least, have a little bit more information as to what has been going on. Unfortunately enough, we did have the server with in which the players were in crash, so we are going to get that lobby set up. I'm not exactly sure if we can cut to a technical break so that we can, at the very least, sort things out eventually, but I do think that is going to be the call. So we're not going to continue waffling because, like I said, my shop is now officially out of business. There may be a grand reopening at some certain point, but for the time being, we are going to cut to a short little break. And then we will... No, actually, we're not going to be cutting to a short little break. I do believe our tech issues have been resolved, so we are just going to continue chatting about for a little bit.
The Waffle Shop is closed, unfortunately. But, I mean, as you look through the depth of players that we've seen so far, everyone on Team Alpha has had those standout performances. It's been very strong from them so far. They've been able to build upon that and being some... I mean, again, I've got the lucky privilege of being able to sit in there and admin them while it's going on. And you get to see that level of composure. They don't rush things. They stay calm, they stay collected. And I think that's a sign of not only a very mature team, but a very well-regimented team that know exactly what they want to do. And when I touched on that, the eye-gelling of Reich has been fantastic from what I've heard. And the fact that he can just exactly determine what exactly he wants his team to do and how he wants to do it. And the way he can control emotions has been fantastic.
The way that he keeps the rest of the squad under wraps so they can always remain, well, not tunnel vision, but at the very least focus on their common goal has been absolutely ecstatic thus far. And obviously, thus far it has been showing. They are in the grand finals for a reason at the end of the day. They have been able to end off the regular season first seed for a reason. They are still on pole position in raw statistics for a reason. And now they're getting the chance to prove it, but Sleepy Gang is really the only thing that stands in between. I do think that, not exactly... I think we could eventually just cut to a break because we are a little bit... Still no? Okay, cool. Oh, we're actually getting back into the game. Okay, that's confirmation. Okay, sure. Awesome.
Professional wafflers.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we are. So
you love to see it.
We're getting the final few things set up and getting this all... I think the update for that one is because we had a server crash down in the arena. That does lead to a round voiding. So that round that we witnessed, that's going to be reset. That's all going to be replayed.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So the format, the ruling for that one comes into this. Basically, the operators, the sites, all must remain the same.
True.
I believe your setup can vary, but the site itself cannot.
No.
So same ops. Even if you 6-pick, you have to go back to the op that you 6-pick to. That might, that's how it has to be locked in. It's basically a replay. But I can look at our other screen and...
Yeah, we're finally getting back into it.
No, it looks like we're not going back into it.
Oopsies. So we are eventually just going to cut to a little bit of a tech pause right over here, at the very least from confirmation. So we are going to be back in just a couple of minutes, but do stay tuned. Things have been a little bit bumpy, but I promise you they are not going to be bumpy for all too long. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few.
Down Malu looks for a second. Oh my!
He goes for the down and gets it. Oh no, the breacher activated. Now he has a sightline.
He's gonna go. Yay! That's mean.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for bearing with us. We are officially back into game. We are going to be picking things right back up where we left them off. Obviously, that round is going to be voided and we are going to replay it. So everything, as you said, that has been picked, including the site and operators, those have to remain static. That's just how it is. And we can continue things to see if Team Alpha are going to be able to equalize the scoreline or if Sleepy Gang can once again reinstantiate their lead.
Well, that lead is only one singular round at this stage. Can they make a difference to this now? Can they grow that? Villa is typically one of the harder maps to attack. It's down to the level of rooms you have to clear. It is basically impossible to have a complete grasp of every single room on side of Villa. It's so packed with areas you can sit in, and we also tend to forget that basement exists. It's Romer Highway down there, and if you have somebody to lock it down, it can be very difficult to make that a success area. We do see Syrup on that Nomad perhaps trying to deny that roam presence, but again, all throughout this weekend, we've not seen that roam denial be the most effective we've ever seen before. We've seen gridlocks, we've seen nomads, we've often seen them paired together but Roamers are still having an absolute field day.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends. At the very least, both squads that we have seen thus far, specifically Team Alpha in the very last round of that first half, they consciously went into the round knowing that they wanted to roam clear, and they were able to do that quite diligently as well. It just really, I've seen and I've noticed thus far that it really just depends on how the team is currently feeling, if they really want to go for a hard roam clear, or if they want to just kind of drop and forget utils such as those track stingers or the air jabs, and then kind of just focus on the bomb site. Depends on just what the IGL calls and exactly how they're going to be going about the round. But in this very case, we do see the likes of, well, technically the Nomad in play, as you stated, brought by Syrup. So that is something that they can really just put down, forgive and forget, and then they'll just carry on with the round as per usual.
So it will be an AVG round by Alpha. We've seen them and described them during our little bit of a waffle session, that they've somewhat come into their own here on the defensive side. They're looking much stronger now on this defense. So while that round isn't, well, we could have had 2 rounds now, but we had that one round and most or half or so of another one played out. We've really seen them have and hit that stride. Can they find that yet again here in Navy G-Hold? One of the most, I think, played out, well understood, well structured. It's been the primary site on this map for basically since its introduction to Power Balance.
That's basically the story, and at the very least, like, I've already expressed my concerns throughout. Well, oh my goodness. Okay, hi Knackered, how you doing? He finds the opener onto MC right over there. Obviously, keep in mind, because of the fact that we had to rehost the lobby, we do not have statistics on all these players and their KD ratios. They have technically been a reset back to nada, zilch. So MC, unfortunately enough, he will suffer the first loss, the first death here in this round number 8. But that's not all too bad for Sleepy Gang, because, like I said, they are still carrying over a lot of their momentum from that lower bracket final, and they are looking to take full advantage of it. Right down below is eventually going to be found out.
Macy dying once again is somewhat an unfortunate story and trend of this matchup, and peering through the armchair, bearing low, will be Raikou finds one back. That's a trade, and Milo falls, but instantaneously, Cyber finds one back. Alpha now suffering some casualties early. The information perhaps relayed in another update. Cyber finds 2 in rapid succession, and just like that, the defensive or the offensive side, or the defensive side of Alpha has been weakened significantly. Syrup down below, Nomad primed and ready, trying to flush out Aztec. He has all the utility to try and hold the line. Those flashbangs will still detonate even in the Magnet. He primed himself to run away, keep his life intact. No one chases his quickly, and look at how much utility that was burnt away. That Gaio shield flames will burn and roar and hold that main Surge for just a little bit longer, and allow everyone to retreat and fall back, grab their angles. And with only 1:30 left to go, it's a 2 versus 4. Make it a 1 versus 4. Cyber with a third. And surely he's on a hunt for number 4. Can't find another ace, but Aztec looks like he might be vulnerable to a push in from deep inside of Study. Drones are going out, but Cyber's on the hunt, looking for it, spraying through the wall. Narrowly misses that opportunity, but Aztec queues up, has information, takes a lot of damage done. The camera cannot feed any more to the eyes, and he's going to get caught out. A quad kill for Cyber. What a round from him. And while we called perhaps that Sleepy Gang can sometimes feel like Cyber Team, well, he popped up, and that individual performance is an absolute key factor to why they won that round. From gunplay to opening to trades and those upnades, a massive individual performance from Cyber.
It's really difficult to ignore how paramount Cyber has been thus far. But the one thing that I really do want to touch on from Alpha's defense is in the 2 rounds that we have seen thus far, they are playing just a little bit too predictable for my taste. How many actual HE kills have we seen thus far from frag grenades being tossed from down below? At the very least 3, if not 4.
Down below, we're at 4 to 5 now.
Yeah, we're at 4 to 5 now. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Is the info gathering from Sleepy Gang just that good that they're able to pinpoint it out, or are Team Alpha playing a little bit too predictable with the places they choose to lock down?
A little bit too predictable, I believe. That update from Cyber, that was not information. That was just a default spot.
Yeah.
That was, I've got the clear, I've got this position, up goes the nade, and the kill pops up in the feed. That's exactly what you do in Sleepy Gang. 5-3 scoreline.
It's just disconcerting to see on the side of Team Alpha that they, at the very least, at this stage, you have made it to the grand final for a reason. You were able to, at the very least, play somewhat unpredictable throughout the rest of the tourney as well as the regular group stage. And now, that level of proficiency that we have seen from Team Alpha throughout the entirety of this weekend just really isn't there. I mean, Maybe it will eventually pick on up after they've gotten their engine revving. Maybe they're just taking a little bit longer to wake up after the server had to be rehosted and that kind of stuff. But still, the fact that they are playing at such a predictable level to the point that we have seen 4, if not 5, as a maximum HE kills, it is worrisome.
Those nades are arriving off predetermined spots, not directly from information as well.
Exactly.
It's a bit of a sign and cause for concern. And so is also a cause for concern Macy's performance on the opening death stats, not a column you want to be in. And unfortunately, Macy, a very experienced player, has found themselves in that lane a little bit too many times so far. An impact player can very much do destruction if given the free round opportunity to do so. Just needs to survive into those key moments of the round to be able to find it on a solo and a lone roam all the way by study. But looks like the primary pressure will be master bedroom for now. A direct approach from Sleepy Gang. They are prepared, so they likely know what they're facing up against directly. Flashbang sent in to burn away utility.
Yeah.
That Goyo shield established might be able to hold the line very close to that main wall. He spots one player crossing the pre-fire lands. It's going to be a messy brawl. Mr. Joe not too keen to take that, but Cyber left indeed being able caught up by the crossfire established and held by Atlantic. A great opening as they vault on in. They take so much damage, and that's the angle by the shield they needed to try and deny. C4 not going to be sent out, not denied, but Mr. Joe on low HP tries to take these brawls, and a single grenade landing in his near vicinity might be enough to send him 6 feet under, and that's exactly what we see, but caught by the ADS. A second one queued up and primed and ready, and will it arrive? No! That's going to get rid of the Habana pellets. A huge waste of utility and HP done. Think it can somewhat get rid of that damage, but now you've lost almost all your ex-Kairos pellets.
Indeed they have. At the very least they were able to deal with the Vulcan shield, but that's only really half of the puzzle that still needs to be solved. It is getting a little bit rough and tough for Sleepy Gang right over here, as Knackered has taken a boatload of damage. Only one more Adrenal Surge in the back pocket as well to eventually top up the rest of the attackers, but aside from that, everybody is looking a little bit worse for wear. Team Alpha, though, they still retain all 5 players. Everyone is alive and kicking on that side of the server, and they have 55 seconds left to waste from Sleepy Gang. This is starting to look very disconcerting on the side of Sleepy Gang. They've only got one proper entryway and still so many positions to clear, including Astro, including Zombie, and Macy, who is over by the statue. If they walk into his LOS, you can definitely start to bet your bottom dollar that Sleepy Gang, they're going to start falling like flies effectively.
He's sitting, waiting, lying perfectly for everyone to stumble to his crosshair. A rotation by Milo is being called, and they might wait for that one to pull the trigger on this execution. Macy will find one, likely looks for a second. Milo will get one of his own, though, finds that trade, looks to cascade on in. Syrup and Milo find it. It's going to be a cascade of blue. Yet another one for Syrup as well. A Sleepy Gang find an execution. The plant's going down, but can they cover? Yes, they can. Aztec, it's all down the U. SMG-11 primed and ready. The weapon of a clutch, but no! The Type 89 shuts him down. Sleepy Gang on match point for map 1.
Goodness gracious. Sleepy Gang, that was easily one of the greatest executions that we have witnessed throughout the entirety of this weekend. When all hope seemed lost, when they had literally nothing going in their favor, it was a 3v5 scenario, and they only had one player on 90 hallway and 2 stuck in master bedroom on minimal HP. Something just snapped, something just clicked, and Alpha, they started to just collapse in a manner that is simply not expected of the grand finalists this time around. What on earth happened? I have honestly no idea. We have to maybe get ourselves like a little bit of a VOD review going on afterwards to see exactly what it is, but one thing that I can say for sure, Milo and Syrup, those are the names that have been literally the only ones in the kill feed throughout that entire exec. It was great to see exactly how they can basically clutch things up at the 11th hour from the jaws of defeat, and that's going to set them on round number 6. Map points, and if they take this next 7th round, they tie things up.
That is absolutely huge for them. They need to try and remove the damage done from being in that lower bracket. And it was Alpha who sent them there, of course. So this is a grudge match, a story of revenge, perhaps. Can they make good of it, however? Only time can tell. Alpha, you mentioned they look to find a little bit more of a stride on their defensive side, but that has somewhat fallen flat.
Yeah.
Sleepy Gang in a very critical last-second execution made that kill feed all rain blue, and they got that huge level of success from it. Statue, not going to be the side of choice, but a vocal point of this round is down below is where the bombs will lay. verticality king to this site. Will Sleepy Gang go for it directly? We don't see that Ying in play again. Cyber not opting to go for that operator.
No.
Back to his roots, back on Iona, bringing lots of utility and of course that massive fragging potential.
Yeah, the one time they actually did bring out the Ying, it basically backfired super duper hard. He was the first person to die as they were trying to clear out that top floor, and I can definitely understand why. Cyber, the last thing that he wants to do in the server is just perish. He doesn't want to end up in an enlivened state. He wants to literally make impact in the same fashion that he's been doing throughout the entirety of Villa thus far. So, dining kitchen. We've got a couple of pre-placed C4s. I did see Atlantics actually place one at the very tip top of red stairs, if I'm not mistaken, if not the small little couch over there. We do have Sleepy Gang already starting to clear things out and sort of getting a bit of a insight towards the lay of the land thus far. They will take control of that top floor as it's not very highly contested. MC, the only person that was over at the top side, has actually vacated the red stairs, so this looks like it's free real estate for SG.
Free real estate, go, take it, grab it, and start molding this map into your favor. Mr. Joe might be the only person in close proximity that can try the Alliant playing by the bottom of Astro's stairs. Will that be a factor? Milo uses that skeleton key to open up and try and give himself an angle. The drop down in laundry now available, and Mr. Joe, C4 primed, ripped, and ready. Look to try and hear perhaps a sound cue or an information, maybe even sending it blindly to the void. No one's close, no one's in proximity just yet, but all this floor is destructible. All these opportunities for C4s are available, and there is a vast number of them on the board. Cyber looks to get aggressive deep inside of sight very early. An interesting call being made, but it hasn't worked out completely the way they intended. Not getting that opening, not finding any success, and only losing HP for his efforts. A minute left, and Aztec will find one knackered first to fall.
This is a little bit strange from Cyber. Usually he knows not to bite off more than he can chew, but that time around, probably a little bit of a bad judgment call. Still, though, we do have a trade coming on out, so it's all even Steven between these two sides. Less than 45 seconds to go, and Reich will be caught on out over by the skylight over there, and MC will be able to trade things out. Cyber once again retorts with one of his own. He finds himself physically on the bomb site. Wub now dealt with as he pre-fires with the ARX. Nade prepped and ready as Aztec is trying to duel things out. Takes minimal damage and spots one player out over by the washing machine, but he will lose his life eventually. Cyber on a heater finds a second, and it's all down to MC. Come on, lad. You've been so great this entire weekend. We need you to do it once more to keep Villa alive. In the 1v3, he is very well known, and he has 40 seconds to try to mount this clutch, but it simply will not happen. The AK-74M in the hands of Syrup, prone, lying in wait over by the Vinyl Records, is good to close it off, and that is a very dominant start off for Sleepy Gang to tie up the map score 1-1.
Absolutely huge from them. The advantage Alpha held intrinsically from the upper bracket now made null and void. A long day in the office still for both of these teams, but a 7-3 scoreline is a very impressive one on Cyber. While yes, we had that rehost, so the stats have a little bit reset.
Kind of, yeah.
Ending up with 8 in a very limited number of rounds is not something to turn your nose up at. And then that aggressive play, the waltz on in the side, break it open. It was a flurry of trades inside of Zulu, but Cyber decided I'm taking site and done so very firmly.
I mean, at the very least, when he was the initial person that just walked into the bomb site and tried to, you know, cause a lot of chaos, it didn't really work out. He backed off appropriately, and then he just waited for the rest of his squad to pick up an entry or two, and then he decided to go into the actual dining room and the kitchen side and just literally click on heads, because that is what he does best. Team Cyber, as some would call it, they have been on an absolute tear thus far, and they will be able to take Villa. But we do have our second map, which is Bank, and that is going to be coming up very, very shortly. So don't go too far, because we'll be back with map number 2 just after this.
Okay, the scholarship program is it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a scholarship designed for esports. It was launched about 4 years ago. It's been really successful so far. We give the opportunity for students to study and play at the same time. So they get some money on the side, they get access to gym, they get access to the facilities of Roehampton, streaming facilities, they get to develop their skills and also create opportunity for themselves in the esports industry as we work with a lot of outside organizations, for example, the BUAL, which we're working with right now.
Why did you launch?
I think it was a great project. I was around for it, but Jonas took the initiative to launch that scholarship. I think he wanted to sort of break down as many barriers to entry as possible, especially with women esports. They're quite consistently discriminated. We've done so many things to stop that at Roehampton, Women Games nights and Women Games conferences, and as much as we can to spread awareness around the toxicity and the negativity around the subject. And I think the Women Esports Scholarship sort of launched a new era into allowing women to be more free with what they apply with. They know they don't have to contest with male scholars who some will be biased towards. So I think it was a great step in the direction to make everyone equal. My vision for the esports scholarship has shifted during time. I think my first year, when I just got involved, we just wanted, let's get as many players in as possible. Let's create a talent pool. But as we've sort of developed through the years, it's been more towards how can we develop the scholars when they arrive, rather than just getting as many as we possibly can. How can we give them industry-related skills and build their portfolio, which once they leave the university, they can then get those jobs and get the opportunities they need besides pro play, which was the initial focus. And it's also doing bigger and better things around the university. For example, this LAN event, once again, doing summer schools and boot camps and all of the above. And yeah, it's going to take a lot of work, but that's where I see it going. There's been a few challenges. Obviously, when every player comes in, we have over 30 scholars now, so each of them has their own personality, each one's their set of skills, and some of them were displaying some toxic symptoms and being negative towards the teams and things like that. And we sort of overcome that by doing workshops and working with them. And the next part of the question, the success stories, I would say it's those students. They came in really negative and with a bad attitude, and now going into second and their third year, they're really positive and really key members of those teams. Obviously, we've also had some controversies and things like that, and not everyone's happy that we're doing as well as we are. But I think we just overcome that and just keep pushing forward. In various ways. So as I mentioned before, we have the content creation and streaming room. So a lot of the students have gone in there and learned how to use an audio mixer, how to set up a mic, how to set Streamlabs OBS, and take those skills home and be able to create their own Twitch channels, their own YouTube channels, and develop their skills through that. We also have sort of connections with internships and esports internships. How do you develop a job within the industry? And we have those connections set out. We also work with a number of external organizations, SNG and BUAL, and students are learning as they're coming to this event. They're being admins, they're being replay observers, and they're learning all these esports industry-related jobs and skills, and that's sort of our main development while they're here.
I think it's an amazing opportunity for anyone involved. It's just really good. It gives you the opportunity to play competitively and casually. You can enjoy the time, meet a lot of new people, and just have a lot of opportunities that other people wouldn't have. I would say so, because I got to meet a lot of new people through the scholarship. As one of the first scholars, you get a lot of people around you, and just a lot of opportunities provided to me from the scholarship have made me have a lot of friends and people in this esports scene. I think it's really good. I really like the idea, and it's just amazing, the arena. you just get the environment, and it's just so good. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but the first year we had like the whole team here. It's just such a good vibe, and yeah, just good environment. Yeah, at first I wasn't actually going to go to uni, but then the scholarship kind of motivated me to go to uni because I just wanted to do something within esports. So it was just a great opportunity for me, so I just went for it. Just a lot of teamwork and hard work, and you always want to do your best, and you want to improve as a team, individually and as a team. So it's just about hard work, communication, and yeah, doing your very best.
The esports scholarship is probably one of the best things I've ever done in my life, maybe. It's really helped me find like what I want to do in the future, like maybe also like meet people such as like Barclays interviews, White.gg. It actually helped me like see and be introduced to so many new people. The scholarship has definitely helped me, especially with like coaching from first year. I was able to like develop my gaming sense like a bunch, and especially with content creation, like the esports scholarships, they give you a Twitch layout, and it's so helpful when you're like starting out and you don't know where to go, you don't know what to find. It's just like an easy way to like start maybe Twitch or any streaming platform. Well, I was told to be the Valorant admin, and from that I was able to learn stuff like leadership skills. Telling the players what to do, what times for coaching, scrims, anything like that. And as well as being on the team, I was able to learn like teamwork skills. Communicating with my teammates about like, angles to hold, what I'm holding, what's going on site, stuff like that. Honestly, especially when you don't have anything at home, which is like how I started out with like a little Mac and I was playing League of Legends. It was really helpful for seeing like a 240Hz monitor and like really good PCs. I was in here until like 3 AM at some points, just playing games because my laptop at home was pretty bad, and it was just like a really good place for people who don't have much at home. Being given the money, like access to like the arena and everything, it was probably one of the best decisions I've ever made. And honestly, I think if other universities care about their esports scene, they should definitely invest in like women in esports scholarship at least.
So the Badass University All-Stars was initially a passing thought of our old esports coordinator of something that could never work, especially with regional teams we tried in season 1. It wouldn't, like, he was like, oh, it could never work. And like many of my stupid ideas was just bored one day, and I was like, thinking about it, it could work. And that's when I just pretty much just launched season 1. We found production, we found our graphics designers, and then Badass, jumped on board, really helped us and really brought us up from the roots. And here we are today, a year later, having a LAN. Well, it was pretty much the birthplace of BUAL. It was just where everything started, and especially for our first LAN event, being somewhere, for me especially, organising the event and trying, especially starting the concept of it, was I knew before we even came here, what we were going to do, how we were going to do things, exactly how everything would work. And especially coming into our first LAN event, that was the biggest thing to me. And, all the support that Roehampton's given and is just amazing. I mean, from where we started especially, we had, I think some of our biggest ones is definitely within production. and that's what we definitely try. And with our commentators, we don't go with, you know, oh, who's big or who's good. It's countless hours are put into, you know, VOD review to see not only just their skill but their potential, because that is the biggest thing I look at, is potential. And the biggest, well, our biggest glow up to say would definitely be Whippet or McCready, because when we brought them on, you know, doing community leagues or doing other university leagues, to now going, and especially Jerry as well, now doing, you know, national leagues, is just amazing to see, and I'm immensely proud of all my team. The initial idea, well, started here, and the second I got off the bat of saying this could work, it was immediate. The reception was, how can we help? What can we do to make this happen? And especially Roehampton Esports at the time was in its infancy. So it was our first set of scholars, and first set of really promotion and everything. So having something like this was just ridiculously different from anything that the esports program was even made for. And it's really kind of shown that just anything can really be done within the program. For myself especially, coming into the Roehampton Esports, it was very new, only coming in as a player and a coach. And then learning about the new sectors of esports from the esports coordinator at the time to then creating BUAL has just really given me just a lot of new and skills that I really use today. And especially going into, you know, being given the opportunity to be employed by Badass as well, to be able to create this league, and it would just never have been possible without Roehampton.
Sleepy Gang, they're on an absolute heater thus far. They took Villa 7-3, and now we're going to be shifting gears because Bank is on the menu. And you know what else is on the menu, folks? A triple, baby. That's exactly what we've got this time around. Myself and Dylan are now going to be joined by the one and only Jerry for a special TriCast as well, the first in University Siege history. It is going to be nothing but an absolute bomb shell this time around. It's going to be super duper fun. Pleasure to have you back here. It is going to be nothing but a tomfoolers experience, I can imagine.
I'm going to bring every single tomfool that I have in my cupboard.
That's a lot of tomfools.
About 4 tomfools.
Nice.
Which is quite a lot. It's a small cupboard. So I fit a lot in.
Yeah.
It's good to be here with Grippet as well. I actually haven't gotten the chance to cast with you this weekend, so we get to pop that cherry, and yeah should be good.
It's going to be great. It is going to be super duper great. Obviously, as things stand right now, the scoreline is 1-1. It is a completely tied game, but obviously because of the fact that Team Alpha, if we didn't have that map advantage, it would be a 1-0 scoreline over towards Sleepy Gang. So obviously Team Alpha, they still got a little bit of a buffer room, and at the very least, or actually I should say as a maximum, we've got a total of 3 maps that could potentially be played. Obviously, now the question remains, who's going to take Bank, do you think, with Dylan?
This is going to be a tricky one. Bank, the newest map in the pool, not many teams tend to lean for it, but I think Alpha are likely to have a stronger showing. They seem to be a little bit more of a well-rounded team, not loaded as top-heavy. I think that might be the beneficial and the key to victory for them on Bank.
It definitely could be. It definitely could be. If they're able to carry that exact same momentum that they just exhibited on Villa, 7-3 map, like literally massive whopping score line, and that is coming off the back of their lower bracket final as well against the side of APO. Do you think they still got the momentum on their side, or do you think that Team Alpha are going to be able to bring the goods?
It's difficult to call. I felt going into this best of 5 that Sleepy Gang, they would have to steal the first map in order to keep the momentum going, in order to not tire. That's the other factor at play here. There's momentum, but there's also stamina, because of course we are in that best of 5, that weighted best of 5 with Alpha already having that map advantage, and they've just stolen the map off of Alpha. That is huge. They're now going on to their map pick. So I think that as long as they can get this, then they may well be able to storm it and immediately get that third one under their belt. Otherwise, you could see Alpha just turn the tide and sweep back, with Sleepy Gang already having played a total of 4 maps today.
Yeah, that's true, and they also did play Bank yesterday, and they did put up quite the dominant performance, which was really great to see. And obviously, for all those Sleepy Gang fans that are out in chat, you guys are going to be hoping that they can bring the exact same goods. So we do see the op bans coming on out. No target bans compared to what we saw just a little bit earlier on Villa. We did see the Twitch target ban over towards Cyber, as well as the Pulse target ban over towards Knackard. Things are going to be a little bit more back to normality, I would say.
Just a little bit, the bans are somewhat rolling out to how you'd expect. If you throw your mind back to years and years before rework Bank was in the map pool, this is exactly what you'd expect to see. A Valkyrie on a map of this scale is a very useful ban, and of course you all know the benefit of having a mirror window down inside of red. The fact you can lock down that default plant in the basement and make that very difficult vocal point to break down on this site can be a very key factor. So getting rid of it in the ban phase, of course, is a lot easier than worrying about it mid-round.
Definitely so. We already see a couple of really, I want to call them oddball picks thus far. Obviously, we do see the Pulse being donned by Mr. Joe, which is a little bit interesting because he's not exactly one to kind of sway away onto these flex picks, at the very least on the defense. On the attack, he's more than comfortable to be able to pick up the support roles, but on the defense, this is the first time that we're actually seeing it this weekend. We do also see Sir bring out the Fuse, and that is to be expected. He did play Fuse multiple times yesterday during Sleepy Gang's own match of Bank, and I'm expecting him to get some more hockey puck kills.
Mr. Joe just 6 picked a 1Y.
He did?
He did. He trolled you. He trolled you hard. He's going to be a 1Y instead on that top floor. Obviously, Pulse doesn't really get too much leverage on that top floor hold. Unless you're expecting to lose control and go for the retake, everywhere surrounding the site is pretty much indestructible from beneath. You've got maybe a couple of soft spots. I'm thinking, you know, top of square, there's a little bit of soft cover there. But ultimately, you're thinking about C4ing from beneath if you're taking a Pulse here, and it's really not seen very often. The 1Y makes so much more sense. You can protect that janitor closet, you can protect whatever position you choose to hunker down in. With the one shield on the side of Alpha, they may opt to try and extend and hold outside janitor's closet in that hallway. We will see where that gets placed in the meantime. In fact, it has been placed. I'm trying to pick up exactly where. Doesn't look like they are extending, and that shield has gone down somewhere unbeknownst to me. We'll find out eventually.
We'll find out, yeah. I mean, usually when it comes to shield spots, you're usually going to either set one inside of Janitor. That wouldn't seem to be the case. Obviously, with Aztec getting that 1.5 scope on the MX4 Storm, I would suspect that it could be over by Elevator or just play the long angles.
It very much could be. That elevator spot can be very useful. You can tuck yourself deep inside of it and make yourself a very hard target to find from those initial drones. Cyber is going to be on that Finka. It was a 6-pick to the Finka as well. So we're going to be able to bring that out. A massive amount of utility available on that operator. Spirit Droid in hand. The early stages of Bank are a pretty tricky affair to try and get this initial map control. This lobby area is so wide and open, there's not a lot of cover. And MC is looking down below to try and find the opening and does so effectively. Goes on the roam and on the hunt and finds Cyber early. We've mentioned so many times how critical Cyber can be to this team's performance. And already, he's finding himself in the observation tool screen.
Yeah, that was a very lucky entry because obviously when we spoke to Mr. Joe yesterday during the interview, and this is something that I also touted right before we actually cut to the break, that the one tactic that Alpha should employ at all costs is to try to put a bullseye on Cyber's back and then isolate him away, kill him outright as soon as possible. It's more difficult to do that on the attack compared to the defense, but the fact that Macy was able to deliver, it is so grand.
Yeah, so they find themselves a man up, minute down. Alpha already burning valuable time off the side of Sleepy Gang, and they've got now a few less nades to have to worry about, but still obviously plenty in the hands of Kanaka. We've seen how well he can employ those throwables at the best of times. Didn't have the best showing in the most recent game. That 3 versus 5 that Sleepy Gang managed to pull off on the execute was preceded by some really poorly placed nades, but it doesn't matter. He's working that G36C as he finds the opening 2 kills for the attack onto Mr. Joe and Aztec. He's not done just yet. He's swinging this player inside of Trump, but Matty is the one to pick up another. MC goes down.
Well, it's going to be a flurry of kills and now leading us to a 3 versus 2. Just over a minute left to work with. Syrup the Fuse still alive with all those work charges left to work with as well. They don't have an opportunity to make them do their damage. I'm draining away, still lots to work with. Tracer rounds just narrowly missing him through the wall. Reich seems to have an inkling that someone's playing inside of Janitor. He's going to melee that wall once, but this is a dangerous game. Players so close to each other and more shots traded through the wall. He's going to spot him out and find him. Yes, he does. Syrup falls 2 versus 2. Milo down below looks to make a rotation in the server, and he's going to try and send up a nade to find some damage. This might land. Atlantic's in the danger zone, but no damage on all as jammers remain. Those bandit wires will choke out and deny this push for just a little bit longer. 30 seconds, and there's no clear avenue to get into sight.
No, not at all. HEs have been expended and exhausted, so they're gonna have to do this the good old-fashioned way. Util is barren, as I said. So, weaponry is going to be key in the last 20-ish seconds. Atlantic and Reich to hold things down, and Reich diligent with that MP5 finds one. Maddie, can you live up to the Fragmite role is the question we are all pondering. He will take boatloads of damage, but he's still alive. He's still kicking the C4 whipped out. It won't connect. He can still have some impact with the 5.56, but time continues to expire. He gets the one onto Atlantic. Reich just has to stay tucked on in. Maddie goes for the defuse plant, and it's about to be confirmed.
He's going to get this plant surely, but it's just going to be a fraction short. No, and Reich is going to give us a nice spam of that C key as well. The opening round goes in favor of the defensive Alpha, but it was not an easy affair for either team. Coming down to that 1 versus 1, and if that 000 was just a little bit further away or closer to them, that plant could have arrived, and Alpha may have been in a very different situation. Downstairs to Locker and CC we go, the site that I think if we look historically at this map has caused lots of headaches for the offensive side. If you remember when Latam was an absolute terror on this map, they've locked this down with aggressive holes inside of lockers and really make it a nightmare to gain control and leverage yourself for an easy execution. While we see Alpha perhaps taking inspiration of that, we see the 6 picks roll in. Cyber's not going to be opting to be that Ash for much longer. Aztec will pick up that smoke. Such a powerful operator. No! Goes for that Tachanka. Relying on those Shaniku grenades to burn away the time. A little bit less consistent as those smoke charges, but you have more of them.
One of the more sort of inventive positions as well to be using Tachanka. You can really get some interesting lineups here. It's all about practice when it comes to Shumika grenades, right? Yeah. You need to know exactly where you're aiming with them. He's also, slightly more active option than Smoke, in the sense that you have to be on that Shumika launcher to be able to leverage it. Smoke, you can send out those smoke canisters and then have guns up ready, whichever you need. SMG-11 for those long-range headshots. SAS shotgun, the M5, perfect for any closer encounters. But Tachanka, you're locked in to your one role, denial. That is it. You need to be landing everything. Brings the shield as well, perfect for the sort of defensive setup you might want to be going for. And the Cade making it through the ban phase here certainly strengthens this basement hold, because really you're looking at the Maverick to try and get through any of these hatches that choose to be denied, but there is none on the side of Sleepy Gang. Instead they're opting with one sole dedicated hard breach, and then Syrup has a couple of pocket can openers to bring as well.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see exactly where those electric claws are going to be placed. Obviously, hatches are going to be key, but you could maybe even place one over towards the default plant spot. Immediately, Atlantic is able to draw first blood. Milo, the sledge, is flushed down the drain alongside those two HEs, which doesn't bode all too well for Sleepy Gang. Not exactly sure where the entry took place. I guess yeah, it could have been dirt. It would have been, if not over towards Julier, but still, that is a player that you really don't want to lose.
So early in a second one now, Atlantic. They're all just funneling in from that sewer tunnel, and he's just gonna sit and wait. This is like birthday presents arriving early, and Syrup might be the next one to arrive as well. They know the threat is there, and don't tell me you're gonna go one by one. Drops prone, tries to sneak on in, but surely they're expecting something. And look at all these silhouettes, all these guns trained, primed, and ready. Oh! Syrup finds a shot, but it's gonna be muted by the casualty suffered at the hands of Macy. They'll get one back, and leaving this in a 4 versus 2. Damage may already have been done.
Classic cyber move there, trying to find that route in while the rest of his team focuses on the singular push, but I mean, NC, he saw that coming. He was holding down Garage with all his might, and he won his one. So now 4 versus 2 ensuing, and that really could have been the difference maker. So much leaning on Cyber in a lot of these matches so far, this entire LAN, but now, as is often the case, they have to manage without him. Syrup and Matty, what you gonna do? 2 versus 4, setting down that exothermic charge, finally getting in position to start baiting out some utility, but there's so much on the side of Alpha. They've got the 1C4, plenty of intel with dual bulletproof cams, and then of course the Shumiker grenades. Aztec can unleash hell on that default plant spot.
He really can. At this certain stage, there is so much time to burn, and Sleepy Gang, they have to come up with something a little bit more inventive and creative, as Syrup is sneaky beaking his way over towards Red. He finds one, goes in for the second as well. That's a triple, but the plant will be denied, right courtesy of that one, and it's all down to Syrup, AK-12 in hand. He is a bit of a chunky boy as well, but he's managed to work his way so deep in towards that gold vault. The element of surprise is on his side. He just needs to isolate these 1v1s, and they've been handed to him on a silver platter, but he actually opts to go over towards Elevator instead. Either way, he's got to get a move on, and I think that Reich is wise to his position, or so I thought. The pixel angle, not quite clear, and at this certain stage, info is good, and so are the sound cues. Macy knows exactly what's about to hit him, goes in for the wide swing. Syrup didn't stand a chance in hell.
That round was a peculiar one from the very beginning, funneling in line by line, one by one from the sewer tunnel, only to walk in the T5 SMG wielded by Atlantic on Legion. Syrup managed to make good of the entryway, then got aggressive, finding more, but that round was a little bit perplexing for Sleepy Gang. They didn't have a very clear avenue, and we mentioned that Kaid slipping its way through the ban phase, relying on that Maverick for hatches. They didn't bring a Maverick. They were forced to think perhaps outside their comfort zone, and they really did pay the price for it.
Yeah, on top of that, I would actually make the argument that, you know, we didn't even get to that stage where we could actually see the ebb and flow of how this round should have played out, just because of the fact that Alpha had that server on lock. And this is a discussion that we also had yesterday as well, when Sleepy Gang also played Bank against the side of APO, that server was just super duper difficult to actually keep on lock as the defensive side, but they just actually kept their eyes peeled over towards the entrance, and they were just shooting and cutting down players as they swarmed in.
Yeah, it's Alpha's preferred playstyle down there is to just offer up blue completely, and I suppose we saw it come good there because Atlantic was just able to find those heads, but it is odd strategically to offer up that much ground for free, and yesterday they were sorely punished for it. Maybe today they're feeling a little bit more confident in their gunplay, and I mean, Atlantic coming up, it's not often you see him, you know, pushing up the top end of this particular roster in terms of frags, but he added a good few frags to his name there. Definitely a much closer round than it needed to be, though. That was so nail-biting at the end, when realistically in that 4 versus 2, there should be no opportunity for Sleepy Gang to pull it back.
No, not at all whatsoever. And even though Team Alpha had things under wraps, arguably until we entered that 2v1 scenario, it was a little bit questionable that they didn't bring any bulletproof cams or any kind of info gathering tools so they could physically see
they had
the people.
Two, but they were just oddly positioned. I don't
They were
know
oddly
how they didn't have any read on that.
Yeah, I
or
don't
maybe
know
they were dealt with, but either way, it was just far too little too late when it came to kind of the response from
that's
Alpha
true.
there.
It did. It was a little bit too little too late. Now, though, we are going to be moving on to Tellers and Office. So this is going to be, or Tellers and Archives, I should say. So this is going to be really interesting. A tertiary bomb site elected by Team Alpha. And the possibility for a successful site rotation is really real right now.
I mean, this site is very much an influential one. Every level of bank can have an influence on this one. Down below, you can even play Pulse for Information. You can have that avenues for easy rotation. The middle floor, of course, that lateral hold to keep control of the site level itself. And above it, verticality. The attackers want to gain it. And I'd imagine that's why we see Syrup on that fuse. You can put those cluster charges down all around that main CEO office, and that's going to cause disruption and a wider range of destruction around the site itself. Vaulting in will be Milo getting aggressive, chasing that grenade, yet to find an opening in this round. And that extension inside of small office is a peculiar one, as it can often be the undoing for many teams, giving up a clear avenue and access in the site. Pulse playing inside of it, relaying information, and they're going to spot a player close to them. The coverage is likely there, but you know, he's daring enough to take the gamble, take that map control early, but no. Some shots arrive from the side itself. He backs up, and Aztec and Cyber get themselves in an early round brawl. Damage done to both players, they back on off. A trade happens instantaneously there. Cyber's going to fall early yet again, and Milo walks on in, doesn't check a corner, has no information, and Team Alpha find themselves another kill.
Like this, he's managed to empty out the admin office, but Right just comes out of it, finds Knackered. 2 versus 3 here, and Syrup and Matty. Once again, this duo trying to clutch up where the rest of their team have faltered. Matty opening up the hatch, but in the meantime, Syrup is surrounded by opponents, and the light at the end of the tunnel just above him, signaling Matty's far too late entrance. He decides to come down the main stairs instead. Takes a goo mine for good measure. No drones available to him. No one even watching cams, it seems, on his team. And Reich still a presence inside of open area. That's a gunfight. Defenders are always going to win. So much half cover in this room. He could have been anywhere at any point. Matty had no chance.
None whatsoever. Alpha, a successful site rotation, a hat trick of rounds thus far is the ideal way for them to get bank up and rolling, and that means that if they continue this trend, well, they are likely to pick up map number 3 all to themselves and set the scoreline at 2-1, which is exactly what we want to see. We want to see Team Alpha be a little bit more competitive compared to their poor performance on Villa as well, and now they've been showing the goods, and the way that they actually played, the chemistry between all of the defenders, including Mr. Joe, who was a key and paramount player inside of that small little office. I guess it's called small office, right? That's a call out.
Yes.
Yeah, a small office. I thought it was something else, but still, the way the fact that he was able to call out so much information with that cardiac sensor, it just prompted a full-on lockdown in Sleepy Gang. They had actually no idea what was on the other side of the doorway.
On a site like that, though, I'm a little bit intrigued about how direct that push was into admin. You have so many options. You can try and get something down below and work that blue staircase on the main ones themselves, or you can go top down, clear roamers, and set up that vertical pressure. They didn't opt for any of it. It was so direct from them, and that was perhaps a critique I had of Alpha when they were playing on Villa. They were super direct. And this time we're seeing somewhat of a flip side of that. Sleepy Gang are just not giving themselves the option. They're playing and relying on finding those picks, and it's not arriving. And Alpha are playing off that fantastically, just not giving options.
Yeah, I think I can definitely understand the call that was made on the side of Sleepy Gang, just because of the fact that it is possible that they saw a chink in the armor, just because of the fact that a rotation hole inside a small office was patched up. It is possible that they just didn't gather enough information. Obviously, we have the benefit of silhouettes. We could see what was on the opposing end. Sleepy Gang, they might have just not been the wiser, and they made a poor judgment call to engage in that scenario.
Yeah, that could be the case. I think we've got ourselves a round in front of us, but I want to take a step back for a second and just bring up the fact that we're 3-0 up right now. This is Alpha, the team that lost to Sleepy Gang yesterday on bank. It was 7-3 in the end, but they only managed to pull together 1 defense out of their 6 attempts here.
True.
They've already gotten 3. They've done 3 times as good. They could do 6 times as good if they carry on like this. And the difference from yesterday to today is staggering. They are managing to pull off these strategies on defense where they're being surprisingly passive in terms of not holding too much ground. This is something we criticised them for yesterday, but the important part of it is they're winning the gunfights when they get to them. They're offering up a lot of ground, inviting the attackers into the building, and then saying, come at me. And this time, they are responding.
It's true. It is clear as day that the amount of prep time that they actually had today was super duper valuable. That is the only way that I can really put it. The fact that they had the ability and the option to actually go back and review yesterday's VOD and actually come up with a couple of counter strats and just see exactly what would work and what wouldn't is really starting to pay dividends today.
And when I spoke to Sleepy Gang, they said they're coming in very well prepared for this one. It looks like Alpha have done the exact same thing, done some homework and got themselves ready. We just saw their Cyber on the roof losing his second Twitch drone very early in this, and none of them got to clear any utility nor gather significant portions of information. Milo playing solo, but will find the opening. That will be MC who falls early in this round, gaining control down below by Archives, opens up that possibility for the nades to get sent up from the floor below and find some casualties. Reich is on the roam inside of office, looking for an opportunity. Flashbang sent the burn away utility to get control of Janitor. Nade primed and ready, but just waiting for this chance. It will be the Thunderbird in that position. Spirit Thread, not something you want to go for, but Reich will find one and through the drone hole. Oh no, you don't want to get caught out by that one. And that leaves Janitor control completely open. Milo will find a second one in this round. And Alpha seemingly stalling out as Atlantic left by double windows to try and hold some ground. And Aztec deep inside of Trump looks to lock this one out. But a 4 versus 2 always is going to favor the higher numbers. Can Sleepy Gang now cascade and crash into sight.
A couple of smokes left in the hands of Cyber, but it doesn't matter if he's taken the head clean off Atlantic. Doesn't even need to think about the execute. He is on a tear, but Knackered will steal his limelight. Once again, this guy just always hunting for an ace, always hunting for a triple kill. You can't fault him really when he manages to pull off nice aggressive pushes like that, but it's occasionally that Sleepy Gang will overstep the mark and then they'll start to let the pieces fall. You have to be a bit more disciplined than that in this kind of marathon, but they got the round.
Yeah.
They managed to put something in the way of Alpha, who was storming away with these attacks. And I mentioned the way that Alpha are defending, and I did question it strategically. They were getting results regardless. Now is when Sleepy Gang decided, okay, let's start to punish those mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. They were finally able to get themselves back on the saddle. We are getting a heartbeat. We are getting a sign of life, which is just crucial for their side because they don't want to lose out in a flawless fashion right here on bank and potentially be cornered back against the wall, staring down the barrel of series point right here for the Badass University All-Stars Season 4 Finals. They got themselves around. That is probably the best first step in the right direction, and now with 2 rounds left over, physically anything can happen now that they have gotten everything that was wrong solved, seemingly, by the looks of it, just from what we saw in that 1 round.
Fixing problems in a weekend-style tournament like this is an absolute critical stage of it. As we've seen, we're seeing teams evolve throughout this, and it's only a 2-day event, of course, but they've played so many games, so many best-of-3s, they're getting game time, and slowly acclimated, of course, that LAN environment, and we're seeing such a I think rapid improvement from Alpha, as you mentioned, such a significant improvement when it comes to just the way they're winning their defensive rounds.
I am very curious to see exactly how Team Alpha are going to be playing this time around. Honestly, bets, guys. Do you think Atlantic is going to kick things off with another 2-piece within the first 25 seconds? Jerry, yay or nay?
It's a nay from me. They can't make the same mistake twice, surely, Sleepy Gang. They've actually gotten the round under their belt now. There's a little bit of momentum. And if that happens again, then the mental's in the bin. There's no way they recover, right? Like,
none.
I don't think as well, you know, Atlantic is the player, with all due respect, that they expect to be being shut down by on this roster. He's had a decent weekend, but it's the players like MC, like Reich, that have really shown up. Reich right now going 7-1, as if to prove my point. And he is, you know, usually a bit of a quiet character. It's Joe that's really kind of motivating these guys, and he's not had the best weekend either, but he's giving it large when it comes to the interviews and in chat, etc. And that's all part of the battle here at LAN. So yeah, their mental is a massive factor, especially for Alpha. I feel like Alpha are one of the more emotional teams at this LAN. They seem to have really bonded with each other. It's really nice to see them all, you know, get to meet each other in the flesh for some of them for the first time. And you can see it in the way that they interact. At least I feel like Joe is a fair representation. What you see on camera is what they're like as a team.
Exactly, 100%. Joe, I'm really, really hoping that we get to see him back for an interview, even if Team Alpha end up losing these things, because it is just an absolute pleasure to talk to the players left, right, and center. Cyber immediately drawing first blood after he was able to put that Twitch drone to good use as well. Gadget usage from Cyber, it's actually somehow taken a much more sort of crucial point in this particular round, and now he's willing to let his weaponry do the talking. That FAMAS, despite being a French gun, has been used properly.
Atlantic didn't last too long when faced with that high RPM. An interesting choice to get so aggressive so early. They don't have information inside a server room, and to take that swing blind is a wild choice. Perhaps actually a bulletproof camera, as he has one in his back pocket after he has deceased. Control server room is now gained and controlled by Sleepy Gang. This looks like it's going to be exactly what we expect from Bank on this side. Open up the wall and send in your Thermite. Reminiscent of the days of CCI Plant and winning this one out. The Gone 6, however, a new addition will clear away that evil eye. That's going to be a wonderful opening from Syrup up above, trying to make the best use of those cluster charges. Of course, they can shoot through those reinforced hatches now. Milo gets one with a trade back is there. Make it 2 for Milo now as he finds himself inside of red. Macy got so many odds stacked up against him. He can't retreat back to site, and that smoke dissipates just in time. The spear through 8 leaves no prisoners. And what a default execution, what a historic execution, because that's exactly what you love to see on Bank. Yeah. That's what we saw for so many years.
That smoke timing was hilarious. It was like, peekaboo, there are 3 attackers staring at you. Worst timing imaginable, but, you know, it was done and dusted by that point. Peeking into a 1 versus 3 with someone at your back, you've got the call that, oh, there's a guy in the vault, and the plant's going down.
What's she going to do?
Yeah, what are you going to do? I mean, that was, I think, again, Sleepy Gang punishing that, positioning the investment of Alpha, or the lack of investment in those buffer rooms. I said it yesterday, and I continue to question it. Why are you not holding server? If you lose that body early on, which Sleepy Gang managed to make happen, they found that opening frag. Very nice pick from Cyber onto the swinging Atlantic, if I'm not mistaken. Then you're just at a massive disadvantage. They can start off. They only got in there with a minute to go, but that's still brilliant timing. Yesterday they were making server clears within the first 30 seconds, and it was so one-sided it was almost painful. I don't want to see Alpha slip back into that, and thankfully they have gone to Tellers now, where they have seen the most success. They have not lost a Tellers defense yet over today or yesterday, and you can see why. It enables this kind of play that they love, where MC is on that vigil. Mr. Joe feeding the intel with the pulse. You've got all of these operators that sort of, you look at them and almost in a traditional sense, they're like solo ops, they're roaming ops.
They are roaming ops, and obviously the bomb site itself, the way that it is constructed, just by its architecture, it gives you so many more options as to which portions of the map you really want to control. You're not limited to either holding on to the middle floor if you're on the top, or the middle floor yet again if you're in the basement. This time around, really the only thing that limits you is your imagination and creativity as a team. So the fact that we are going back to Tellers and Archives, it really just speaks to Team Alpha's strengths, and that is something they can exhibit really, really well on Bank. First engagement already coming on through, but Cyber at the very least somehow falters, uncharacteristic for him this time around, but he will continue to soldier on through. Milo, though, has been on point with entries thus far, and he deals with MC. The roaming vigil is no longer a factor.
This is absolutely huge from Cyber and Milo. They've popped off in these 2 rounds they found congruently beside each other, and reminiscent of the way OXG play, throw Foxy and Laxing to do their own thing and make it work from that. And that's exactly what they're doing. Both players alone and isolated, no one there to help them, but they've managed to find success, and that's an opening kill. Cyber is just chilling down in basement.
He's got no targets.
No, he's going on a side quest, that's what it is.
Oh, there we go, yeah. He had been detected. It was like a little kind of Metal Gear Solid moment earlier with a little, exclamation mark popping up again above his head. But now he's just sort of on his own and there's no one in front of him. But he finally resurfaces, takes out Mr. Joe. Matty will find right. Cyber with another. The kills all come at once, and it's left Atlantic to hold back the tide of 5 attackers on Sleepy Gang, all of them buffed up and ready to fight. Cyber will lead the charge as always. He will fall, but Knackert, you should be refragging that. Unfortunately, he goes down. Milo forcing the engagement with the cluster charge from above will seal that kill and that round. There we have it. That was a pretty dominant performance there by Sleepy Gang to seal out the half.
It was. I'm at the very least really glad of myself that I didn't have to blur it out. You ever heard about the Atlantic clutch with nothing but a T5 SMG? It would have been great, but he got the 2 kills and I was like, shoot, I actually should have said it, but then he got out-fragged. And yeah, that was the end of that. Still though, a 3-3 split moving into the second half. Very respectable from both squads. Obviously Sleepy Gang, a little bit of sleep, living up to their namesake in the early stages of Bank thus far. But they're wide awake right now, and they're going to be moving on to the defense, and they're going to be starting off on that top floor. Dual catchers are in play. They are looking to just make the lives of Alpha a living hell with the gadgetry and lineup they've brought.
Well, getting this back to a 3 versus 3 is a very, very critical moment for both of these teams. Being able to get it to a level playing field on a map that does weigh towards, I think, the defense just a little bit. It's very hard to gain that initial map control. So now Sleepy Gang find themselves in that position to be able to lock this one out. Upstairs they go, of course. Seeing a Kaid in play is so interesting on either of these sides because it really changes how teams are forced to approach this. We watched as Alpha decided to go, yeah, we'll put bandit wires on this. That leaves them vulnerable to those upgrades. Those claws, you can put them up high. They can be much harder to deny, and of course, with IQ not being a relevant factor of this meta right now, those are going to persist, and they're going to exist for much, much longer, meaning that wall has a higher likelihood it's just going to survive.
We haven't talked too much about the bans here, and it's starting to come back into relevancy, as you mentioned, the Kaid being in play. And something that surprised me so far is the complete lack of Maverick. Now, this isn't a map that necessarily sort of favours Maverick in a lot of ways. You think about the breaches on this side, for instance, and you'd be very exposed to trying to Mav trick them, for instance. But it does give you an answer to the Kaid that is maybe a bit more direct. Of course, you're looking now towards some up nades, like you say, with it, or maybe even the sneaky Twitch drone in through a window could do the dirty work. There's lots of options here, and that's why they've opted to, you know, put the Maverick to one side, bring another operator that has frags and, you know, another benefit, say, for instance, the Thinker or the Yana. They've got plenty of options here. As they get set up, they are just scouting things out for the time being. This is a slightly slower approach from Team Alpha, just trying to suss out the kind of the vibe, I guess, of the Sleepy Gang defense. You guys, not everything is Amogus.
It is. There is literally an Amogus 2022 guidebook in our prod room.
We're so lucky.
We are so lucky. We had a fun time reading bedtime stories to each other.
That's what I'm missing. I haven't seen it all day.
Neither have I. I think it's like tucked in somewhere over there. Either way, though, Rek is going to be able to draw first blood. Knackard has fallen. Those self-generating Womai pancakes are going to be flushed down the drain. And surprise, surprise, MC, once again coming alive on the entries, deals with Cyber, so he can't have any impact or say in how this round should be dictated.
No, he certainly doesn't. Minute and a half left in this round to play it out. Rotation, the general happens. Matty tries to make this SMG-11 do some work in these close quarter brawls. Bodies queuing up and stacking out by Skylight. Sleepy Gang reduced to 3, looking to hold the line, pressure encroaching on them rapidly. It's going to be an airstrike called in the generator. That's going to be 1 nade sent in. Not a second to follow up. Finally, by Johan turned away as well. This is critical. No way there's going to be a 3rd nade. Oh, he swings with the shotgun. And the no! The timing is supreme, and just like that, the advantage they held is gone. Damage done by 1 player and 1 shell of buckshot. This round is now swinging wide open.
Matty cannot believe his luck. 2 kills for the price of 1 there with the shotgun swing, and oh my goodness, Calamity striking. MC now holding him at bay as Aztec now looks to take up the mantle with this Twitch F2 in hand, but Matty gets his 2nd kill, glorified 3rd of the round with the SMG-11. He could be on for a sort of ace, I suppose. Aztec looking to try and find the angle while Atlantic is spraying in through the wall. He's got that open wall with the Habana pellets, but no more left. No more way to create a walkable breach, it would seem, as Milo can just sit here. He has the cross angle, damages Atlantic, but can only get a few shots into the legs. This is surely enough to hold them at bay for the time being. 15 seconds left on the timer. Aztec finally fells Matty. No glorified ace for you, my friend. Aztec trying to hunt down the player at the other end of these traces. Syrup takes out the other. He gets a 2nd Syrup. The Kaid somehow clutching that. Very nicely done from Meeting. But that was all about the chaos around Janitors.
It really was. Sleepy Gang basically got themselves so many kills fed to the point that that round as a whole was literally given to them, served to them on a silver platter. Alpha, if it wasn't for that one tiny, teeny little blunder, the TK with the HE, things could have been so much more differently. And I'm personally not one that is going to sort of, like, at the very least, argue against the double nade stack, because it is something that I think teams should try to experiment with a little bit more in Siege. But that is probably the first piece of proof as to why you shouldn't be juggling nades like that.
It's a dangerous thing to do. It makes a sound cue when you pull away that pin. So if someone's playing close with a Mossberg like that, it's not going to be too much of a guess to think they'll take that swing. 1 burst of 12 gauge is all it took to unravel that round, and now Sleepy Gang lead.
You know what I miss?
What?
The throwback grenade prompts. Like, how cool would that be in this meta when they're just so important and you do actually get them sent your way? Usually they're cooked a bit better than to allow for that sort of thing, but it would be funny. It would be really funny.
It would be great. Like, just imagine for a second if you, as a smoke, for example, can just create a hole in the floorboard directly underneath you and just, like, yoink a grenade as it's being lobbed from underneath and just roll it back down. It would be whack, to say the very least, but it would be cool in this meta.
It certainly was. You see nades so prevalent throughout the entirety of this climate, you know, for getting people out of position, clearing and opening pressure and space around the map, and of course clearing the all-important utility. You need to be able to burn that away. And speaking of that utility clear, it's going to be the most utility clear heavy site on this map. We're down to the basement yet again, clearing away stuff like these Kaid claws, getting these hatches open and the shields bearing down towards server to try instead of that default execution. It will be mission critical for this. Or we might try for a push down towards Vault. A little bit more of a gamble, but Milo's been able to sneak into these key positions throughout this matchup. So I wonder will someone try to recreate that one inside of Alpha.
We've got 3 bulletproof gadgets on the side of Sleepy Gang as well. Double shields and that bulletproof cam. As Reich just sent some warning shots to the roaming. Milo says, no, you get back down in basement. We are tackling your turtle setup. And they're going to work that hatch. Thankfully, the Maverick being brought this time along to do some of that work as Kaid is in play and being utilized by Syrup. This is going to make sure that it's pretty much nullified. It takes a little bit of extra time, but he's protected. He is safe for the time being. He's got his go on Overwatch. D4 sent up, it would seem.
I'm not exactly sure where that came from. Maybe, I don't even think he drew a small little hole in the hatch. I don't exactly know where that C4 was lobbed out from. It's a little bit difficult to see, but either way, that is a C4 wasted. We know for a fact, given the lineups, we do see the Yokai on the Echoes in play, and then if the Maverick is also there, it is going to be a bit of a slow round.
That C4 got rid of the Electric Claw. They tried to gamble on getting rid of that Maverick. They sent it up, but they burnt away their own key utility. The thing that can often lock out and make this site so critical and difficult to hold once it's open, or so now that it's open, is available. Alpha now have that hatch done, established. They can set up a pretty easy plant here once they try and choke out Red. And Milo is in that critical position, bodies queuing up for what will be a very, very Bank-esque execution to try and lock out server room.
That's not the first time we've seen this LAN teams on defense C4 or impact their own utility.
Happens.
It's been a weird kind of theme that's pervaded through this event, but Reich is going to continue another one of those themes, which is opening kills with frag grenades. Reich landing that one onto Milo. The Mozzie that did pop up earlier is popping down for the count now. He's been sent down 1 floor, and now will be sent 6 feet under.
And now we do have Toxic Babes sort of engulfing the default plant spots, so at the very least, Alpha are going to try to bait out some extra utility, but that shouldn't be the primary concern. Fishing out those Yokai drones is going to be paramount, because if you aren't able to accomplish that, then there is no chance in hell you get the diffuser down. So either way, they somehow have to be able to isolate Knackered. I have a sneaking suspicion that Reich may eventually drop the hatch and just get up close and personal right in the face of these anchors, but either way, time doth tick. Aztec is starting the plant.
The first shot from that Yokai drone will burn away more time. It slips into that smoke and tries to keep itself concealed. It will not get the second shot away. It gets denied and fresh one thrown away. Can Reich find even more? A second in the round begins to cascade and pressure begins to mount even further. The smoke grenades tossed from deep, but they don't hit or land. It's not going to be far enough, but the Yokai might do the damage. Just deny this round. It's going to come down to an absolute bloodbath. The brawl and Syrup gets 2. Surely not. They stopped the plant. It's 0-0, and Syrup can't deny it. Oh,
he came off. He just came off the plant. He came off at one point, and then he stuck it. This is bizarre. Oh my goodness me. Alpha, what just happened? You had 2 opportunities to stick the plant there, and it didn't happen.
I'm not exactly sure either. We might have to go back and watch that at a certain point, but I do think that he was injured. It seemed as if he was injured. That is what our observer can confirm, and that is probably the only possibility that could have happened, because you saw exactly the aggressive stance that Syrup had taken over towards that scenario. I mean, the moment he got himself that double kill through Red, small little LOS holes to actually work with, and he was just on an absolute rampage. He got the players that were inside a server providing coverage, and then I think he just got the right angle. Back of Aztec was exposed, and he was able to shoot him down, get the insure as soon as we were on 0-0.
That final execution is why Bank has some of the most interesting dynamics. While I'm not the biggest proponent of this map, that site in particular leads to, I think, some of those Siege-esque executions ever.
Yeah.
Heavy commitment on utility. If you want to drop and get aggressive and you can win your ones, you can break that down. I think there's a famous clip of Kanto at Atlantic City dropping that hatch and finding 4. There's your Siege trivia. I always have to slip 1 on in. But you can have an impact in terms of gunplay, but utility plays such a key and critical point. And we just saw that yet again. Syrup is going to be on that Oryx. We're going to go down inside of a very, very odd site you don't see played a lot. It is going to be staff room and offices. This is where we saw famous hot and cold clutch happen? Will we see something that level of heroics this time?
Probably not. We don't have an Aldo, we don't have an ACOG.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen.
We don't have Evil Eyes either. We didn't have even Echo Drones to sort of mimic it. They were impactful last round, but they're opting to go with some other forms of denial in this one. Of course, denying the plant in this site is not really the aim of the game here. It's about making sure that you take enough bodies down before they get to that point, and that's why you're seeing the Oryx, that's why you're seeing the Pulse, to enable a bit of that road work. It's a very nice map for Pulse. He has multiple uses. He can have a hand in the kind of util burn meta down on the basement, or he can just be a nice solo op that can put off a sneaky flank. Right now, however, Kanakad is prone, trying to get some feet through a drone hole, and that's, I mean, that's not a Pulse special, anyone can do that, but Kanakad, if he pulls it off, then the power to it.
He could pull it off. I'm obviously questioning Kanakad's own personal taste in that instance, but hey, to each their own. For now, though, Sleepy Gang find themselves one round away on the defense from sitting very, very pretty on match point. Not series point, though, however, because this is technically the third map of the series. That would set the scoreline at 2-1. Either way, if they're able to claim this and set Alpha in the dirt, then they find themselves on the right road towards success.
This is like a mini best of 3, right?
Yeah.
We just reset the maps, and now we've got basically Alpha have a little bit of an advantage because it's their map picks that they get to lean on most. But at the moment, they're not leveraging it. They are still behind as Sleepy Gang are taking the wheel here. After a really nice start from Alpha, we've seen 5 rounds in a row from Sleepy Gang.
This is that preparation that they were talking about. They knew exactly what they were going to be facing, and Alpha certainly made changes. They played better on their defensive split. Sleepy Gang have just found the key. They found that silver bullet. Now with 5 rounds in a row, momentum a key and a huge factor in a game like Siege. They might be able to run away with this one. And this is that pulse we were mentioning, that cardiac sensor. Look at the information this is relaying. No one's going to take a step on that treacherous soft floor just yet, but that is always going to be a looming threat when that sensor lurks below. Will someone succumb to that C4? Only time can tell. Only a minute left in this round. No casualties suffered yet, but that will very soonly change.
Yeah, no contact made either. Not exactly the call center from hell just yet because of the fact there's only one C4 present, but Reich, also somebody who shares the same personal interests as Kanakad, will be able to spot out some footprints and start literally cyberbullying somebody with pings. That is completely fine, that is good, but time is expiring very quickly. We've only got less than 40 seconds left to go in this particular round. And as I said, no contact yet, but it's a powder keg and it's about to go boom.
Cyber is even detected inside of Blue at this moment in time, but MC will like that map find the opening frag onto Milo. No more Malusi, but her Banshee's long set. And this is all just about to explode with 25 seconds left. There's no way of predicting what's going to happen. There's about 5 or 6 different 1v1s that could happen at any point during round the map. Right now, Syrup is the first one to take one of those, and he will use his opportunity to flank upstairs. Mr. Joe takes down Matty. Atlantic goes down in the meantime, but Cyber finally strikes from Blue and takes out Diffuser inside a square. This is surely it for the attack. Doesn't matter that Knackered's down. Aztec gets one for good measure. 2 seconds left. Cyber holds firm inside of Electrical, and that is enough for the defense. They just about manage to grab another one, and that is 6 rounds in a row for Sleepy Gang.
How many times throughout this event have we seen Sleepy Gang players have patience, discipline, and strike when it could have the highest impact? Cyber waiting, lurking in blue, and denies that diffuser getting the side at all. If you just wind back a few days, we saw Syrup lurking in Logi on Clubhouse and doing a very similar act as well. Yeah. Patience is a virtue. Sleepy Gang very much awake here on Bank. 6-3 your scoreline. Can they upset the tables, find themselves with 2 map advantage, or will Alpha claw this one back? 3 rounds to do so. They're required to be flawless now. 1 slip up, 1 mistake, 1 lapse of judgments or miscommunication can unravel this round, and the advantage they held, well, while they don't hold it anymore, might begin to slip away.
And this would technically be the first time that Alpha would ever be suffering a detriment in terms of map score, as well as just overall round scoreline in total, because if you're going to sort of like compare and contrast the scoreline that was placed on Villa thus far, you can definitely see that Team Alpha, they've only been able to put up a grand total of 6 rounds over the course of 2 maps, which isn't all too great. It's not really anything to write home about in Sleepy Gang. They're about to hit 14 in maybe a matter of minutes if they can continue to perform at that exact same level.
So, Alpha, got to turn it round. 6 rounds in a row you've lost now. Push it on up to 6, and that's all you need. Push it to overtime. You need to find something on these attacks. It's been really difficult for them. That last one was just about not even the closest they've come. They've had attempted plants in these past few rounds, and what is going on here? Are they just hunting drones, or are they planning on running out the front? No, it looks like a little bit of hunting drones, and they will manage to fall back before the timer hits 2 minutes, and we have our attackers spawn in. Now they can start doing work, and they're going to need to, as I've been saying. That bulletproof camera, benefiting from a somewhat recent change that you can no longer destroy your own gadgets with electricity. So sticking it on that wall, always a very good wall to have a high electrical on, because it's pretty much impossible to get rid of unless you get a lot of map control, and that long angle is a fantastic one to deny, which Atlantic will maybe be a bit sad that he can't gain. However, his main job in this round, as the sole hard breacher, I should say, no pocket hard breach at all, is to try and aid this push from Square.
And luckily enough for him, obviously, once they deal with the electric claws from Syrup, his job and overall day would be made so much easier. But that is going to be a key focal point for Alpha to deal with. They could potentially have Aztec spot those out, fish them out, and then outright deal with them with one Zappy Boy, or they could even go down below, have Macy do a little bit of vertical, and then boom, you're good to go and open up the conference room walls. Either way though, Alpha have options. What they might not have is time to execute it. They've already spent about just over a minute clearing out the entire map, so they know and they have a rough sense as to where everyone is. Now comes a moment where Bank is on the line, and they've got to ensure that they win their ones and play the util game properly and not accidentally TK each other with nades.
Well, that would already be a massive improvement, and that's not going to be a calamity they'll suffer yet again. This main wall is going to get opened up by the bottom of Skylight. This is critical to it, but no, the impact trick will make a mess of those X-Kairos pilots, and this will be an uneasy opening for them. It won't burn away time, but that player in Janitor might be able to deny some, playing a shotgun SMG-11 up close and personal, ready to get into some brawling. Mr. Joe's made his entryway inside of stock and looks to tap away and find control. Those openings though will make him somewhat uneasy of his current positioning. A rotation's been called to make this more of a prominent position. Looks for that drone hole to try and catch anyone. A daring proposition if he can get it, but that would be a massive critical opening. Playing on Kanto, that will be Syrup, looking to try and hold on those main lobby stairs as well as his long angle, and Mr. Joe is first to step up and replace the pilot.
Sending Gone 6 to burn ADS, and now the nade will come out. Looks like it was put perhaps a little too long. No, it does explode at the other end. Clear that shield, but he's taking flak. The player behind it goes down, and he can't res himself. Syrup will finish him before he has the chance. Atlantic, though, taking out Kanaka as the execute comes through. MC will find Matty, and now a fair few anchors emptied out. 3 versus 4, make it a 2 versus 4, as MC will collect yet another, and that's Cyber, and we all know what happens when Cyber goes down. Often, Sleepy Gang cannot recover. Right, will take out Syrup, all up to Milo in a 1 versus 4. Alpha may be prolonging this game somewhat. They need to fight for overtime. They just need to take down Milo to seal one more round on their journey to that coveted 6. But he is fighting back, Milo, with a second headshot in a row. Almost a third. A direct trade. No, it was not a direct trade. So close there to FAMAS doing the work just about.
Yeah.
And Team Alpha, they stay alive.
Indeed they do. They're not going to be pushed off the edge of the cliff just yet. The dream on Bank is still alive. And judging by the adjustments that they made on their attack in that particular round, it is a good way to buck the unfortunate trend of having lost 6 rounds consecutively at the hands of Sleepy Gang. But the question still remains, are they going to be able to actually put up 2 more rounds and force us all the way to overtime? I'm not exactly sure. It is definitely clear as day that Sleepy Gang will likely not return back to the top floor conference room if they are going to expect a loss yet again. Play it a little bit more safe, go somewhere where you know you can definitely edge out Alpha, and simply let the time do all of the speaking. Back down to the basement we go, and this is a bomb site that Alpha had a very difficult time trying to lockpick.
It very was a difficult time. You said let the time do the speaking, though, when it comes to ways to play it, and this site is a prime example of a way to do that, and that Echo 6 pick is a great one as well. We saw those Yokai drones have a huge impact in denying and delaying that plant long enough for that subsistent damage of those smoke grenades to finally down that planter. Last time of asking of this round. Utility is king for this basement, and lots of it brought out by Sleepy Gang. That Kaid, that Electric Claw will be a very difficult proposition to clear, and hopefully this time they don't send up a C4 and clear it away themselves. If they can keep that patch around for much longer, you protect Red. And if you protect Red, you can have a clear and much easier time denying a direct plant, and even finding some kills if anyone gets a bit daring down that doorway.
Again, we have a fair amount of bulletproof utility as well on Sleepy Gang. Double shields and those bulletproof cans. You could argue as well that those Yokais, you pose a threat that needs to be cleared, not necessarily with explosives, but this aggressively positioned shield will help them on that server hold. I was sort of, you know, talking about how Alpha don't hold on to server quite as steadfastly. It seems as though Sleepy Gang there also not quite holding on as much. We didn't see too much of their defenses yesterday, and now we're getting a better taste for them, and it does seem that they actually mirror each other in terms of preference and want to hold a bit further back. It just seems that Sleepy Gang is seeing a little bit more success, it would seem. Plenty of nades on the side of Alpha, as to be expected, but they've also supplemented that with the Zofia to well, in fact, they're making up for the lack of an extra pair of nades in the sort of current meta, I suppose, with the Zofia that sort of serve a similar purpose. And you've opted for the Ace as well. Now, it's an interesting change when you consider that Hibana is an option, and those Selma charges aren't as efficient a method of opening those hatches as the Hibana is. So it's odd, but you can see Mr. Joe, he is getting to work on the hatches. That is his prime duty in this round, and then once he's done that, he's got some nades to spend.
I do think that Atlantic is only going to purpose those Selma charges just to get the default plant spot open, so they at the very least have some sort of beachhead to work with. Other than that, I don't really see a use for Selma charges at all whatsoever. The rest of the pressure that needs to be applied is going to rely solely on Joe being able to use that Surya Torch to the best of his abilities, and obviously he is going to take a little bit of chip damage from the electric claws, but that's completely fine. He's nearly got the hatch completely opened, and there you go. That completely renders the shield that we saw next to the bomb chassis completely unplayable, and there are a couple of holes to work with, so they are going to be able to take out one of those Kona stations. ADS is also cleared out, so that does prompt Aztec to toss out his smoke grenades and provide visual cover.
This will come down to an absolute brawl. This execution never an easy tasking. 5 players remain on either side, and now they descend down the blue staircase, getting themselves ready for what will be a war of attrition. Will not be a simple nor easy task, and with this wall now being burnt open by those X-Kairos pellets, or by the Selma charges I should say, we're gonna get ready to rumble for this one. Smoke grenades are critical and key component in holding this one out. C4s, if available, will be sent to deny, but you want to keep those Yokai drones as well. Reich on the hatch will likely send a grenade, and will it arrive? The smoke canisters are going to be able to send out through it. The plant for the first very attempt is denied. A C4 was the tool of destruction of it. Atlantic back on the wheel, and Milo will find success with that C4. A secondary open, and Cypher will be able to find one on, but he's going to get treated away with that Claymore. A 4 versus 3 top control is there. The plant goes down. Yes, it does. And this retake is one of the hardest propositions in the entirety of Siege. Milo will get caught out by the F2 as Aztec holds down and drops prone, tries to escape but will not last that fight out. And now it's all down to the surviving members of Alpha. Can they hold out against 4? Pressure arriving and waving down towards them. 1 drops the hatch and all these guns ready. They queue up, but if you want a better weapon, you've got the LMG. Syrup will find one more. It's going to be Matley who gets an. Aztec is already in DBNO. Sleepy Gang will confirm this. They take map, they take bank, and they now lead this series 2-1.
What a showing on Bank from them. 6 consecutive rounds spread over the course of that first and second half, and the crucial thing about their performance thus far is they didn't even slip into the one more round mentality. They were able to close it off before things got too heated in the kitchen, and they didn't give Team Alpha any room to work with whatsoever on their offensive side. Sure, they were able to pick up 1 round, but that is all that they were able to deliver. A very great performance on the defensive side from Sleepy Gang.
And a team performance as well. You may have seen it at the very end of those stats. It was looking like that throughout the whole match. About midway through, I wanted to comment on it, but it was just such a crazy game.
It was.
By the end, you had 1 player on 12, and then the rest sitting sort of in that 8 and 7 mark. It was a very, very well-rounded performance. Difficult to pick out a single individual that really contributed any more than anyone else, and that's exactly what they wanted. That's going to be giving them so much sort of bonus in the next match, where they need that mental state to continue, because it's all about momentum right now for Sleepy Gang. They drop this next map, and they have played, what, 6 maps in a row? It could go completely the other way.
It really is. They have to ride this momentum. They have to really capitalize upon it. Of course, coming into a best of 5 with 1 round or 1 map already lost because you're fighting your way out of that lower bracket could be a massive deficit. But they've not only leveled the playing field, they now lead. And can they close this series out? They're only 1 map away, but we'll be going to a short little break before we'll jump into that one.
He looks for a second. Oh my! He goes for the down and gets
Wizard of Oz can't undo what I've done. Completely out of luck this time. I'm stuck in reverse. I gotta get away now, but I can't seem to take the lead. Oh baby, how could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. Still, I find myself hoping that you'll find your way back to me. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here. So come home, why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. Got me stone cold.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Badass University All-Stars Finals Season 4. We're here at Roehampton University and we have got another map coming in this Grand Finals. 2-1 the current scoreline to Sleepy Gang as they have not dropped a map yet in this best of 5. Of course Team Alpha coming in with that map advantage. They need to make something of it because now they are on the ropes.
They very much are. Momentum a huge factor, but you got to consider they come into this with a map advantage. They lead. They were able to decide what map they didn't want to even have in this series as a contestant, and now that advantage they hold is no longer nullified. They now are trailing in this. This is a very dangerous position to find yourself in if you're in the shoes of Team Alpha. Can they make the changes? Can they make the adjustments?
I don't know. I really don't know. They just seem like they haven't turned up in the same way that we've seen them yesterday. And you know, when you think about it this way, they haven't won a map today. They have not won a map yet today. They need to turn it on because Sleepy Gang, like we said before this game and before this match, before this map, it's all about momentum. They are on an absolute tear. They have now played, 5 maps today, only dropping a single one in the best of 3 earlier against APO. And now, here they are on the precipice of victory, on the precipice of history, with another opportunity here to seal their LAN. We are going to take a little pause at this very moment. I know we got a tantalizing fly through of Chalet just there, but we just need to address some issues before we move on in. So let's have a look at these faces. I mean, the two that we've really gotten to know so far as well, Mr. Joe and Cyber on the far right and left of your screens. They're just such characters.
They really have been. I honestly love how these players just come into LAN and they step into this to do their interviews and they have carry these personalities. And we've talked to them outside of the game. They're the exact same, as you'd imagine. They are the vocal leaders for their teams. If you want someone to stand up, shout, cheer, raise everyone's mental, these are the two you look to. And as well, Cyber in particular has been, I think, the figurehead of the team, not only mentally and verbally, but the fact that those kills, that performance, and that individuality has been such a factor for some of their success.
Yeah, he seems to be the whole package for Sleepy Gang right now. And when you look over at, say, Team Alpha, you know, I've seen MC. He's actually quite a calm and reserved guy, but he's the one picking up a lot of these frags in server. And then, you know, Mr. Joe is there, not just as emotional support. You know, he's had some great rounds as well. But you can tell that he's definitely there as a team captain to bring the thunder when it's needed. And it has made a big difference, but maybe he didn't wake up on the right side of the bed today. Maybe he's just not motivating them enough. Is it Mr. Joe's fault? Who knows?
I mean, but Mr. Joe, yes, the motivational factor has that kind of charisma, somewhat how you'd imagine Canadian would be feeling back in his glory days. But Reich is a really standout person, also in that leadership role. Yeah. Well, I was in the Radboning a few yesterday, actually, and just the composure that player brings. Reich is able to bring everything from 100 back down to where it needs to be to get everything mentally reset and ready to get into the next round. He always makes sure everyone's ready to go, they know what's going on, and keeps a very good eyes on what every single player is doing. That's why throughout these matches so far, throughout the weekend, they've looked almost untouchable. This is the first time that they've wavered, and this is the very first time they've trailed in a series.
Certainly is, and you mentioned Reich. He's just he's come into this as arguably the most decorated player in sort of University Siege at this event, and it's showing. It has showed for the most part. It's just not showing today, and that's the painful part. Cyber has had a fantastic time today, but from Sleepy Gang, that last game, you know, they've had this kind of almost an insult bandied about at them a few times. And in fact, at one point in the last game I was casting with Cairo, I accidentally called them Cyber Gang. And I mean, Mr. Joe would have been so happy with that because he's put it in our heads and he's brought it into being. But in that last game, they proved it wrong. They managed to have a bank where they were all contributing, and it was very difficult to say that any one of them was like miles ahead of each other. And that's the kind of unit that they're going to need to be, to continue to be, to roll over this alpha side today, if they are to do that. And I think if they are to do that, they probably need to take this next map, because, you know, 7-8 maps, it will take a toll on you.
Yeah, when you play for so long, fatigue is a massive factor you must consider. Yes, you've had your warm-ups, you're playing hot right now, we've clearly seen that, especially with Cyber and Milo. The performance they had on Bank in particular is very reminiscent of two players, you know, in North America, OXG. I'll always look at Laxing and Foxy, the way they play individual styles, make it work in that weird disjointed duo style. That's what we saw. They pushed away from the core brunt of the team and just found kills, found entryways, and snuck into positions that they had massive impact from. Will be a little bit difficult to do that on Chalet, a far more tight and compacted map. But this is all down to this one for Sleepy Gang. Can they close out this series, this championship on this map? And the ban for what could be a very pivotal map is not going to surprise us at all, as it's Thatcher first to go.
Certainly not. And as we wait for the rest of the ban phase to play out, I'll just remind you that these two played on this map yesterday, and it did go Alpha's way, 7-4, the scoreline on this map, which did send Sleepy Gang down into the lower bracket, and my, what a comeback they have made since then. The Capital ban coming out from Sleepy Gang, we saw that yesterday as well. Possible mute ban here as well, because this was something that they wanted to target Alpha with, in terms of denying any sort of, oh, there we go, Mr. Joe trying to call it, but it's actually the Wamai, so an interesting kind of turn of events here. And Wamai, probably a more standard ban for this map. We were talking about the power that he has. We even saw the Wamai ban in the most recent Chalet in that lower bracket final. And yeah, it really did have an impact. That pulse, though.
We saw CB Gang using Pulse a lot on Chalet. The use of that cardiac sensor is so pivotal to be able to try and just say, yeah, I know exactly what you're doing, and it gets, well, if that information is accurately and reliably fed back to the team, your IGL can formulate an exact counter strat on the fly, knowing, okay, there's 3 bodies here, 2 over here, this is exactly what they're doing, and you can move utility, move players into these key positions. And we've seen a lot of that. Syrup will be donning the Flores, and this is an operator that we've seen a lot of on Chalet so far this weekend. So a lot today in particular. This is our second Chalet matchup of the day, second one for Sleepy Gang. Those Rotaro drones are so good at clearing away utility, and on a map like, on a site like Bar Gaming, you're gonna have to worry about Ivy Stairs.
Yeah, they put it to such good use earlier against APO as well. But the real defining factor of that game was Cyber. He, if you recall, at the very start of the day almost, or in fact it wasn't even the start of the day, it feels like that, it's been such a long day, but Cyber just going nuts basically. He strung 3 triple kills back to back in that match. It was absolutely insane. We were just gobsmacked when it was happening in front of us, and it was always this kind of typical Cyber thing of finding an opening in the defense. There's a lot to account for on Chalet when it comes to defending. You need to make sure that you have every place down on lock, and for instance this site, there's always the opportunity for someone to sneak in from the basement and come up either the blue stairs or the stairs in Fireplace, and really it was quite often the case that Cyber would just identify this. They'd have really good pre-placed drones. This was something he was talking about in the green room to me during the sort of break between matches, was that they were always accounting for what Cyber could do. They were droning him in, they were getting good pre-place, and there was always intel being fed to him to enable that kind of ridiculous frag count that he had.
This reminds me a lot of the Empire side that made that run through CL. They understood that their team perhaps relied on one player to have that individual performance, and so they helped in every way they could to support that, knowing your strength is an absolute boon as a team. And they know, okay, if we can give Cyber the right information, the right setup around him, and he can just go and win rounds, why not do that? Because if you can find that consistently, you have a perfect avenue to success. And so far, at least in the opening 2 maps of this series, we've seen Cyber find those moments and be well supported by the rest of his team. Chalet could be a different story. It's a little bit harder to have as significant of an impact, as you see a lot of these utility dump areas being set up, and that's going to be MC up by Meza. The repel and solar happens very rapidly, but control is required to very quickly try and make this a successful execution on Bar Gaming, which can be a very difficult site to break down.
Mr. Joe expecting that drone, as we have Cyber once again on the Twitch, and it was something he would do typically before making this entry into Bar Gaming. He would send in that utility, make sure he didn't die with it in pocket, and try and unpick the site, while the rest of his team, this quadruple unit on the top floor, just dealt with all of the utility burn that they have to get through, that they have to force their way through. The mute in play is going to hinder Syrup. It's specifically designed, the placement of those jammers, to flush against this wall on the left of your screen, one by the window and one by piano double, to deny the Flores drone. They are doing the same job as those ADSs as well, the Syria gates to a lesser extent, protecting these shields, protecting these positions, and Cyber is lurking, trying to find that opening. He's just outside of the main door, but he hasn't found a fish on the end of his hook just yet.
They only have 1 set of grenades. They can't clear this as efficiently, but Cyber up the main lobby stairs. There's that one very critical grenade, finds that opening. Cyber gets traded away, but how do you let him sneak up those stairs and find the opening to Meza? Now the 3 survivors of Alpha all fallen back deep inside of stock. This is a very dangerous proposition for Alpha so early. Chalet, of course, a little bit attacker-sided. Can they lock this one out? Your Finka left in DB. That self-res is available, of course. No, they're in a frostmat. Oh no!
Oh, no.
Their leg is trapped, but Syrup will find one back to Mr. Joe. The revive is there, and it's time for a 4 versus 2.
Atlantic and Reich standing between Sleepy Gang and the first round on the board. We said it was momentum-based. They are taking all of that momentum from Bank, from their first map as well, all the way here into Chalet. With 40 seconds left, they just need to take down the 2 remaining players. Reich sitting downstairs alongside Atlantic. It's like Buck trying to take in from Fireplace. He's deciding which entry to go for. Syrup in tow on those stairs. It's a matter of time. 22 seconds left. They're deciding now is the time to do some drone work. They want to go into these gunfights knowing where they are. Reich and Atlantic finding themselves on top of each other here as Reich fells Milo, but with 10 seconds left, they are just holding inside a closet. Matty finally finds a location safe enough to put that diffuser down, but Reich once again strikes onto Syrup this time around, but the cover is good enough. Atlantic goes down as well, all up to Reich now. He's going to find himself a quad in this round if he has any hope of keeping Alpha in the one. I think that this is going to be too difficult for him, quite honestly. The crossfire is there, but he has the opportunity to res Atlantic, pushing on out, both on such low HP. One needs to cover, one needs to stick, or they just need to hope with all their might that they can swing and swing as good as they can. Atlantic going to try and counter the fuse here, sticking that, but the bait isn't quick enough, and Matty and Knackered will both pop up at the right time to take out the remaining defenders. A solid round there from the attacking squad, and they go 1-up. Sleepy Gang on top.
A very solid round from Sleepy Gang there. It was, I think, very defined by their exact style. Cyber popping up absolutely randomly to be able to find a kill, find an opening, and they played around that. He did get traded off instantly, but the damage was done, that grenade popping away, and they only had a very limited number of grenades to work with, so that was very critical that they made that work. I am a little bit intrigued, though. It looks like they're relying a lot on those Flores drones to clear away these shield positions on Ivy stairs. They didn't ban away a mute. Lots of teams that like to do that Flores heavy strategy tend to remove mute away. It's going to be a little bit harder to do so, and if they don't run a grenade heavy setup, that could be a problem as these rounds play out. For the time being, that's a very good start for Sleepy Gang.
It really is, and you think about the other uses of the Mute and the Flores on this map, that's certainly the most utility-heavy hold that you have out of any of these defences. You look at Master Bedroom, and it's far more about the breaching capability, about getting that wall open. Very little, not very often is there any resistance offered beyond that point by the defense. It's all about holding on to Piano and making sure that the attackers can't just establish complete dominance over Office. So it's again about that breach now rather than catching. That's why we'd see the Aruni dropped, for instance. That's why you don't see the sorry, you do see the Jaeger, but it's Jaeger's just Jaeger, you know, you're gonna have Jaeger. Yeah, that's why you see the Aruni dropped, and that's why you see that the Kaid is in play to try and deny those walls. You can expect as well that the Mute might be used to kind of double up on that denial somewhat, but again, you don't want to be droned out. You want to be trying to make sure that those positions are held safely. That said, Atlantic on the Mozzie is going to help with that intel denial on that side of things. So, Aztec, I mean, your pick of where your Mute jammers go down, it's up to you, really.
Well, we want to talk about the best placed Mute jammers we've ever seen on Chalet. I know this one might hurt you, but remember in CL? Helios. I think I just need to say that, and Jerry's already having a migraine from it.
I mean, just the word Helios is enough to send me and or Demo into a crying fit, to be honest.
I think that's a pretty understandable affair considering what we're going to run. So again, those mute jammers are going to be a massive key factor. They're going to be able to try and lock. Clearing.
Like we've finally caught up with our feeders. We see Syrup sitting inside of West Main. He looks like he's hunting down MC right now, and Jaeger is a little bit tetchy. He's unaware exactly of his surroundings. He might think that there's someone nearby, but Reich will find the second kill of the round onto Milo. The Cyber had gone down earlier. Twitch and your Buck both gone now. That's a brilliant start for Team Alpha. They just need to hold firm as Reich is sort of gradually falling back to sight. Looks like MC is still on the prowl. He wants to take out Syrup. And I think Sleepy Gang, they're kind of all over the place right now. They're not quite sure where's safe, where's not. It just seems as though the intel is a bit dry. They don't really have a handle on Fireplace. Kanakad is jumping in blind into Library and trying to pre-fire wherever he thinks the defenders might be. But there's absolutely none around him. They need to get some of these spare drones. In fact, they don't even have any spare drones in pocket. There's the one accessible for Syrup that he will pop onto, and he does of course have those Roteros for a bit of extra intel, but besides that, I don't see Sleepy Gang coming back into this round on Alpha to start offering themselves up.
Yeah, Alpha are going to play this very wise and smart. They're going to recess further away into the objective itself and wait for any daring members of Sleepy Gang to get aggressive. There will be a trade happening, but this will only reduce the damage to a 4 versus 2. Doesn't repair the earlier faults, of course. An Upnade tries to clear away these claws, but nothing connects nor lands. Aztec playing around this opening, around this default area. This element charge will now shoot through that wall, and well, if you get down below, we'll get one, can top up HP, of course, so with 30 seconds left to go, if you isolate a single 1v1, this might be a very doable opportunity for Sleepy Gang, but can you isolate that 1 versus 1? Matley tries to find an opening, brawling away with the AK-12, a grenade sent to Piano, but nothing connects nor lands. They're in by that default plan, but it is to cover there. No! What a shot from Atlantic, leaving it at 3 versus 1, and I would hazard a guess, this is all she wrote for this round. Yes, it is. Atlantic finds a second. Alpha tie us up 1 round apiece.
Well, that was looking a little bit shaky there from Alpha, but they did eventually put a leash on things and make sure that they sealed that one out. It's been a problem for both these teams occasionally throughout these finals, is that occasionally they get a little bit of ahead of themselves in those 5 versus 3s. They start over-peaking and maybe overextending. Alpha there, realizing their possible impending throw, decide, yeah, okay, let's play it safe. Let's make sure that we hold down the side. And they cross the line. Absolutely what they need. 1-1 the score, and this is exactly what we want. A nice close contest on Chalet. Alpha, of course, still battling to find their first map today. And they're going to head to Kitchen Dining as their third site. Not attempting, or re-attempting rather, the bar that they lost at the very start. And now, 6 pick onto Mute from the Smoke. An interesting one. I feel as though Smoke is a fantastic pick on this site. And eschewing him in favour of the Mute, I mean, Mute's fantastic too, but you've got a lot of things that you want to do on this site, and Denial is one of them. I don't know if this lineup is entirely optimal, but what do you think?
I'm just looking towards that Flores. Sleepy Gang love to rely on that drone for utility crew, and if you don't have that avenue, if you make that so much more difficult, this entire strategy, the way they want to attack, might just begin to fall apart. If you don't clear away these critical areas, we know how hard that can be. Just think about Piano. If all that utility stays around, if all those shields still exist, that execution gets so much harder. That control upstairs that you almost require at times is so difficult. And of course, they can make this wall a very nasty thing to open up as well.
Plenty of C4s as well. Well, a couple of C4s on the side of defense, which is a big part of this defense because you want to make sure that you're fighting from beneath and fighting for control of that top floor, as Aztec will make his way up there. A lot of the time you see teams run Thunderbirds, and I'm honestly a big fan of her up here. It allows you to take gunfights and fall back. But primarily the aim, especially with this kind of lineup, will be to survive, to shoot drones, bait out a bit of utility, and gradually concede ground. If you get kills on the retreat, then, you know, that's a bonus. Fantastic. Power to you. But for the time being, we're going to be just deciding whether they want to open that barricade, or, sorry, hatch or not. Aztec eventually does decide in favour of it, but Kanaka is first to go down as Atlantic leverages that Roni, and the roaming Mozzie, just unseen it would seem.
I just thought of a pun that one of our fellow mutual co-casters would send to say about a roaming Roni, and I will not dare to say it either. You know, it pops in your mind and you instantly think of it too, but a 4 versus 4, make it a 4 versus 3, as Cyber will pop off and make that F2 find the head of Reich. This is exactly what Sleepy Gang need though. They need to be able to find and pick apart this offense. They need to get picks and primarily weaken every member that is likely to fall back to this defensive structure established around the site. Well, that first rotation back will be Aztec, making a late rotation. Normally you'd imagine that would be established a little bit earlier. Sleepy Gang swimming and poising, getting themselves ready to make an opening. MC will be taking a beating from that one. A low HP Jaeger, but still a potent and dominant threat. Sends some shots downrange, but nothing connects nor lands. Tentative moments for Sleepy Gang. Well, they need to use this information. They need to find out what they're dealing with instead of just walking into what could be an ambush.
Yeah, they're still just too dry on intel, like you say. They are sending the Flores drones ahead, although he looks like he's rethinking about his positioning while he goes for that, looking for a slightly better cover. Buck sort of leading the charge ahead of him at the moment. MC will go down, it would seem, to a vertical angle. No, in fact, this is Cyber, who obviously, as we all know at this point, operates on an entirely different agenda, all by his lonesome. Still not quite sure where exactly he is. He could be anywhere. It's Cyber. Let's just, you know, let's understand that as a fact for now. Aztec and Joe last alive. Oh, fantastic. Ceiling back there up towards Milo, and Mr. Joe will decide to flee. We now have both defenders far off sight. One C4 in the pocket of Aztec, but he's far too far away to leverage it. For moment, Alpha very far away. Sleepy Gang just need to establish this, and well, Cyber taking out Mr. Joe will certainly make things a lot easier. Matty got a whiff of the location of Aztec, and now they know that they have sight under their dominion. With 30 seconds left, plenty of time to execute, and Matty will find a nice safe corner in the kitchen to plant in. This should be Sleepy Gang's through and through.
Surely this has to be an offensive round. If Aztec pulls this away, it will be heroic. An SMG-11, good at close quarter brawling, finds some damage through a wall to Cyber and gets another one. That's going to be the opening he might need to cascade and get this control. But that silhouette upstairs could be all they need to stop it. That is Syrup, and it's going to get locked down by the AK-12 instead.
Solid stuff. Absolutely solid stuff from them. And they're deserving of it. I mean, I feel like this is just going to be a back and forth game. Every single round has been fairly dominant in one direction or the other, and there's no reason to think that anyone's going to continue with any momentum. But this is exactly what Alpha need to do. They need to upset the balance a little bit. Their last game, they managed to string a ton of rounds together at the very start, and then suddenly, bang, 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 6 in a row from Sleepy Gang. Got a little bit of a consolation at the end, Alpha, but for Alpha, rather. But, yeah, it wasn't enough. And like we said throughout this entire LAN, Sleepy Gang, they are a momentum-based team. So, as we see our next site come out, it is going to be Kitchen Dining, once again re-attempted here. The Alibi being switched to, and we're seeing a Mozzie dropped. It's an interesting move. Obviously, the Mute is going to be in play to deny those Rotero drones, but I feel as though they've read into the fact that maybe Sleepy Gang aren't necessarily always, you know, on the ball when it comes to intel, at least with active drones. It seems as though Sleepy Gang are acting on a lot of intel from their pre-places. And I say that because this is something that they told me in sort of the break, but also because there's no way that they go in with the confidence that they do without the intel. When we see so many people up that have no drones available, no droning available to them, it seems as though they're just leaving them in good places.
It has to be, unless it's supreme confidence,
yeah,
which would be, I think that would be equally impressive, just to have the confidence in your raw mechanics to be able to make those moments work. But yeah, this is exactly why I love being at LAN. We get to talk to these players and get these really in-depth insights and figure out exactly how strong and what they feel themselves about their team. And those pre-play strongs, if those are the avenue that they use for information to try and lock down and get those early openings, is absolutely huge, and they've been placed so well. Kitchen, the site again for Alpha. It looked like they were perhaps thinking about a retake strategy or that adaptation midway through that round, with two players, the two survivors in those final seconds, being so far away. It didn't come to fruition, of course, but that might work out differently this time out.
Just hunting for an opening here, Sleepy Gang. See him playing in place in this sort of quite often a suicide position if you're looking at a kind of master bedroom defense, but instead he's, you know, a bit closer to sight. It's really Reich and Mr. Joe that are ahead, expecting this push to come straight to them. We see the strength of these bulletproof cameras now that they can turn. You're no longer limited to a particular angle, and that's a really nice one. Double bulletproof cams in that room. One thing that was interesting, I do believe yesterday at one point we saw a bulletproof cam EMP disable a Rotero drone as it was approaching, and that's a really cool use of it. It protects itself from its own counter. Oh, Mr. Joe taking out Cyber with a lovely headshot there to open things up, and if there's a pick you want, of course it's onto Cyber.
Well, that's the opening you wanted. I guarantee over comms they realize, okay, Cyber is dead. One of the primary weaponry threats is now removed from action. Can they control the flow of this matchup since the spear has been blunted? Can they make it stick? Milo tries to make an entrance way, however. Two angles, a crossfire established. Many executions have been faltered by this exact position. Can he make good of it? Has the information the drone was there. Tries to get a crossfire established with his teammate inside a bathroom, but Serp will have to commit all the way inside, and they're just wasting time at this point. The ADS will catch that nade, and that was what they were waiting for. Now they know a threat's arriving, so Mr. Joe and Reich can just wait, but no, they stay still. Oh, what an execution! They clear so much map control in a very swift moment, and now, with piano control established, they can think about verticality, but they still have one player upstairs to worry about. That will be MC, who's going on the hunt, looking to cause and reap some chaos upstairs, but he won't last too much longer, as he's going to get shut down by the spear. 308, 3 kills now for Knackered, and it's all down to the 45 seconds of 4 versus 2. Sleepy Gang, can they grow their advantage here on Chalet? They have all the utility they need. They have those Rotaro drones they can use to clear anything left on site. They're not too sparing with time, but they need to get a move on. 30 seconds remain.
Knackered, he's got a whiff of another one. almost lands enough shots. Syrup now trying to follow up instead, but Atlantic at least is looking worse for wear. Once again, dipping out of sight. This is deja vu here. Aztec and Atlantic off site, having to defend from afar. They know where the attackers are coming from, and at least this time they have time on their side. Aztec holding this slim angle towards main hall. Atlantic, he's managed to make his way up Ivy stairs, but Matty, he's just only managed to make his way into the site. Finally, Syrup will strike. 000, diffuser being set, but Milo is there with the cover just enough for Sleepy Gang yet again to take another round.
I think we can unwind that round and look at a very simple few seconds. That clear towards piano was exactly what unraveled it. That forced the entirety of that upstairs hole to fall apart, gave that verticality a clear and easy pass, and as Macy tried to open it up, it fell apart, and that was all down to Knackered finding so many kills. Huge individual impact, and that's what you need when players like Cyber die early, someone else to take up that mantle and do a great job, and we've just witnessed that. 3-1 your scoreline.
He is a one-man army. Knackered, when he has a good round, he has a crazy round. That was some performance from him. Taking out a crossfire all by himself, essentially. That's just brilliant. And of course, it involves a nade because it's Knackered. And that is something that he, of all players out of this entire, nade-infested LAN, he has been the one name to stand out above all else when it comes to landing these projectiles, getting those frags. And that was the perfect example of it. Power to him. You've done yourself proud, mister.
My eyes keep getting drawn towards Syrup here on that Flores. Those tower drones have not had perhaps the perceived impact they would have wished. And that heavy commitment to running that mute, perhaps it might be time to 6-pick away. If you can bring another set of grenades, think of the utility you can then clear away. You only have to worry about 3 ADSs. There's no Saria gates even in play that can activate those pseudo catchers, nor has Wamai been an active factor. So if you bring 3 sets of grenades, you have such an impact right now. That perhaps could be something Sleepy Gang can consider. They tend to only run a maximum of 2, with Cyber then tending to comfort pick towards that Twitch for that shotgun and of course the F2. But will they make that change, or can Alpha continue to try and disrupt those Rotara drones? And while yes, Sleepy Gang are certainly leading, they're having dominant rounds, they're not making it easy for themselves, always trying to battle against the odds. But will this perhaps change now, attacking the primary site of Master Bedroom and Office once again?
Hopping from Knackered, and Miller will follow suit. Quick control taken of Library, and Cyber on his lonesome will take out MC. Just someone roaming down on that middle floor. Jaeger taken out for the count. No C4 beneath, interestingly enough, deciding to position the Jaeger down there. Maybe just thinking, we know that Cyber's coming through, we're going to stick our best fragger down here to take the 1 versus 1. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay off, and they've got that man advantage, Sleepy Gang, now to leverage this advantage. They need to get into position, they need to get their hard breacher of Matty in place. Milo protecting from beneath, maybe wanting to open up from beneath as well to expose those electricals and make it possible to get this breach down and open. Looks like it's currently jammed, however. Those Selma charges are going to take a little moment to detonate, and there we go. There we have it. So the opening made, and another few can be made. The sight line as well as the walkable hole towards the default plant. Atlantic Prone though has these foot level holes, and this is a very nice angle to keep an eye on. One thing you maybe want to bring into your ranked games. It's a good position to hold from piano, and you get that angle towards the default plant spot, but someone knows about it. Atlantic takes a lot of damage. Milo also knows about Mr. Joe as he finds him, and suddenly we're in a 3 versus 5. Cyber takes the solo engagement again onto Reich, this time inside a trophy, and Aztec now has to turn his attention to the Twitch, to that gunner, this prolific man who is continually tearing through Team Alpha. A triple on the round now, leaving Atlantic all on his own. Milo from Big Window will gobble him up for breakfast, and that is everything going the way of Sleepy Gang.
Sleepy Gang on Chalet, what can stop them on this attacking side so far? Even when they don't have the most optimal set to make things work, they find a way, they break it down. Alpha in this series have just not had an answer. Sleepy Gang have to go a long way around if they want to win this final, and they look on course to do it. It is do or die for Alpha now. You've got to make some changes. You need to find one more round on your defensive split to consider this somewhat of a success here on Chalet. They're going to stick towards that Mute Mozzie combination now, really trying to deny those Flores drones, but even then, they haven't had the largest impact. If there's more grenades, perhaps we could see Sleepy Gang take rounds in a far easier fashion. But as momentum begins to build, as you've mentioned so many times, they've played so many rounds of Siege now. I think they might have just found their stride.
They really have. They just need to keep going. And what is stopping them right now? Certainly not Alpha. They've only found one defensive round so far. Let's give them the credit they deserve, though. This is Chalet. However, yesterday they were able to rack up 3 on their defense against Sleepy Gang, and they won that 7-4. If they want to do any better than that, they have to now produce a perfect game. But more importantly, they just need to get some rounds under their belt, because they can't let Sleepy Gang get any more. 2 rounds away from match point, and at minimum forcing out overtime. Sleepy Gang, they're on an absolute tear. I mean, Cyber has just decided to wake up in the middle of this game as well, and that's a scary prospect. There was one round where they distinctly decided to shut him down, and they got him, and it was Kanaka that just picked up the slack and got that triple kill. It just seems as though Sleepy Gang, every single time we ask questions of them, they're answering them, and they're pretty good answers.
They really are. You can't complain with the answers they've written down. 4 rounds to 1. This is an incredible performance from them. The way they're playing is demanding so much respect, and they're being, I think the best way to describe it is uncontainable. They can't shut down every avenue of pressure, whether it's Cyber, who can fall early, and Knacker's begins to pop on up and find success. The prime example was that solo clear of a crossfire with a nade in the Spear 308. A huge ability for teams and individuals to step up, even though that might not be their intended role. So, an entryway to Library. This is going to be a very standard thing you'll see on Chalet, and even when we go to the sides up, I think you'll get used to this entranceway. Creeping around will be Cyber, playing solo. Has a drone this time in somewhat close proximity on support, but he's lurking, looking for to cause some chaos down below, and he might just find one in Silhouette crossing into Kitchen, and this could likely be our very first engagement early in this round, and yes it will. The F2 sends some shots in through the wall. Aztec takes a pip of damage, is going to battle away by Westmain, and he's going to draw so much attention. The Finka boost tops up that HP, but can he cause a chaos? Can he find the opening moment of this round? He's going to draw some attention, and Milo might be the one to take the mantle to the tip of the spear, but for the time being, I think Alpha are happy to fall back and let the time do all the talking.
That seems to be the limit of their intel as well right here for Sleepy Gang. They found that wall. They haven't got any drones past this point, but this is the only point they need. This is a master take, I need to remind you. So taking Belief and allowing Milo to get into position with that skeleton key is going to enable him to shoot up, find these jammers, and begin the breach that Matty is now able to do. You can see him toss him out those Selma charges at the top of your screen there. But Reich will actually take out the Selma charger wielding man. That's a mouthful. Just after he's expended his utility. So thankfully Matty has done part of his job. It would seem he has got, in fact, all of those Selma charges out. Crucially, Sleepy Gang a man down, but they have a foothold.
This is a very tentative moment, though you can catch across through the single angle. Milo will take some damage down by Piano, looks to brawl and try and deny this crossfire. One of those silhouettes is just a little bit closer, tucked deep inside of that left-hand corner. It's going to be a stalemate for the time being. They need some utility to clear this away, and Syrup might be able to provide it with those power drones. Tries to give an opening, but not quite invite a swing. A C4 tossed down, and he vaults on in! An interesting choice, and he's going to get slapped back down to reality. With that one, the SMG-11 leaves no prisoners. Mr. Joe is left in DBNO, but it's down to a 2 versus 4. Make it a 2 versus 3 officially. Oh, Cyber! Go on, son, make it more! As a 2 versus 3. He's going to go off, cause some chaos, and this round is open wide for Sleepy Gang. Surely they can make this execution stick. Surely they can get this job done. Atlantic trying to hold on. Aztec down below. A C4 already used and expended. They haven't tried to get this plant down yet. They need to start thinking about getting it done. Atlantic might be able to find it, but no! Cyber, you're insane! A 3K, and surely this round is all but over. Aztec too far away. Can't deny this plant. And now 40 seconds till we hit critical. And I think we can all unravel the script of this. Aztec heroics are required for you to claw this one back for Alpha. And Cyber, we already know you want that quad. He's looking for it. He knows his intention. And the crossfire he holds might just prove dividends, and it does. 4 kills for Sleepy Gang, 4 kills for Cyber, and Alpha falter once again on their defense.
What a machine. This man cannot be stopped. Cyber, take a bow. That was fantastic. Absolutely no chance of winning that round from a certain point, and he just walks in, taps 1 head, taps 2 heads, and suddenly the round is blown wide open. He continues getting another few, and this is just insane play from the man. I mean, we've We've pointed out how well he plays on the entry. He didn't even need to get an entry kill that round. It was all about just establishing control, enabling the push into sight. That's what allowed the ace to make that breach. That's what allowed Cyber to then have another route into the site. It's all about enabling this man, and I'm loving it. Sleepy Gang, you've done yourself so proud. 5-1 on an attacking split of Chalet, even for a slightly attacker-sided map. That is something to be proud of, and you know what else you can be proud of? The fact that you are now 2 rounds away from securing that championship title. That Season 4 grand prize. 1.2k prize pool. They get a nice big hefty slice of it. £750. Bunch of HyperX headsets. That is what is just 2 rounds away from them right now. Can they do it? Can they cross the line? Will Alpha be able to offer up some resistance? Because so far they've been lacking.
Lacking, I think, is probably the most fitting word we can say, as now it is do or die for Alpha. You need to find something magical. You need to be able to claw this one back. It will be a brawl, tooth and nail required. With Pogmats being placed in center, can Sleepy Gang hold the line? Our Gaming will be the site of choice once more. Another Pogmat, I know another shield being placed on the hold off by Meza, trying to lock this down, but Cyber now on the defensive side. What are we going to be expecting from this one? Well, donning the Aruni, donning that P10 Roni. We have seen him do so much work with that weapon with this opportunity. Will it work out this time around?
Well, the utility still stacked up here. You see time burning down. Of course, they've still got plenty of it for the time being. So they need to playing relatively reserved, no brazen spawn peaks. They've sort of learned to put a leash on themselves, at least against Alpha, paying them due respect, and it has worked for them so far, especially on these attacks. But now, moving on to the defense, we see this setup, this sort of typical setup. They opt for a slightly different style of it compared to Team Alpha, who tend to stick Reich, a third body, inside a trophy. This time, in terms of Sleepy Gang, they want to send Cyber underneath. They want him to be able to cause damage on the back. So they need those 4 bodies, anchoring and extending. Cyber, what can he make work on this side? That is the important question. For the time being, though, Alpha, they're sort of keeping their eyes forward. They have that Nomad as well, so they're aware of a potential threat. Presumably, they've got some around that Solarium area. They're just going to try and burn through the utility.
A burn through utility is critical, but that's going to be Syrup who falls so early. You lose your Jaeger, you lose that potency of that rifle. Lots of nades being brought to clear out this shielded Ivy. Macy will be able to find one more second in this round. And Alpha look to have a bit more of bite to their bark now on the offensive side. But Cyber, are you kidding me? Finds 3! Oh my! Sleepy Gang are very much awake, and Cyber at the helm. Can he cause more chaos and reap the reward? A minute left for damage recovery, and MC is downed. It's down to a 1 versus 3.
Milo, finally taking something away from Cyber. He needed to do something there, but this is a 3 versus 1. Aztec now has it all to do. This is crazy. I can't believe it. Where was the air jam? There's no way that Cyber should be able to get away with that. 14-4 right now, the man is. And now it's almost a formality that we're going to reach match point. Aztec just has to find something to keep Alpha alive here. He knows that one may be walking upstairs. No, he looks away at the wrong moment. And Milo will pop up for his second on the round, closing out the hard work that Cyber brought along. He asked us not to watch, but too bad. We've got a lovely little replay. End of round. You're going to get it seen. Oh my goodness me. Sleepy Gang. I did not expect them to be in this situation. 6-1 match point. 1 point away from the championship.
The map that sent them to the lower bracket might be where they don their crown of Season 4. Sleepy Gang, what a performance, but we cannot avoid the inevitable discussion. Cyber, 2 rounds now, linking together massive multi-kills to break apart Alpha.
I just didn't understand how he was able to do that. I was expecting the round to be so much longer, because those air jabs should be keeping him at bay. That's exactly what you need them for, and it boggles the mind. It's unbelievable that Alpha are letting this slip, and Mr. Joe will be kicking himself for not having put maybe a spare air jab. We didn't get to see maybe Cyber, you know, located one of them, shot it out. Maybe they had a little bit of intel, I don't know, but that default cam would have been gone. It's just so difficult to justify the situation that Alpha now find themselves in. And this is probably what's going through their minds right now. They're thinking, how have we let this happen? How have we not even taken a map against Sleepy Gang?
That will leave a lot of questions. I can't imagine their mental is sitting in a very good position now. You've got to be flawless. You can't make a mistake. A single slip up, one single mistake, and it all unfurls here in the grand final. Sleepy Gang, what a statement you have made. Cyber, what a statement you have made. Mr. Joe has said so many times, it's Cyber Team. He's always made that joke live here on the interview. But now Sleepy Gang have leaned into it. They've played around it, and Cyber, seemingly fueled by that fire, has took this final by the scruff of its neck, and they now lead 6 rounds to 1. Map, match, and championship point.
Oh, well, 14-4. Nothing stopping him just yet. On that Jaeger, taking the carbine. Interesting one, because, you know, quite often nowadays that's the support, you know. It's maybe he's just bringing us back to year 2 with frag Jaegers all over the place, and I mean, I don't think it matters what you give him, right? He can frag out with anything at this point, and we've seen him on a variety of plethora, and right now I don't think anything's going to stop him. He is playing in the most advanced position for this kind of knows. There is likely to be pressure towards Solarium. Syrup providing a little bit of resistance in terms of a vertical angle to protect him. Reich goes in and manages to find Syrup with an upnade. Very nice stuff, and those nades continue to be the sort of shining stars for these attackers. Alpha needs to lean quite heavily on them, but Cyber, he's now on the prowl. He's got a whiff of a location. He's going to go for the peak, but he gets downed by MC, putting him out with the spear. Looks like Miller wants to try and pick up where Cyber is left off. You're going to have to manage without your Starman for the time being.
We've seen them do it once before. Can they find that success again? The defensive side perhaps might prove too difficult to hold on, as pressure alone from Alpha might make this hard. Philo has a lot of work to do and no Kona station to stim himself back up, so the damage is done to this. Upstairs though, Smoke can play around the staircase. There's lots of red silhouettes all queued up down below. Mr. Joe on that rappel can cause some damage, but no, he's not going to find an opportunity. I think everyone at Sleepy Gang at this point will fall back, hold the line, set up crossfires, and take not a single chance. If you can win your championship in a 3 versus 5, a statement piece that will be. Atlantic down below looking for an opening, but nothing arises. Now the vault is there. Can they use this map control to leverage and execution?
They certainly have the time to do so. Another nade in hand of MC, who will quickly have an idea of where Kanaka is, but it falls a little bit shy of the mark, maybe expecting him to be a little bit further away from that doorway, but it doesn't really matter right now, as still the numbers are stacked heavily in favor of Alpha. He goes for the swing, but MC will shut him down for a second on the round. The spear doing work. Another for Joe, and now Matty will be left in the dirt. Milo left to try and pick up the pieces. A 1 versus 5. They may have to wait a little bit longer, Sleepy Gang, as Team Alpha secure a flawless round.
What a statement piece to say you're still alive in this matchup. A flawless round as a reply. Alpha, they got a pulse. There's a heartbeat there. There's something still beating in their chest, but will it be enough? This deficit is so large. It will not be an easy tasking to claw this one back. Not impossible. We have seen many times in Siege heroic acts from a position trailing of a massive distance. But if Cyber can get one good round, one good flank, one primary opportunity yet again, I don't think Alpha will have much of a chance against it.
It seems almost inevitable that at the end of this game we will be screaming Cyber's name.
Yep.
I don't want to call it too early, but this man is just on a mission. And there have been, you know, different maps. We've seen 2 different sides to Sleepy Gang throughout this series and throughout this LAN. It's that, you know, occasionally they come out and they are a full force to be reckoned with. We saw it on Bank again. They were all pitching in. But here, just look at the stats. It doesn't matter that Syrup is going 2 and 5. Matty's 3 and 4. Because you got Cyber on your side. Like, what else are you going to need but this man to carry you through these games? And you must think we're a broken record by now, because it's just the same old story. But we have to say what we're seeing. And we're seeing Cyber not fall asleep. He's had, what, like, he's been playing for something like 10, well, I can't count. I've lost the ability to count. Like, 7 hours today. played, you know,
10 plus
a lot,
yesterday.
5 maps yesterday, and yeah, there was some long ones. Like, he's a machine. I can barely talk for this long, and this guy is clicking heads forever.
Doing a great job of it as well.
Yeah.
I stumbled on my words there. It's been a long day in the casting booth as well for us, but when you get this...
We have so many bottles here. If you could see what we're looking at right now, it's a desk strewn with water and Mountain Dew and everything. The Mountain Dew, everyone else is on something. But anyway, we've got other drinks are available. That is my important message for you all. We've had a wild time here at LAN. You know what? I can't believe that it may be coming to end this soon. Okay, Sleepy Gang, this could be the final map. We may have, you know, whoever coming in. It might be Cyber. It might be someone else. I would love to get the whole team in here if they win. Whichever one. If Alpha manage to pull the reverse sweep from this position, though, 6-2 down on match point, championship point, they can get 2 maps from here. That's still a possibility.
It's a possibility. Yeah, it's certainly...
We have to entertain the thought.
Exactly. It's in the back of my head.
Yeah.
It's still paying rent, though. It isn't living rent-free there for this one. Aztec will use this drone to try and scout out for information, but the jammer will catch it out. No information comes easy, nor it comes free on Chalet. It's time for a very critical moment for Sleepy Gang, though. You gotta concern yourself with a simple thought. Will they fall into that problem of one more round? There's a lot riding on this map. Championship status, winning on LAN. What a moment that would be for all these players. You cannot let this slip through your fingertips. Light up the fuse for Alpha, though. If they can find one more round, you never know how that might unravel.
So a quick assessment of this round, because we've got only a minute 22 here, and it could be an absolute bloodbath at the very end. Of course, we've got this kitchen defense coming through. Still, Alpha are only just knocking on the door of office and master bedroom. They are struggling to get a foothold here. Their hard breach of Atlantic is not getting in the right position at the moment to get this open. And it just seems as though they may be at danger of stalling out. They might have met their match here. They finally walk forward into Piano and find themselves a shield, but with no one behind it. Milo and Cyber have retreated to the back of Solarium, and they may just have to fight their way out of this one. Matthew downstairs, Syrup as well, connected with C4s in pocket. This could be huge if they have any sort of intel. Milo and Cyber will be feeding it to them. That first Goyo shield detonated, and it seems as though Alpha, they're walking forward. They are edging their way onto this soft floor. It just depends, and there we go. Syrup with the first onto MC, a 5 versus 4. Sleepy Gang have the man advantage with 25 seconds left. They just need to hold out.
Hold the line, set up your crossfires and make it count. 20 seconds left, and Cyber looks to get into a brawl. You won't find one. It's going to be a trade. Milo! 5 versus 2. Milo pops upstairs, and Matley gets one. Traded away by Aztec, who drops into the fray. The Lion's Nest is ready, and Syrup gets the final kill. Sleepy Gang are your Season 4 BUAL champions. They take it on Chalet. They take it flawlessly in this best of 3. What a performance. What a standout play. Take a bow.
That was phenomenal from Sleepy Gang, taking it home. 3 maps in a row, undefeated in this weighted best of 5 at the very end. Team Alpha just did not show. Cyber absolutely did. And I could not think of a more deserving champion for our very first LAN. Our very first LAN in so long in the university scene. This has been a long time coming. Cyber, everyone on the side of Sleepy Gang could be so proud. We're going to get them on fairly soon. In fact, we might just get them all on. Just come on in. We're not going to do a break. Just get on the screen. Come on. These guys are fresh from the esports arena just around the corner in the next room.
Oh, I'm gonna stand behind you.
Oh, okay. There's like just not enough room. Let's get Cyber out front, and the rest of you can sort of line up behind.
I'll just crouch in the front.
Hi guys.
Double file. All right, yeah. You can we haven't got too much space back here, so we'll do what we can. Whip it. Maybe you want to lead the questions for Cyber, for all of these guys. Well, first of all, congratulations, guys. You've won.
Thank you.
You've won. That's 700. Everyone's joining the party. All right, so £750. Brilliant. Bunch of HyperX headsets, but more importantly, Season 4 champions.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
Like I said, who are Alpha? didn't get a map against us, boys. Not a single map. Yeah, exactly. Who
Not
are
a
they?
single map, no.
Well, like, we took them to the 3 same maps as yesterday and won them all.
Saving strats, boys.
All right, let's have some questions. Real
Okay.
quick.
Well, throughout the interviews, every time Alpha had a victory, Mr. Joe would say one thing. He described your team as simply around cyber. It's not always the case, but I can tell you what, on Chalet in particular, you as an individual put on a show, stringing together multi-kills back to back. I'm sure that everything happened, but how did that feel to perhaps unravel that round and guarantee the championship?
I just wanted to get the game over and done with. That was it. I was like, all right, we're on the last map. That's it. It's over. Done. That's it. Chalet's ours. They shouldn't have won Chalet yesterday. Shouldn't have been grand finals. But you know, they got there.
We should have won after Bank today, really.
Yeah.
We should have beat them yesterday, but
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I think I'm enjoying
But you know, like I said, Alpha, they played well. They did play well, but today we were just on form. You know, his communication was there. We was getting the refrags, we was droning, and it wasn't Team Cyber. It's Team Sleepy Gang. Okay.
Yeah.
Team Sleepy Gang.
Actually.
No, that's definitely enough.
Do you think you'll be sticking together for season 5?
Hashtag resign.
This man's retiring.
We're getting a retiree. Oh.
Yeah, he's off camera.
Yeah, terrible career. Come on.
Do you have any more questions for me?
Drop my steno. Probably like a few times actually.
I feel like, Jerry, we have caused absolute chaos
Yeah,
with
this
this
wasn't
one.
in the script. I'm so sorry, Brad. We had a plan, but we ruined it.
We had a plan, but I tell you what, I'm very happy with the outcome of this one. That map, that result, that was absolutely fantastic. He's battled against a map disadvantage, of course, in this way to best of 5. Coming in with that intrinsic disadvantage, he's battled against it. He just didn't care about it. It was a joy to see.
I can't lie, I forgot that were a thing.
Yeah.
I genuinely forgot that they were 1-0 up.
It didn't make a difference, let's be honest. Like, we theoretically, as soon as we got it back to 1-1, we was like, okay, it's a best of 3, boys. Let's win. That's what we said. Got that first map, best of 3. Taking them on video as well. They've won it, what, every single time?
Yep.
How does it feel that APO gave you more of a run for your money today?
Better players.
Expected.
Yeah, honestly, expected it.
Well, of course, congratulations. You are our very first LAN winners. You can hold that coveted forever.
Yeah.
And of course, you get yourselves a nice selection of that prize money, of
Yes,
course.
sir.
We've caused enough chaos here. I think our producer has had a nightmare trying to balance all this audio. So I believe we'll wrap up for a little bit of a break to get everything done. But congratulations, Sleepy Gangs. Your season 4 LAN champions here at the Badass University All-Stars.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now Malu looks for a second. Oh my!
He goes for the down and gets it.
Oh no, the breacher activated. Now he has a sight line.
He's gonna go. Yay! That's mean.
Now Malu looks for a second. Oh my!
He goes for the down and gets it.
Oh no, the breacher activated. No, he has a sideline.
He's gonna go. Yay! That's mean.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, Sleepy Gang, or as we can call them by their actual team mascot, the Irish Dogs. They have finally been able to claim 3 maps in a row to take the BUAL Season 4 LAN Finals all to themselves, alongside a juicy grand prize of 750 Great British Pounds, alongside some really dope peripherals. Obviously, we just got a little bit of a debrief going on. I'm Tudors, Jerry, Dylan, the guys that just casted the game. How did you guys actually think that went? It was just as ecstatic as you hoped it could be?
That was exactly what I want from the grand final. I want players to pop off huge rounds, huge individual performances, and of course teams showing up as well as a core 5-man. What a weekend it's been, and I think Sleepy Gang are a very worthy champions.
Yeah.
Swinging back against that map advantage as well, like that's insane. You know, they came in knowing that this was going to be an uphill struggle. And I mean, they came in, and you saw what Cyber said, or what the team said. It was, they just didn't even think about it. They just won the game that was in front of them.
Exactly. It was basically, that's all it really boiled down to. It was just that simple. They had to play 6 maps in a row to be able to finally get themselves the trophy, the prize, the hood, the whole shebang is now all theirs, and they did so without even faltering. I mean, I personally think that just because Cyber performed in the manner that he did, that he is literally the simple of Uni Siege.
Pretty much. I mean, he was easily the MVP of the event, right? He's on the winning side, and he was carrying that team through maybe about half the maps that they played. There was an outrageous amount of fragging, an outrageous amount of skill being put forward, being put on show. But as we saw, it wasn't just out of nowhere. He was being enabled consistently by the exceptional drone work and team play of the Sleepy Gang roster. So that was what was just impressive to me.
Yeah, teamwork on the side of Sleepy Gang was literally through the roof, and Cyber, he's the man that nailed the coffin. Obviously, we do have a little bit of a run through to go through the entire bracket thus far, so in a hot second we can just bring it up on screen and we can go ahead and summarize the entirety of the weekend thus far. Obviously, yesterday was the most packed day, all things considered. We started off with the upper bracket semifinals, with Team Alpha being able to beat out APO 2-1. That put them in the upper bracket finals, and on the other side of the spectrum, Sleepy Gang, they 2-0'd Aces to knock them down all the way to LB. Then it was Team Alpha who actually knocked down Sleepy Gang right over here, and it properly set them up, fueled them up for that revenge story.
Yeah, it was almost a kind of lower bracket sweep, although, you know, a bit delayed. A couple of decent attempts at that lower bracket run. To be fair, APO, you heard it from Cyber, he said that he felt that they were better players, at least today. That was certainly the case, you know. You think about Ainoob, you think about Weiwei, and the performance that they both had at these finals. Even though they came in 3rd place, they can go home with their heads held high.
They really can. They really can. Obviously, it was APO who had to basically work the graveyard shift alongside the rest of production last night, as they were able to knock out Aces, being the first team to be eliminated here at LAN 2-0, and then they had to go up against APO effectively this morning, which was still quite the stellar performance that they were able to put up, but Dylan, simply not enough against the likes of SG.
No, it wasn't. SG seemingly just done their homework overnight. You know, they took the lessons learned from the opening day and went, this is what we need to do, how we need to improve, and they came back at it. And as they mentioned on the interview, it was the same maps that they played against Alpha earlier, and this time they didn't even drop one. They fought back against that map disadvantage, and honestly just didn't even look like they were worried about it one bit at all, as they mentioned.
Yeah, indeed, that was the case. Sleepy Gang, well, heads held high, as always, and they certainly take a lot of pride in this victory. They were able to work their way all the way to this grand final, beat out Team Alpha without even technically dropping a map of gameplay whatsoever. If it wasn't for the fact that Team Alpha got themselves that weighted map of Oregon, this would have been a clean sweep of 3-0.
They didn't even need to go to overtime to manage it. The scoreline overall, we haven't said it yet, but it was 7-3, 7-4, 7-2.
Yeah.
That's 3 pretty dominant performances on paper. 7-4, I mean, on Bank, which was you know, that was their own pick. So it does throw the whole kind of map ban phase into a little bit of a weird perspective, seeing that they essentially played better on Alpha's map picks.
Yeah.
Just didn't seem to matter. They overall, in the best of 5, you're going to get the best team winning at the very end, and they've certainly proven to be that. So congratulations to them, and yeah, they couldn't be more deserving winners.
No, they simply couldn't. 21 rounds is all it took for them, and that is simply so much more than the total of 9 rounds that Team Alpha were able to put up. So there you have it, SG. They are your undisputed champions of BUAL Season 4 at the Roehampton LAN, powered by Zowie and also powered by HyperX. And that basically can conclude things in a very neat little but blood-soaked bow.
Yeah. I think we get to say our goodbyes to each other as well, because this has been a fantastic LAN for everyone involved, not just the staff, but the players, just everyone getting to meet up and see each other the first time, despite the fact that Alpha, for instance, they go home empty-handed. Well, not empty-handed, they do manage a slice of the pie, which is quite nice because they came second place, but, you know, it may feel as though it's empty-handed. They don't get that title, but they came here and now they know that they want to continue working together as a team. They feel like they've bonded here at an event, you know, on a personal level, not just as in a you know, purely siege sort of category. It's fantastic for them. So this is what this is all about. It's about the kind of intermingling of universities, the ability to kind of meet everyone and try and form these bonds. And the more and more that we get these sort of events to happen, these LANs, the better that scene will become. It will only grow. It will only flourish.
Exactly. It's what the fantastic thing about this mix and match system is, letting people have this level of freedom to play with people all across the university system. And we have seen some fantastic teams rise up through this. When you look at it, you can almost not imagine that these are mismatched teams at times. Of course, we had to run through all the group stages, but these have been and developed really, really well. Of course, a massive shout out to everyone here at the Roehampton University for giving us this esports arena. It's been fantastic. The facilities are absolutely brilliant. And I do want to give a huge shout out to all of the production staff here working behind the scenes. It has been long days, it's been long nights, but we've pulled it through, and now we're at the very end of this one. It's been fantastic. I mean, the highlight to me, of course, is that arena. All of the trailers we got to do for these players. There's those team intros, absolute highlight for me. Running them at the start of everything, it's absolutely perfect, and it's great to see that. And of course, Gamers Apparel dropping those jerseys just in time for the event.
Exactly.
Can we get a cast as one of those videos? I want us to go in there and do one eventually.
No, we could definitely have one.
Beautiful. I'm getting some nods from people backstage. that might be fun. Yeah, okay, cool. Little post-LAN project. Get some stupid, you know, caster videos. I mean, I don't think I'll be able to bring the raw sexual energy that Mr. Joe was able to do.
I can certainly give it a swing, though.
Yeah, I mean, you could, yeah. But yeah, we'll do our very best Mr. Joe impression. I mean, you can't imitate the man. He's one of a kind.
He is.
You certainly have the drip to be able to compete, though, Jerry, with this suit.
Oh, you're looking fine.
Hasn't got the hair, though. Exactly the opposite.
Yeah, no, I'm more of a kind of what's it, the Sphinx cats. If Mr. Joe is, you know, the beautiful mane of the alpha lion, I'm just that sort of bold, weaselly pink thing.
That could be any one of. That could literally be any kind of family rodent out there. I'm not even joking.
You may be wondering why we're sort of talking shit, basically, up here. But the reason is we're just waiting for a little treat to end the stream on. We've got a short video for you coming in a moment. It's going to be involving some of the players, the victorious team of Sleepy Gang. We get to see them with their trophies, etc. So do hang on tight just for that. You will want to see the reactions.
You definitely will want to see
this. Is what makes it a LAN, the ability to celebrate together, to be together, and to have that moment. So do stay around to share in that moment with us, and I cannot wait to see it.
Neither can I, and obviously for everyone that is still tuning in at home, make sure to go ahead and spread some love around socials. If not, drop it directly in the Twitch chat. We have always got an eye on that, but obviously it has been an absolutely spectacular event thus far. So great that we could be able to all either drive, train, ride our way here, or fly out to Roehampton to be able to be together. Obviously meeting Jerry for the first time was great, as well as everyone else.
Well, I was going to say, why did you pick me out? I was like, Dylan's right there. Like,
I've seen him before. We've met before.
That's fair, I forgot that. You see, I'm the one that came into this having not met a lot of people that sort of backstage. You all had the different one.
Yeah, exactly. We had a different line that we all met for the first time, which was really great. But doing it for the second time here at Roehampton was easily a treat and a half. But now I do believe that we have got everything that we need to be able to round off the show properly. We will get confirmation for that. So with that being said, that about wraps it up. There isn't all that much more to say besides for the fact that you must be keeping an eye out on socials if you're watching from home, because we have got so many more things planned in the next couple of months regarding the 5th season of the Badass University All-Stars All-Stars League, as well as just anything and everything surrounding Uni Siege. So make sure to go ahead and follow us on Twitter at badass_GG. Go ahead and drop a follow on the stream if you haven't already. Show some love to us as well on Twitter if you would like as well, and make sure to go ahead and also follow everyone working in production. Also, big shout out to Noah. This man's a trooper right here. I wish we could show your face. You know, you could literally come up here for a second, but you have stuff to do. I know you have stuff to do. He's got stuff to do, but with that being said, we'd like to thank you guys so much for tuning in. For those of you guys that are rewatching the VOD at this current moment at a later date, thank you so much for having been with us at LAN, and we cannot wait to see you guys back here in Season 5. Until then, take care, stay safe, and we'll see you on the flip side.